righty. I think it is live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 7th, 2025, second live trading day of the year that we're having a wonderful day. It is January 7th. Hold on. And we have an exciting day ahead of us. Not only are we coming off of CES and Nvidia, there was a lot of different reactions from Micron to Uber. We are also going to be getting data, ISM services, JOLTS jobs, and that is going to set up for all of the data this week. So we got a lot there. There's a decent amount of news to cover, but before I do any of that, don't forget, okay? Long-term account, and unfortunately, if you are new to the chat, you will not be able to chat for about 24 hours. Why? I want you to learn how to invest in yourself, invest in the chat, the community, be a little patient, and once you learn that, you're going to learn how to hold assets for the rest of your life and take advantage of the stock market. So we built these accounts. We got multiple, started them from scratch. This is the daily thing amongst everything else. Make sure you pay yourself 10%, own some stocks, because your capital will always outpace your labor, my friend. So that being said, I hope you guys are ready. We should have some excitement. I don't know if the bullishness still remains. We're up 4% from the lows. Hopefully you watch the watch list. But Chad Adonia, good morning, baby. Oh, what up, Mitch? What up, Gonzo? How we doing? Chaos, Jamar, Zach, Dos Nacho, baby. Good morning, man. Serbo. What up, Gary Avari? Oh, my goodness. Tim Whitman, Troy Lenman, Ansel, Brown, Tom Crows, Uncle Terry, Zuraj, baby. What's going on? How we living, Jeff Kent? What up, Childers? How you doing, Mr. Samuel? Green Soldier, Turbo, Nephew Capital. What up, baby? What's going on, Henry? Good morning, Senor. Good morning, Lauren. What up, Amon? How we living, winning, loser? It's a beautiful Tuesday. Oh, Jerry Woods, yeah. Oh, Coin Fox in the house, baby. What's going on? How we doing, Noah? What up, Pickler, Rodney, me, Nacho, Ben Stone, Onion, too many photography heads. What's going on, baby? How we doing, Snake? Good morning. Good morning, Sean. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Dr. James Cash. Oh, what up, Lori? Good morning, baby. What about the Twitch? What about the Mercator? Charlie in the tree. What up, Colt? Good morning, baby. Roach Vince, Payday Devo, JP Colt member, Blowing Doe, Blizzy B, Danny V, Epic Eric, 23 Donnie, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. So, Chad, I hope you guys are ready for another 7 hours, man. Let's see where this takes us. Again, I think after the data, you're going to get a little bit of reaction there. And then after that, it just, again, a lot of the stories in the morning today, it's all of the headlines that you're getting from like CES, this partnership and that. So I think your work is cut out for you, my friends. But here is Josh AI with the news, baby. Good morning. Dollar extends losses. Nvidia set for fresh gains. The dollar extended losses on Tuesday as uncertainty over the scope and impact of President-elect Donald Trump's policy kept traders guessing. The gauge for the greenback retreated 0.2% for its third day in the red. The currency whipsawed on Monday, ending the day 0.6% lower after Trump denied headlines that his tariff plans would be scaled back. U.S. Treasuries held steady. In equity markets, U.S. futures were little changed. Nvidia Corp rose 1.9% in pre-market trading after Chief Executive Officer Jensen Huang announced a raft of new chips, software, and services. Uber Technologies Inc. Waynes also gained on news about a collaboration with Nvidia for autonomous driving technology. In the broader market, traders are still grappling with the prospect of rising trade tensions once Trump takes office. Prior to this week's pullback, the dollar had surged more than 7% over a 3-month period as traders anticipated that future U.S. policies would dent global trade and boost the local economy. The greenback's retreat over the past couple of days doesn't constitute a lasting trend, said Jacques Henry, head of cross-asset research at Silex in Geneva. The dollar is in a rising cycle due to the resilience of its economy. That's likely to last, he said. The Canadian dollar continued its advance following Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's resignation as head of the Liberal Party. The yen edged off a 6-month low after Japan's finance minister warned about excessive FX movements. Monday's political headlines triggered the most hectic trading day in nearly 2 months in the currency options markets. Volume surged to $108 billion by the close of trade, surpassing the activity seen on the Federal Reserve and Bank of Japan monetary policy announcement days last month, according to data from Depository Trust and Clearing Corp. In Europe, equities advanced after money markets shrugged off an uptick in regional inflation and kept expectations for European Central Bank interest rate cuts steady. The Stoxx 600 rose 0.2%, clawing back earlier losses of as much as 0.4%. Data showed Euro area consumer prices rose 2.4% from a year ago in December, up from 2.2% in November, and matching the median estimate in a Bloomberg poll. The increase was largely driven by energy costs, which climbed for the first time since July, Eurostat said. Swaps pricing points to just over 100 basis points of ECB easing by year-end. For European markets, a lot of bad news is priced in already. Florian Ielpo, head of macro rhetoric at Lombard Odier Asset Management, said you have a recovery that is only starting, and that recovery can come with a tad more inflation. European equities could be capturing some of that in the next 12 months. Meanwhile, the UK's long-term borrowing costs surged to the highest level since 1998 as investors grapple with a flood of bond sales this year. The yield on 30-year gilts climbed 4 basis points to 5.22% after a sale of same maturity securities. Tencent shares decline after U.S. adds company to Chinese military blacklist, and the U.S. has blacklisted Tencent Holdings Limited and contemporary Amperex Technology Company Limited for alleged links to the Chinese military, targeting the world's biggest gaming publisher and top electric vehicle battery maker in a surprise move weeks before Donald Trump takes office. Cadle, a major supplier to Tesla Inc., joined Tencent on a federal register of entities deemed to have ties with the People's Liberation Army. Both companies protested their inclusion as a mistake, saying they have no ties with the military. Tencent stock slid more than 7% in Hong Kong, notching its biggest drop since October. Cattle shares fell about 3%. Water under the bridge. Bridgewater Associates dismissed 7% of its workforce Monday as the world's biggest hedge fund seeks to remain lean and maintain the flexibility to hire top talent, according to a person familiar with the matter. The cuts affect about 90 employees, said the person, who asked not to be identified because the information hasn't been announced publicly. The firm, whose headcount is now back to where it was in 2023, will continue hiring selectively, the person said. Canadian replacement Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada and Bank of England, said he's considering entering the race to replace Justin Trudeau as Canada's prime minister. Carney said he's encouraged and honored by the support that I've already been hearing from Liberal lawmakers and supporters who want us to move forward with positive change and a winning economic plan. Top overnight news: Fed Governor Bowman is reportedly the top candidate to replace Fed's Barr as vice chair of supervision. Semaphore. New York judge denied U.S. President-elect Trump's request to delay sentencing in hush money case RTRS. U.S. President-elect Trump commented on Truth Social that many people in Canada love being the 51st state, and the U.S. can no longer suffer the massive trade deficits and subsidies Canada needs to stay afloat. Furthermore, he stated if Canada merged with the U.S., there would be no tariffs, taxes would go down, and they would be completely secure from the threat of Russian and Chinese ships constantly surrounding them. Canada reportedly considers an early release of retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. Globe and Mail. China Foreign Ministry on U.S. President-elect Trump talking to President Xi through aides about the exchanges between China-U.S. says China attaches importance to the remarks of Trump. Chinese state-sponsored hackers penetrated the executive branch of the Philippines government and stole sensitive data as part of a years-long campaign, people familiar said. BBG, the yen retreated from a 6-month low. Japan Finance Minister Katsunobu Kato reiterated Tokyo's discomfort over excessive foreign exchange moves and put speculators on notice that authorities are ready to act to stabilize a faltering yen. RTRS Eurozone CPI for DEC was right in line with the street at plus 2.4%. Headline up from plus 2.2% in NAV and plus 2.7% core. Flat versus NAV. BBG Eurozone inflation expectations rise according to the latest ECB survey, climbing from 2.5% to 2.6% over 12 months and from 2.1% to 2.4% over 36 months. The 2.4% is the highest since July 2024. ECB Nvidia shares rose pre-market tilde plus 2% after it unveiled a new lineup including gaming chips and a $3,000 desktop computer. The chip maker also announced partnerships with Toyota and Uber, showcasing its vision for AI-powered robots, factories, and self-driving vehicles. BBG.mu Micron plus 4.82% after Jensen Huang disclosed that Micron is providing the memory chips for NVIDIA's newest GPUs. BBG, Mark Carney said he's considering entering the race to replace Justin Trudeau as Canada's PM. The former BOC and BOE chief, who is chair of Bloomberg Inc. and Brookfield Asset Management, joins a list of possible contenders with ex-finance minister Chrystia Freeland. BBG U.S. corporate bankruptcies have hit their highest level since the aftermath of the global financial crisis as elevated interest rates and weakened consumer demand punish struggling groups. At least 686 U.S. companies filed for bankruptcy in 2024, up about 8% from 2023 and higher than any year since the 828 filings in 2010. So, Congress won't be able to dial back portions of Biden's 2021 infrastructure law to pay for other priorities, according to a memo, dealing a blow to the GOP's fiscal ambitions. Politico. Bro, just imagine if we've replaced Joe Biden with Janet Yellen. So that's what you guys are doing, Canada. So good morning. S&P futures, they are up by 0.2 in Tuesday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance to start the week as big tech and semis rallied while the equal weight S&P finished slightly lower and defensives and rate-sensitive names saw some pressure. Treasury slightly weaker across the curve after bear steepening on Monday. Dollar down by 0.1. Gold is up by 1. Bitcoin off by 1.7. And WTI is up by 0.5. Quiet from a headline perspective following a busy Monday. Some focus on Nvidia's CEO keynote at CES, particularly in terms of emphasis on physical AI. Also still busy in terms of sell-side rating changes and several notable moves today. Apple and Tesla downgraded, Bank in America and Disney upgraded. Upside breakout in big tech, weak breadth, Trump 2.0 volatility, tariffs, reconciliation, the latest examples, busy macro week ahead, non-farms on Friday, elevated rates, treasury, corporate supply, recent hedge fund selling, pickup in M&A, and looming wave of pre-announcement activity, and favorable near-term seasonality. January, biggest month of inflows, some of the other areas of focus. November, JOLTS, and December, ISM on the economic calendar this morning. Fed Barkin also scheduled to speak, treasury selling $39 billion of 10-year notes. Looking ahead, ADP private payrolls, the focus on Wednesday morning, followed by December minutes afternoon. Fed Waller also scheduled to speak. Treasury selling $22 billion of 30-year bonds on Thursday. Non-farms initial claims on Friday. And then University of Michigan consumer sentiment caps off the week. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang keynote at CES featured a range of new products, services, and partnerships with Uber and AUR. Bloomberg piece highlighted complaints and ridicule surrounding Apple AI. Meta announced 3 new board members and shift from third-party fact-checking to community notes model. Ulta announced CEO transition effective immediately, raised Q4 guidance to reflect better performance during the holidays. Very busy on the M&A front. SYK to acquire Nari for $4.9 billion in cash. NXPI to acquire T-Tech Auto for $625 million. PSX to acquire Epic Y-Grade and Epic Y-Grade for total cash consideration of $2.2 billion. Cintas reportedly made offer to acquire UNF for $5.1 billion. Paychecks confirmed they will purchase Paycor for $22.50, and SSTK and Getty to merge companies. Wow, that is a lot of M&A activity. Good morning. Welcome to 25, baby. Yeah, go look at the clip of Mark Zuckerberg explaining why they're shifting. They're going to community notes model Mark Zuckerberg was bagging on the fact checkers. There was more, though. Nvidia unveils robot training tech to speed up developments, new gaming chips, and Toyota deal. Tencent Cattle added to Pentagon list of companies that work with China military. Nippon Steel said it is not considering any alternatives to U.S. steel deal. Apple stepping up plans to expand News app alongside work to improve effectiveness. Microsoft plans $3 billion investment to expand AI cloud capacity in India. Stryker to perch Nari for 4.9. Metataps UFC chair Dana White as major Trump ally for their boards. Ulta new CEO. Interest rate toll leads U.S. corporate bankruptcies to hit 14-year high. Bridgewater, latest hedge fund to announce head cut counts. Eurozone inflation edges up in December. Holiday season fails to deliver boost for UK retail sector. U.S. longshoremen, port owners met in secret Sunday ahead of new round of union negotiations opening today. Trump expected to meet with GOP senators Wednesday over reconciliation bill. U.S. Congress certifies Trump's presidential win. December central bank rate cuts have taken last year's easing push to historic levels. Moscow claims advances in eastern Ukraine. Fends off attack in Kursk. After Trudeau's resignation announcement, focus on what comes next. Whoa, there's still a little more, baby. A little more. Pre-market movers, so not too bad. Good morning. There's, I think, 5 different buyouts today, or mergers. Kind of crazy. So AUR up 33.5. What is this? Innovation Continental Nvidia form strategic partnership on driverless trucks. Micron is up 4.2. Nvidia mentioned at CES 25. Carvana up 4.1. RBC upgrade. Myrna is up 3.9 off bird flu. Uber is up by 2.9. Collaboration with Nvidia. Ulta up 2.9. CEO transition. Q4 update. Team is up by 2.5. Truist upgrade. Snow is up by 2.4. Wells Fargo upgrade. GFL is up 2.2 to sell environmental service business to Apollo. ONON is up 2.3. Bank of America reinstitutes buy. Nvidia up 2.2. CES. EQ&R 2.2 Morgan Stanley upgrade. Shell 2.1 Morgan Stanley upgrade. Citi 1.5 Truist initiates buy. Bank of America Truist initiates buy. Symbiotic up 1.3 names new CTO. Zoom is up by 1.2 Wells Fargo upgrade. Disney upgrade by Redburn Atlantic. UNF is up 37 reportedly receives takeover offer for 275. SSTK is up 27. Getty and Shutterstock merge. Nari is up 27.1 buyout. Enovix up 7.5. DHT is up 5.6. Verna up 4.9 guidance and program updates. PX is up by 3.6. JP Morgan upgrade. Beam up 3.2. Bernstein upgrade. Run up 2.7. BNP Paribas upgrade. ACHC up 2.7. KeyBank upgrade. ALK 2.2. Susquehanna upgrade. Bros up 2. Barclays upgrade. Cake up 2. Oppenheimer upgrade. Novax up 1.7. Bird flu. IMRX up 1.11. Phase 2 trial updates. Plans to expand trial with additional arms. MSAI is up 84. Leadership changes. Getting merging with Shutterstock. INVS up 28, showcasing perception software at Nvidia event. CRMD up 19 off guidance. ARBE up 50 from collaboration with Nvidia yesterday. Mesa up 10, aircraft and airline sales agreement. Zena up 10, LOI to acquire workforce scheduling software company. Tello up 9.2, filing from preclinical study on Progenia. AHR is up 5.3, initial production order. RZLT 4.2, breakthrough therapy designation. FDA for Arazotug in treatment of hypoglycemia. AVR is up 2.5. TD Cohen initiates buy. OSER up 2.4. OraQuick HIV self-test now approved for use in adolescents. Gold and silver stocks trading higher. UMC down 2.3. December revenue update. RPM down 2.1. Earnings. Tesla down 1.7. Downgrade. SYK down 1.2 to acquire Nari. Datadog down 1.2. Truist downgrade. DNLI down 5.9. Top line results. Phase 2 trial. APOG down 5 off earnings. ZI down 3.1. Wells Fargo downgrade. RNG down 2 off Wells Fargo downgrade. And there's a couple more. And then SLRN down 29. Phase 2 data and Bitcoin stocks trading lower. Habibi, this is so many, man. So many. So Chatadonia, I hope you guys are locked and loaded. That is your first part there of the news. All we have left is plays. I think that's pretty much it. Again, a lot of different buyouts. Within an hour of the bell, you are going to get that data, and then we'll see where everything takes us. But I think we got good time. I'm going to try to use the bathroom if all commercial breaks will allow. Where we at, baby? Where we at? What do we got? Beautiful. fact-checking program.
Things, including
all right, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade and Fraternity, and Real Cult News on Twitter.
And then having influence here as well, conceivably. I mean, there wasn't that long ago that Zuckerberg and Musk were at each other's throats, by the way.
Just like he was.
Remember,
with
we
Jensen
almost
Wong.
had that caged match it was going to be in the Colosseum in Rome. And I was hoping to be one of the announcers. What a moment that would have been.
That would have been
amazing. And it just never happened.
I'm
now,
sorry.
I don't know.
I'm
Now
sorry.
they're kind of like, I don't know if they're friends, but they're following each other.
Well, there's a lot of people who would, look, I mean, I debated giving $1 million.
Oh, to the well, everybody's doing it.
David
and I
didn't
gave
want to
him
be
a
left out. But then I didn't get invited to Davos, so if I'm not going to go to Davos, I'm not going to go to the inaugural. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to stay home and watch the Eagles go all the way.
The other point on Meta is Dana White joining the board,
Yeah,
which
now, how
again
about
is
that?
also fascinating. Obviously, Mr. White, a very successful businessman, having built the UFC. Now, remember, it's a part of Endeavor, or TKO, excuse me, sorry, which has done very well, by the way.
Yes, it had
Public
what a
company.
stock.
Yeah, Endeavor's going private, but.
No, but it's,
And, that conceivably will, I mean, by the way, the interesting boardroom there. You got Dana White in there. I mean, who knows what could happen?
with Hawk Tan. Can
Who
you
knows?
imagine?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Who knows what could happen? And obviously, Dana White is close to President-elect Trump.
I got to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
See what that's like.
Do you think that Zuckerberg is trying to narrow the lead that Musk has in terms of influence?
Well, I think he wants to play ball. I think that.
Everybody's confused. I want to get you guys the clip of it because Mark Zuckerberg was talking about it. He's like, I thought we were fostering truth during 2020 and promoting democracy, and all it did was make people not trust us. It's really weird watching Mark Zuckerberg turn into a human. I'm not going to lie to you, but that being said, Chatadonia, we got a couple minutes remaining. You are here right now, ready to go. I got a couple of plays. We'll see where today goes. Again, I think after the data, we're going to really see what today is about, and there's still a lot on the table, but you're here right now, baby. You heard Jim Cramer talk about the inauguration and all this other stuff, and Mark Zuckerberg. What is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Fubo, NQ shorts, NVO shares, buy in Fubo, Opti, maybe sell some Tesla, Mark Zuckerberg, human crazy? Long, Nvidia, Kato sleeps, Nvidia call, Roku 100, good morning. Spy puts, SEDG long, bullish on Dana White, Art call, Micron, Spy puts, trimming Fubo calls, watching Meta, 2 Disney, long-term Nvidia, Qualcomm, buy shares, 5K, Amazon long, short leap, sell Tesla, Meta puts, Spy puts, shorting Tesla below 400, plug $3 call, Fubo continuation, Nvidia, Hoth swing, long ARBE, calls on the Peach, make XTIA free, LiDAR stocks, holding SMTI, MSTR, 1 to 3-month bill, T-bill ladder, JSPR calls, SPYV puts, Sound, Doge long, good morning, ABT long, RXRX calls, Dell, QQQ, AI growing, Uber, Neo, and the final plays. QQQ calls, MSTR puts at 400, SPY both ways, FNMA shorts, and Nvidia leg day, and longing Tesla below 400. Wow, Habibi. Wow. Surprisingly, not as many Teslas as I expected. So I'm going to be watching Nvidia and then Micron and then AUR. These are all from CES. Again, AUR, that's the one. Yesterday was ARBE. So we're going to see how this one plays out. And then Uber, all of a sudden, with all of the AI stuff, everyone's like, well, the data's with Uber. And Nvidia is partnering with Uber. So people got bullish on that. We have an old call on that. So I think that one's up. And then UNF got the buyout. Before they confirmed it, it had like a $40 gap about like an hour ago. And that came up a little bit. So watch out for that. There's 3 different ones. Again, you saw Nari yesterday. And then INVC, they were also part of the Nvidia stuff. And then KRE, we talked about that yesterday if we have an opportunity to double dip. So, Chatadonia, that's what we have. And look at the time. Is it good time? No, I think we'll do it now, though. I think we might as well, baby. We might as well. Why waste any time? And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people. Honored, man, every single year. You have no idea. And I'm talking about the veterans, man, and the people who have served this country and the families. And I hope all of y'all get long terms. I hope we can help you out in any way. We owe you a debt, man, for real. Y'all have given up so much for our freedoms day in and day out. And most of us don't even realize it, man. So the least we could do every single day, and it truly is an honor. Veterans, the families, thank you for everything you have given for this country, and thank you for all you have given, regardless of what anybody has given back. You guys are the real ones. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go. Oh, man, this is a fresh one, bro. It's a fresh horn. That's why I don't know if you know it hits, bro. Oh, good morning. And what is this? Death toll from quake in China's Tibet region rises to 126? What? So, wow. Okay. But, yeah, I guess there was an earthquake in China. I did not hear about that one. Okay, it's getting hot in here. So, Chattadonia, we got about 3 minutes. We are ahead of schedule. We've gone over the plays. We've gone over everything. Is there any questions? Anybody have any questions about crocodile jackets, Nvidia, the data this morning? Again, we went over the ISM. I do think the ISM is going to be big today. I think people are getting a little bullish on jobs, or they think the jobs are going to come in stronger, which makes sense given the ISM. Other than that, though, again, you're going to have like 2 or 3 sets of jobs data, and then 2 Fed speakers, I believe. And then actually a Fed speaker every day out from here. So, whoa! But game time, baby. Game time. How many Crocs did it make? Oh, I don't know. Oh, you didn't. The crocodile jacket. So your boy Jensen came out yesterday, and it wasn't a leather jacket. It was a crocodile jacket. And just there's a lot of lore behind crocodile jackets. So that's it. That's it. That was honestly peak Jensen. I'm just saying he didn't wear that one last year. That's it. Well, you could debate the cost of that jacket. That's a whole nother topic. But, oh, man, he's ready to go. He's ready to go. But, Chad, we got 2 minutes. Any other questions, you let me know. Like that video, and let's have a good day. Let us have a good day. I think it should be pretty chill. And then, again, within like 30 minutes, an hour, that's when the data will come out. And then remember what we've been talking about yesterday. I really hope you guys paid attention to a lot of the headlines this morning, because what you'll notice, most of the news today, I doubt you're going to get anything new besides the data. So a lot of everyone is just going to be talking about Nvidia all day, all the partnerships, the buyouts, all of that. So keep that in mind, my friends. Keep that in mind. And again, bonds too. We talked about it yesterday on the watch list, just what happens if we start looking like the end of 2021. That is where people are a little bit worried about it. So we will see. Did I play Editas this morning? I did not. No, we talked about it on the watch list, though. But, yeah, I did not touch it this morning. Yeah, so it's chilling, though. Not bad. Not bad at all. But get ready. 1 minute, 36 seconds. Again, I'm going to be looking at Nvidia and a couple of the CES ones. I don't know if I want to go for the AUR. Again, it seems a little bit gambly. But the fact of the matter is, just every single day in the last couple of weeks here, these Nvidia partnerships have been waking things up. It kind of feels like quantum. It's a little different, but again, you had ARBE yesterday. Today you have AUR. There's like Enovix and then INV whatever. So there's like 3 of them today. I don't know if they're going to hold up all day, but if you want something more gambling, that'll be it. China, I feel good, but China's doing terrible, and a part of it is with the currency. So the Chinese yuan hitting one of its lowest levels now, I think since 2023. It is the worst start to the year in China stocks since 2016. And Chinese and Asian currencies, if you took all of the Asian currencies and compared their values to the dollar, it is the lowest in the last 20 years. So it's a pretty terrible start. We're going to find out, but both China and Donald Trump, they are keeping their dry powder. If you think about it, China has not gone full kitchen sink just yet. They're waiting. Donald Trump is not giving you any clear indication on the scope of his tariffs. So I think they're both, we might be getting ready for a little bit of negotiation. But either way, 15 seconds, Chad. Let's have a good one. Make some call outs. Let's have some fun. And good luck. Good luck, and don't get smashed at the beginning of the year. Be paid in long term. Oh, man, we have to talk a lot about the long term. A lot of good plays out there. But get ready. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, so AUR, I'll keep that one up for a little bit. We'll see what it does. Tesla down. So ironically, Tesla got a downgrade, but their price target was raised. So I don't know if it was Barclays or Morgan Stanley. They literally raised the price target and then downgraded the stock to a sell. All right, and then Nvidia is up 2 or 3. Again, Micron was the real winner out of any of those yesterday. That moved the most while we were watching it. And then it's still up 3-4. It was up 10 yesterday after hours. That was insane. AMD, Chicle. I thought AMD and Intel were going to do a lot worse, but they didn't. So, honestly, Intel's even up right now. You have Baidu on the low. See what happens with the China stocks. Yeah, they were doing decent in the morning, but they're already flipping. Again, you're going to have data here in a little bit. Qubits are running. I don't think we've had any quantum, both good or bad headlines in a while. So, I think they're going to just keep doing their thing. Yeah, even IonQ is barely up. Where's coin and crypto? 5th YouTube ad. I turned on the YouTube default settings after yesterday, so they might fuck with you today. We'll see. Let me know after that. But, dude, yesterday was annoying, bro. They kicked out literally half of you after I said, I talked about Nintendo 64 Mario and Luigi. This is wild, bro. Wild. Palantir Freefall. I mean, they're still at 75. Oh, yeah, and then Ulta has a new CEO. They're going up. Ulta's up 6%. So that was one that we had on the list there for a little bit. Medtronic, I think EW, and then again, UNF. UNF, there's $35. The stock is already up 41%, though. So, again, the buyout price is $275. They're trading at $240, but the stock is literally up $70 on the day. Tesla going. Let's see here. Oh, no way. Uber, Nvidia, yeah. I don't know if it was like explicitly announced, but pretty much the vibe after yesterday was that all of this like self-driving physical AI stuff with Nvidia, people were talking about Uber having all of the data and working with them. So again, I think Uber randomly became a winner. It was kind of unexpected. So yeah, we have old calls from last year. When do they expire? Oh, in March. Yeah, so those are up like 30% right now. Not too bad. Europe doing well, yeah. Just watch out for the bond yields there, too. That's something that we talked about that was a little not good. Is AUR going? It's holding up, so just watch out for that. Again, ARBE, that was the one yesterday. Is today going to turn red? I think that'll, anything will happen. I don't know if it'll be solely on the data, but the data we're going to get here shortly will probably be your driver. But then again, the last couple of days, you kind of get one move for the first half and then another move for the second half, kind of regardless of what's going on. And then, too, whatever happens with the Mag 7, don't forget that. Nvidia, Meta, a lot of these companies, literally to start off January, they have all ran up. Nvidia's up 10%. So don't forget how much that affects the broader market. It's your birthday, baby. Happy birthday, Bamfi. Amen. 2025. What a great way to start the year. My goodness. Carvana back above 200. Those plays are still up, though, man. Carvana has been a wild one. Is Estee Lauder going up? Yeah, that one's still running. Good value. Again, take a look at Ulta. Myrna, dude. Myrna is like really, really weird. Again, Myrna is up today on bird flu. And ironically, I showed you guys the odds of the bird flu stuff yesterday. Like the odds of a bird flu right now, people are betting on it. It's not high at all, but literally Myrna and another company are up on a bird flu headline today. Washington Post lays off 4% of workforce. And then Getty jumps 31 on merger news. Snap, yeah, they got a little pop there, 1280. Actually kind of crazy, they're at 13. And then Meta is coming down. Again, Meta went crazy at the end of the day yesterday. Some value pop in. Let's see. Coca-Cola. Ford on the high. Oklo again. Remember, you had a lot of that. SPY coming up or down. But you had a lot of the Oklo nuclear plays yesterday. Where do you bet on the bird flu? They have it on those like event betting websites like Polymarket if you like crypto or Kalshi. But I just looked at those. There's very low volume on them. But I'm just looking at them to see. I thought it was funny in the sense of you could get some information of how people feel on it. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's we've heard a lot of different things. I brought it up because people were asking me about bird flu, the China virus that people heard about recently, all these other things. And I'm not too worried about it. But, you know, if things developed, you could pay attention and see. But I think it's funny that, you know, Myrna's moving up 5% or 6% on something people aren't too worried about, but maybe it's the beginning of something, but I highly doubt that. And then bonds still coming up here. Again, your data is going to be coming out in 30 minutes anyways. Shit, good luck. You know someone with bird flu in Cali? That's wild. I had somebody, they said they thought they got it because they had no idea what it was. But other than that, I still, I don't know. I'm not buying it. Not yet. Until, like I said, until I start seeing people just fall down on live leak looking ass videos, I'm not really, yeah, that's because that's what happened last time, more or less. Yeah, Pepsi drip. Pepsi's great. Again, we talked about a lot of these value names yesterday. And they're doing decent. I mean, the Dow's up 0.4. Dow and Russell are actually doing better than SPY and NASDAQ. So we will see. NASDAQ flat. Kind of crazy. But then again, Meta, Nvidia, they gave us a little bit of that lift yesterday. Even Amazon and Google. And so none of the bigger stocks are doing good. Everybody else is working. Fed Barkin says Fed remains highly committed to 2% inflation target. So, and then bonds, see if they go green on that. But again, even if bonds go green, they might go red again. Don't forget, you have a huge bond auction as well. So not only do you have all of that data, you have all of that, what's it called? You have all of the data, and you're going to have a, $30 billion 10-year auction? So that's going to be a 10 or 1. You had meta pneumonia virus in summer in West Virginia. What's that? Is that bird flu? All right. Where's Nvidia? So Nvidia sold off from the morning. Again, Micron was up literally 10% yesterday. So I guess it's still kind of holding. It says 3.4 now. But they've came down. Tesla's starting to go. Again, they had the downgrade in the morning. That's the new China virus. Oh, I did not know that. So we'll see. Again, I mean, until I really start seeing things, I think it's been a very weird transition to Donald Trump. You know, a lot of things have been happening, but nothing has happened at the same time. And it just, I don't know if the water is boiling up or not, but that's why I'm saying, you know, just like we talked about, you got to find the right balance between new information and reaction function. So whatever it is, keep your eyes out for all of this stuff. But at the end of the day, I hope you guys have, you know, one broader plan for things. And then at the same time, not really, you know, you react when it's kind of a little bit more confirmed, but we'll see. I have no idea. And like I'm saying, it's a very slow transition. You know what I'm saying? Like it is, yeah. It's the transition period. It got me weird. I'm not as weird about it. I just feel how slow we're moving, but you see all the people resigning, people changing spots. You're getting all this random stuff. And then, again, do you guys realize that you guys know nothing has happened? Like, look at the dollar and look at the data. Do you realize none of the data in the last 3 to 4 months has changed outside of like half a standard deviation? So that means you blew up the bond market and you blew up expectations on the economy all off of the media. I have no other way to put it. So take that how you please, but what I mean by that is like literally the data has, even down to the dollar, I have another tinfoil on it, but at the end of the day, it's just like this last 3-4 months, nothing has really been different in terms of inflation to economic to jobs data. So it's very interesting, and that's welcome to the transition period. So we'll find out very, very shortly. But until then, all these little events, I mean, you're going to kind of have to juggle. But, take a look at what, we just had one of the worst end of the years after a crazy VIX spike, a couple months before. And now you're doing this back and forth. I mean, we're up 4% from just this low. And that was only a couple of days ago. So, like, you have a weird level of volatility that remains. And now, again, with where the bonds are at, the dollar, you got people both a mix of bullish, and they all positioned for this a couple weeks and months ago. But now at the same time, too, you're a little bit worried about expectations, dollar, bonds, and if this is a repeat of 21 to 22. So, like I'm saying, we're going to take in a lot of data, but be ready to react, but don't be so reactionary, because there's a lot of things right now with not too much ground movement. And when it does happen, though, I'm sure you will all notice it. Micron is going up. So there you go. That's continuing. Boeing on the high now. Market setting conflicting. Well, it's not like it's unusual, but what's usual is this to happen, but it would be unusual if it stayed like this for like a year. Does that make sense? So it's not weird that the dollar, bonds, and, one day they'll move up, maybe they'll move opposite, maybe they'll correlate. That's fine, even if it does it for a couple of weeks, right? But if it does it for a very long time, that's unusual. And that would be screaming of another problem amongst other things. But that's what I'm saying. For now, it's not. Just you go with caution, but I wouldn't necessarily be scared as much as I'm not just reacting to everything. That's kind of my take on this. Not to mention the diversification and, just the general plans we have. Tesla back to green now. So that's going up. Yeah, Disney got an upgrade this morning. So that was good. Disney's up 2%, 113. And then Uber, they came down a little bit. Carvana's on the high. And Sunrun. How's Solar doing? Solar's on fire today, actually. Why is TAN up 3? Walgreens popped to 10. It's doing good, too. They're up 5. CVS is up 1. I think a lot of value did good today. NASDAQ back to green. NASDAQ is the worst on the day. So literally Apple, Meta, Amazon, Nvidia, Google, they are just kind of meandering today while everybody else is starting to run. Very interesting. I know UNF. That one's chilling. And who's the other one? Ulta. Nvidia headed south. Well, remember, Nvidia is literally up 10% on the year, that after doing nothing. And then China reports 130 injuries in Tibet earthquake. And then Fed barking if more price pressures have to be together with rates. So again, actually, ever since Fed barking started speaking, the bonds started chilling out. The ads are awful. Well, let me see. Let's see if they kick you out. So let me mention tinfoil in like an hour, and let me see what they do. Because all I did was turn on Apple default settings on like I redid the whole entire stream. Myrna on the high again. Again, that one's weird, bro. Literally, Myrna's up 8% on bird flu. That was just the headline. And then I showed you guys yesterday those odds. I think it's kind of funny. I know, yes. That's why I tried the slow mode. I kept the subscriber thing, but that's it. So where is it? Myrna. Yeah. Myrna stock jumps amid bird flu vaccine hope after first U.S. death. But then where is it? Oh, I don't think that one has a market. Yeah, bro, they got weird ass ones. Dude, there's like a lot of these. That's so weird. That's what I'm saying, man. This is a new thing. This whole idea of having crypto odds on every event in the world. It's very, very weird. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like lately, anytime something has happened, people have been rushing to this. That's why I've been like, if we don't see any of that movement, I'm not too worried yet, or until you get like actual data of it. Why is it called bird flu? I think because it comes from animals, but I don't know. Ask Fauci about that or somebody. I'm not the guy. I own Q 52-week high again. Myrna's up on that though, so that's why we're talking about that. That's in the bottom right. And then now Google. So watch if those big sevens come up. I think you're going to get a bid. Google's on the high. Nvidia basing out. At least Nvidia's not in the red. Amazon's in the red. Microsoft is in the green now. And then Meta is in the red. So if those come up, man, there you go. Look at just like that, 2 or 3 minutes. NASDAQ's up a quarter now. And then there's Micron again as well. Joby on the high. Interesting. And then bonds came down. So literally, I think it was just natural bond movement, but the bond movement correlates with Fed Barkin comments. Just before data. Oh, yeah, we got 15 more minutes. It's not bad. Google all-time high. I mean, it might, but what you want from Google is another update on that quantum so that all your other quantum stocks can go crazy. But yeah, remember, it was all since here, around there. But yeah, they're about to break out, about to hit 200. Stop swallowing so loud? Okay, my bad, bro. My bad. Stop talking so loud. You distract me. I had to ban you. I'm sorry. Now you're banned and have to listen. Go to Bloomberg.com. I think you'll fit in a lot better. I need to breathe more from my nose. I did that. I'm getting back on the mouth tape. Oh, I gotta. I ban over the smallest things. Yeah, I do. I really do. Even this year, like I just banned you for that dumb shit too. I'm just not dealing with anybody. We offer a free service. It's a lot of fun. All the news is public. You feel free to listen, but if y'all ain't with it, I'm not going to deal with negative people, So good luck, and I wish you the best of life and do your thing, get a long term, but I'm not your father, your brother. I have no idea who you are. I don't know you. You don't know me. So live your life, brother. But, yeah, that's it. No one have time for your little side-eye comments. Get it how you fit in, player. Tell him, baby. Tell him. Amen. Oh, no, I appreciate you too. That's what I'm saying, man. I got a lot of love for that. And then even then too, though, that's it. So those are your bands of the day. Every other band, I'm not even going to tell y'all anything. So that's it. Y'all don't even get any more attention. But yeah, do your thing, baby. Do your thing, baby. No, I'll check Walgreens right now. Trump asked New York State Appeal Commission to dismiss hush money case hearing ahead of sentencing. Where is it? You said Walgreens, because that was up 10. Walgreens and Visory Health Inc. New Deal. Now have discounted medication through Visory Health. That's all I see from 6:01 a.m. Yeah. And it's like 5-7 different articles on it. And then concerns over Walgreens acquisition by Sycamore overshadows fundamentals, says UBS the day before. Edit Popper. So again, Edit is getting ready for the event. Let me double check because it made a decent move today. But like I was telling you guys from the watch list yesterday, the other things are going to, it's going to be JP Morgan Health Conference. That's it. All right, I'll give you the tinfoil and we'll just see if it kicks you out. But I don't say anything controversial. Because that's what I want to figure out, bro. Trump to hold news conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Any news today? Yes, we're about to get data here in a little bit. Most of the news came out in the morning, and that's where, I don't know if you guys realize it, I think that's kind of what's going on. You're getting most of, like 80, 75% of your stories are all in the AM, like at 5 a.m. And then it's the rest of the day just reiterating them, remixing them, and then going from there unless there's like a buyout or something. So, and then we get the fresh data. But other than that, most of the headlines are from the AM right now, and there's been a lot of M&A activity today, the CES stuff and the chips, and then a couple of individual notes, and then a lot of upgrades that we went over. So very interesting. Oh, I don't have the news ticker? Oh, yeah, it's been up the whole time. I had it up. I didn't show you. My bad. That was from yesterday. Watch this. And then Bond's going to low again ever since Barkin started commenting, but I don't think it was his comments. I just think that was just a weird Bond move. I think you guys are used to it by now. The JP, it's a health conference. So they do it every year. It's at the beginning of January. It's going to be on the 15th next week. And these health companies and biotechs, they go to this conference and they present data, and sometimes they make big announcements. So some companies that have data that they've been looking to announce, they use this event to do that, and then you'll hear about phase 1, 2, 3 trials depending on the company. So that's why Editas and a couple of others, they're already on the list of presenters. I would take a look at it if you are interested in that. That's what we talked about on the watch list yesterday, because those names might start getting some moves. So we will see. Google 200. And then even Intel up, SPY holding, but again, Amazon, Google, and the other, I think Amazon's still red, but we'll see. Vanny, we talked about it on the watch list yesterday, and we talked about it on stream yesterday as well, too, so you're going to have to get up to speed with that. Make Greenland great again. Do you guys know we've been trying to buy Greenland since like 1816? Do you know that? So we often like offer to buy Greenland. So this isn't just like a new Trump thing, but then they always reject. But then we have a treaty. There's, I think, is it the Netherlands Treaty? And then we have like a say on their defense. It's actually wild. And then, why is homeboy really trying to bring Canada into America? That was that statement this morning. That really, I'm like, oh, this isn't like a joke. Like at first I was like, ha 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 ha. And then now I'm like, wait a minute. He really be sitting there telling somebody to write a tweet about this. And he's like, nah. I'm like, okay, hold up. Nah, he really wants Canada. Mm-hmm. Think Louisiana purchase of 2025. I think he's being sarcastic, but then I'm like, that statement today, I'm like, wait a minute, man. That's it. Just listen. Let me put it this way. If I joke about becoming Intel CEO one more time, I'm probably going to do it. At one point, bro, you got to stop joking about it. I'm like, hold on, man. This fool brings up one more. We going to buy Canada. I'm like, dude, hold on, man. This ain't. You ain't joking anymore, bro. Calm down. Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me of Musk and Twitter. No, in a weird way it does, yeah. He gonna get peer pressured into buying a country? That's insane. That's insane. Bitcoin and XAU? What do we got? So Bitcoin, yesterday was the first day Bitcoin went up above 100K in 2025. I didn't know that. Gold is doing good today. So that's actually, I'm very surprised. I thought gold was going to plummet after all of that. So in a weird way, gold is the one that's holding up when it shouldn't. Go look at bonds, dollar, very, very odd. Even with the debt ceiling shit too, or everything we were dealing with. So that one's interesting, but it's holding. And then Bitcoin, I just think these are still going to be, again, tied to the dollar once again. But, all right, that's what it is, man. I'll give you guys the tinfoil. I don't know. Maybe, are they going to ban me for it? We'll see, bro. We'll see. This will be our test. I think this will be a good test. Okay, are you ready? So here's the deal. Your tinfoil, and you guys didn't like the video, but that's okay. You know why? Because Yash is back. So you deal with Yash, I don't care about the likes. Fair enough. Right? Amen? Amen. The data is going to come out in 5 minutes. So here is my tinfoil of the day. It's funny because the marketer, you tagged me in this morning. I thought this was funny. So he tagged me in this one this morning. Switzerland has been importing disinflation for 2 years via currency, but now domestic inflation is falling as well. So here is my tinfoil. I keep telling you guys about the dollar, right? And I keep telling you how it's extremely strong all of a sudden. And it kind of doesn't, it makes sense, but it doesn't. Because other times you have literally, nominally had the dollar at a way stronger price, but it hasn't been this strong, right? So here's my tinfoil. This is all conspiracy. I'm assuming, is there some basis to macroeconomics? There is, but I have zero way to confirm this factually. So that being said, take this with a grain of salt. But my belief now is that all of the Western countries, Europe and America, I think the dollar is getting this massive strength because they're not working together anymore. I feel like the last 4 years, they all just had some, forgive my language, a circle jerk of dollars and debt to kind of facilitate whatever we've dealt with, because that's why the dollar nominally would increase, but the trade-weighted difference never really had an effect. That's why all of the valuations we've seen in the last 4 years, I really think the values were inflated, but it didn't represent the trade-weighted activity, which is mind-blowing. Again, they even stopped giving that data, which I was telling you guys not too long ago. So my tinfoil is that all these European countries now are going to drain that fake liquidity and kind of just go back to normal now. And if we stop working together, again, we're pretty much all going to diverge on policy is essentially, and I've talked about this, so it's not that new, but it's just something where I'm like, man, go look at the Europe, now Switzerland and all these other currencies. It's just why is it now? Now they have no inflation. Now the dollar is really strong. Trade-weighted data is showing something else. It's what just happened? So, yeah, man, you tell me. But that's my tinfoil. I don't know. Is it going to... I don't know. Nobody cut out? No, so I guess we're good for now. I guess I'll talk about healthcare in an hour and we'll see. And yeah, let's get to the data. So get ready, my brethren. Where is it? Monday, Tuesday. Oh, I am on a whole different clock. Nvidia flushing. Yeah, I see that on the low ticker, and then Rigetti. So you got a computing stock coming down. I don't know. U.S. deposing sanctions on RFD leader. No, I don't see anything. Nvidia dumping, and I'm seeing again, that was the first time I saw a robo play. Now IoT on the low. Yeah, a lot of the chip. Remember, yesterday was 2 days. The biggest 2-day move on chips in a year. You guys know that, right? It was actually a big 2-day move. Like, we've been getting a lot of activity. And then Intel's still up, but yeah, they all kind of went down there. And then take a look at those robotics companies or the quantum plays. They all went down. All right, and then get ready. Data comes out in 1 minute. Yeah, so JOLTS jobs opening and then the ISM, both at the same time. So the number you're looking for is like 77 on the JOLTS, and ISM expected to come in at 54. Watch ISM employment and watch the ISM prices. Those will both be important as well. So good luck. All right, 30. Again, bonds move a lot on ISM. I don't know, panic flush. You're going to get movement, but, I think the real move will be decided in a couple of hours. But, you're going to get movement off of this. Again, both sets of data are important, and they come out at the same time. So get ready. 5 seconds. And we're off. Bonds getting a cheek laid down. ISM services 54.1, so a little bit above or below depending on how you want to look at it. One estimate was 53.7, consensus around 54, so it's a little bit up there. JOLTS jobs openings ripped. Jeez. Bro, JOLTS just ripped up by 600,000. That is your highest JOLTS since May. Arguably, you're getting back to beginning of the years. Again, last year, around this time, you had a similarly high number. ISM prices page rocketed up to 64.4 versus 58.4. Yeah. No, I don't think that's bullish. I think bonds might die even more. That's it, man. I don't know. Again, you're going to have non-farms, but if non-farms are hot and your boy is already, what's it called? The jobs are already expected to go up. I mean, this isn't, and then inflation, yeah, this isn't like we talked about yesterday on the watch list. You guys got to watch out. Do you guys not get it? Look at it. If TLT breaks $83, you are going to repeat what happened at 2022. Do you understand that? I don't know if you guys are following. Look at the volatility you just went through. You have the spreads widening and people acting right now. So it's just simple as that. So I think by Friday now, if the non-farms is the death blow, that's it. No, I think TLT calls eventually, but TLT is getting really, really bad now. Again, just in the sense that this is your first set of data. I'm surprised that's actually trending very, very hot now. So now that leads into it. Prices paid surged, employment surged. Actually, employment went down a little bit, but JOLTS went up by 600,000. But now, granted, all of this data is probably fake, so it'll get revised. But generally, this is the first set of data that matches up with the fear narrative of, oh my gosh, inflation's coming up. You know what I'm saying? So that's why probably going to be a death blow for the bonds. But if the bonds get too bad, again, the market's not going to go up, you guys, if the bonds keep running like this. I hope you understand. There's no, like I said, if bonds stabilize, you could dance around. But, dude, you have to, look at the chart. I'm not even a technical guy, but even you technical motherfuckers can see this. If this shit breaks down and the bonds start going, that's it. You're not hitting a new high anymore on equities, NASDAQ, SPY, or anything. No, that's it. Equities start to hit new highs once this calms down. But at this point now, if the data is all pointing to go die, I don't know what people are expecting, man. Yeah, so keep a lookout for that. But that's a bad start to the data there. Yeah, I don't think, like I'm saying, this data meets the narrative now of this fear inflation. I probably think this data is going to get revised eventually. This is the first set of data that finally shows something that matches up with this fear narrative. But at the end of the day now, you're going to have a little bit more, but it's just a matter of, it's either bonds are going to go to 5% or they're not. And I think you make your decisions around there. You don't have to react to the little stuff. And then once Powell and reality sets in with policy, you're going to get a flipperoo off of whatever this is or a continuation. So best of luck to you. I don't know if this is the real data. I just think, again, a lot of data have slightly ticked up since Trump won, but nothing has gone out of a range. So even then, this is back to May levels. So this isn't that crazy, but it is just stronger. I think the JOLTS is surprising, but like I showed you guys yesterday from the ISM manufacturing, I believe that the jobs are going to be strong on Friday just because the ISM rocketed, but it's still a wide range. But that JOLTS jobs opening is hilarious because, again, remember, you guys, we were just at 12,000 non-farms 2-3 months ago, and JOLTS, we were like right at 6.9 million. You have almost 2 million job openings, and I swear I hear more and more people can't get a job. But either way, that one is the surpriser. But remember, it's not the non-farms. But for now, I think the narrative is more death to bonds, but they're already down almost 1%. So I don't know what play, either short bonds or not. But fact of the matter, too, if bonds are dying, too, it's just not going to help your rally. And I think that's going to be the situation we're dealing with. So we will see. But VIX is going up, SPY going a little lower. I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram. What time is it? We've been here for what? Hour? It's not bad, bro. Not bad. All right, so Russian seaborne crude shipments dropped to 16-month low. Traders no longer fully price in Fed rate cut before July. This feels just like 2022. Holy shit. Ah! That's scary. You guys don't remember that? 2022, we were going back and forth arguing about July rate cuts. Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me? I remember that shit.
Especially.
All right, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
So
Real Cold News on Twitter, BRB.
Things are in really healthy shape, and the Fed is right to pause. And maybe it was wrong to cut 100 basis points.
There was a time where that number was the number that at least the Fed chair expressed interest in the press conference. It kind of explains at least what Cook said yesterday, that the Fed can be more cautious on cuts.
They have to be more cautious on cuts because they have to pay attention to these prices perking up. One of their mandates is inflation. The other thing they were worried about was weakness in the jobs market. This data suggests that there are still plenty of job openings. The initial jobless claims data we get every week also suggests that there's not a lot of firings, pressure like that. We'll see. We get jobs later this week, the government jobs report, the consensus around 155,000 jobs added, though a lot of economists are higher than that. It's always been a good tell on the unemployment rate, which has inched up a little bit, but we're still in the low 4% range on unemployment rate. So things overall are really healthy. And I'm just going to add a few more charts to that mix, which shows the good picture that we have here in the economy and in sentiment. So this one comes from Katie Huberty, Global Head of Research from Morgan Stanley. She does a proprietary index, and it comes from all the sector analysts at Morgan Stanley. It's basically what they're picking up from their companies and the sectors that they cover. And interestingly, it did go into expansion territory in December. The index rose to 65, and you can see it there, similar to levels in 2018. And also amidst the reopening of the economy in 2021, I think it just shows ultimately that these companies are optimistic. And also they asked in the survey, the analysts, will it translate into more hiring and investment? And the answer was yes. And that's the 62%. And that was a good high number. So if you're wondering whether the good news can continue from corporates on hiring, and that jibes really with what we just got from JOLTS today, which is why I chose it, it's good signs. Ultimately. Good news.
Yeah, I wanted to get your take on just the rate moves, Sarah.
Yeah.
I mean, the 10-year, and it's, by the way, not just here, it's around the world. I mean, I think, right, Japan too. UK.
Yeah.
Very different reasons, perhaps.
They seem so slow today.
Notable.
Even when they were talking this, but no, I mean, the data is good, but that is, I don't know, it's kind of ominous. Just like we were talking about with 20, I don't like the bonds at all. But like I'm saying here, it is just that July cuts, that now we're not pricing in July cuts. This story is looking a lot like 21, 22 now. So again, remember, put to call ratio plummeted yesterday. So nobody even has puts again. So you're playing that back and forth or whatever puts, even like the SPY puts we grabbed, most of them just lost that value after that 4% run. So you're going to go back and forth with it, but no, it's weird because it's good data. It's strong data, but I don't know if we're about to entertain good data is bad, bad is good again. But just generally, I hope you guys are seeing why. when you're looking at it, just think about it. If this data starts to show jobs rocketing up again, inflation, prices, activity, right? And then 2 weeks ago, a month ago, you have Powell, December 18th. Powell, don't be scared. Again, my whole thing I've been telling you guys since I've gotten back is reaction. You need to watch your reaction function. I'm giving you a reaction. If you're going to lead it to having FOMO, you should already be knowing this stuff. This isn't like all that's happened now is this data came in. It added to the story, but everything I was telling you about bonds 2021, I was telling you that last night before the data. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is part of the Trump effect. It really is. That's why the inauguration is still, remember, this is the first set of data that's now making us feel a certain way. But I want you guys to understand the broader narrative right now. Powell pretty much kind of flip-flopped a couple weeks ago, right? Powell kind of made a U-turn. He's saying, wait, well, maybe we won't cut rates. Maybe never mind. Maybe we're going to hold. Maybe we'll see what happens with inflation. People got worried about that. So now if the data starts supporting that, do you see why you're getting that reaction on bonds and the stocks? And then now go back to what I've been telling you for months. This is what I'm saying. Like, do you need to get scared and go and run to the hills right now? That's all up to you and your reaction function. But I think a broader sense is just, it's something I've been telling you guys because I've been playing it, but you have to realize that I don't think we're going to rally higher with the bond yields dying. It just doesn't, or with the bonds ripping, TLT dying. It just doesn't work like that in this environment. And then you compare it to 21 and 22. So are you, I don't know if y'all feeling me, but the only thing I could react to right now is maybe we are going back to good news is bad news is good news. Remember, it's been a couple of weeks or months that we haven't had that. Could I be wrong on what part? I could be wrong on every part, damn it. But I do think that there is I think there's going to be a very strict relationship between those bond yields and equities. I don't really see us rocketing past 5, 6, 7% yields on the 10-year and watching, the NASDAQ go up 20%. Now, the only thing is, remember, last 2 years were up 20% back to back. Last time that's happened, you end up having a gigantic third year up or down. So there's a lot in store for this year, but at the end of the day, like I'm saying, the bond thing is very broad, and I think that says a lot. But the other thing about Powell making the U-turn, I don't know if I could be wrong on that until Powell shifts his moves again. That's because, again, you all saw it. I mean, you tell me what Powell did a couple weeks ago, but that is the general consensus that he was hawkish, less rate cuts, and potentially willing to pause now and not do anything, U-turning from cutting in September. So I think that is correct, and now the data is showing it, but the only other thing that's kind of more opinionated is that bond thing. So we'll see, man. We will see, but I definitely could be wrong. But for now, I mean, a lot of things have been playing out, and I've been telling you this bond thing for a couple months, and I hope you guys see that we haven't gone higher. Anytime we've advanced was when the bonds got a rally. Right when they stopped rallying, we have not hit a new all-time high on the market, even if Nvidia or whatever happens. So again, markets are very strong. And they've showed that they don't need the bonds, but just, with how policy and everything, just remember 5%. We are going to a 5, 5.5, anything around those levels now in this environment. Just remember that should be restrictive. So there's going to be effect, and it's been like this for a couple years now. So we'll see. But for now, don't get FOMO. Don't be scared off the data, but I want you to understand what just happened. And the beauty of why you shouldn't be so fearful, we were talking about this yesterday. So again, we talked about what was bullish. We talked about what was bearish. So I want you guys to understand this. And that's why now, looking out to both Powell, but mainly the inauguration, that's where we're going to be at. Why ads? Because I don't think they kick you guys out when I play them. I resetted the default settings on YouTube. Remember, it was like that in 23 when they tested it out. but now they have the option for like mid-rolls and all of that. So I just reset all default settings. Because again, yesterday it kicked out for like 1,500. All right, I'll say it. Ready? Let's try it. Are you guys ready? So here's the deal. I want to apologize for what I'm about to say, but not really. Because like I'm not trying to like start beef, but I'm trying to test out my YouTube thing. So here's the deal. Are you ready? If you think that Luigi Mangione is a hero, you're a hoe. Okay? Is it Luigi Mangione in the healthcare system? I'm just saying all the key words right now, so don't get too offended. But there, I just want to see what happens. All right, let's see. That's what happened yesterday. But yeah, that's how I'll start. Yeah, you're a major hoe if you believe that. Yeah, 100%. I get it. You don't have to like that the dude got clapped. I feel you on that. But yeah, I'm algo testing right now. Let's see. So I think I got to get more into it. It's good for now, man. Fuck yeah. All right, well, we'll see. If we don't get any kick out for today, y'all going to get ads for the rest of the year. So if not, but take it up with your YouTube representative, or one of you get into politics so we could change this all from the inside. Thank you. Burp. X is on the high again. Tilray. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna get with weed. I don't know how Donald Trump is on weed. Remember Matt Gaetz? People got bullish on that, and SPY going lower. So again, we're gonna see what happens here. Everything flipped red after being greened, but you have to just watch out here because now equities. Where are we? Let me give you a zone. Okay, so 591.53 on the SPY. That'll be your level. I think you panic if you go back below 586 and then 584 on the SPY. You get that big of a drop, then I think people will get a little bit more worried. Till then, though, you only have one more set of data. I think you got one more Fed speaker. The news on the drop is really good data. So we talked a lot of ideas on the watch list yesterday. We recapped a couple of them right now. But I guess the quick way to answer today, and again, like I said, I mean, yesterday, I really hope you guys hear me out because I'm telling you, I don't want you guys to panic. I want you to understand your reaction function and, take everything in. But, it seems like the easy answer is that good news is starting to be really bad news again, and bad news is going to be good news. And that's kind of what I'm getting, but generally there's a couple of things. Oh, and there's the peach, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Good morning, Peach Nation 25 starting off strong. Oh, my man, Bradley Frizzle. How you liking 25, Bradley Frizzle? How's the peach feeling, baby? God bless you. Amen, amen. Woo. Market's so strong, needs two Fed speakers to tank it. SPY going down, though, too, again. All right. What do we have? You got JOLTS. No, you only got oil numbers. I actually think that might be your last Fed speaker. I think we were supposed to get one more comment, but he doesn't show up on this calendar. Well, other than that, just get a move. Again, you might get a couple of random M&A headlines throughout the day. I think every other piece of news is going to be a reiteration, telling you a story, and then we're going to watch, again, Nvidia. Damn, Nvidia flip red. So, again, that already, they took profits after that. Remember, it was up 10% on the year. Yeah, 600,000 job openings. And prices paid rocketed up by 20% on the ISM gauge. That's another part that was really bad. Or good, or depending on how you want to take it. Economic activity was through the roof. And remember, the ISM manufacturing on Friday was really good. The irony is that, though, on Friday, the bonds died, but the stock market went up on Friday. So that's the weird part. That's the counter argument to what I just told you. Because like I'm telling you, good news is bad news is good news. I'm kind of getting that vibe. But on Friday, the ISM manufacturing blew it out of the water, and the market ripped. So ISM, but this was like hands down very good today through ISM services and the job. So we'll see. SPY at the 50-day. Is the NASDAQ there or is it below? But yeah, this could be one of those technical points. Again, I think if you get back to the Friday gap zone, that's the danger zone. That's where I think you could cascade, and then the volatility picks up. But again, I don't think it's going to be a straight shot down. Do I still get banned for MAGA? Oh, I don't know. It's weird. I said Luigi. I lost 150 of you on the Luigi comment, or 200. Did it kick you out? But it didn't. It wasn't like yesterday. So I don't know. I don't know how the Donald Trump comments play. He will speak, but I mean that's the thing. It's not. I mean, unfortunately, this is what I'm telling you guys. Like, a lot of things happen and don't change. And it's like a lot of news, but it's a lot of story. But like what is actually like noticeably, like monetarily creating a difference, you got to watch out for that. Because you're saying like, oh, Trump is going to get back into office. And then, oh, yeah, he's going to say this stuff is not, call out the BS, right? Well, get what happened yesterday. You guys don't think this was fascinating? I think it was. I think it was amazing. If I was new to the market and I understood this, I'd be so mad. But I'm just jaded by it because this is the reality of what happens. Do you not get what went down yesterday? Yesterday, we opened the day with a rumor on the tariffs. They literally just said Trump ain't going to do big tariffs from a highly credible, I guess, media agency, called credible with asterisks. What happened? The dollar had the biggest down day in months. That was the thing that killed the dollar. Hour and a half later, right when Trump wakes up, he said, that's wrong. I am not doing that. Everything is on the table. What happened to the dollar? It still stayed down. Do you see what I'm... So that's the unfortunate part. That's why you have to watch your reaction. Because even then, even like today, we're talking about some of the broader stuff. We're talking the good and bad. You're seeing what's playing out. But even if something was fake, you can't change the reaction sometimes. And then again, the markets and the pricing, it'll move around. And, sometimes once the damage is done, it'll just have to recover in a couple of days and do its thing. But I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily be too crazy in the sense of like, thinking it's, that just because Trump will say BS, just remember, if you get a rumor strong enough and you cause everybody to move the dollar, the bonds, all this stuff, even if they say it's not true, it might bounce back, but there's going to be a little bit of damage left over. And then, again, it'll take time, and then you wait for the next set, and then welcome to the storyline. I got to make a bad comment on Trudeau. I mean, it did kick out 200 of you on the Luigi comment. So, but not as bad as yesterday. Literally, yesterday we got, it was like 1,000 or 1,500 people. It was insane. And then my Twitch went down, or my OBS went down and all that, but we're good for now. I think YouTube, we might have to negotiate, give them some ads. What happened today? I mean, today was decent. It was started off a good CES, and everything was up except for tech. Nvidia was green, but then that flipped, and then good data brought us down. Now bonds are, again, just continuing the death blow. More likely going to be probably really bad by Friday. Again, especially if the jobs number plays in line with what's expected. The San Diego winds. Yeah, it's crazy windy. It's disgusting, and it's freezing. JB Hunt on the high. All right, so SPY kind of chilling out a little bit. See what happens at VWAP. I mean, you got panic zones if you go down to Friday. Other than that, I'd watch for big tech to hold up, or if we get enough support out of the value names, which are up in the morning. Dow is still the only one green. It did flip red not too long ago, but then it's going back green on these little bounces, so it wants to stay up. We've been here for just under an hour. Let me get you a market check. Apple got downgraded. Yeah, Intel's rocketing up. Meta says it has no immediate plan to end third-party fact-checking in EU. It'll review obligations in EU before making any changes. So Mark Zuckerberg's like, yo, this whole fact-checking thing led to promoting the wrong things and distrust, but we're going to keep it in Europe because they laws won't let us change it. I need to find you guys the clip, dude. I don't know, though. Just like, it just sucks because I don't know how much I mean, I love Meta stock. I always have, but I don't know how genuine Mark Zuckerberg is. That's it. Trump wins the election. Now he's like donating, and now this, and then he's like, he's doing what he always does. He copies everybody else. You know, he used to copy Snapchat all the time, and now he's copying Elon, but he could whoop Elon's ass. Let me see if I can get you the clip. Zuckerberg fact check. You're lost without me. You become stock market live dependent. Oh, but dude, it's a vibe, bro. Don't worry. I become stock market live dependent, man. You got to realize, man. I love it. You have no idea. You have no idea. Yeah, here's the clip. Made it through the wild winter. Oh, just got power and internet back, baby. What's up, man? Good to see you, Joe Trace. And glad you're safe. Or not. My goodness. All right, here it is.
Hey, everyone. I want to talk about something important today, because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook.
Like, I don't know, man. It just feels like
I started building social media.
They're all doing this because now it's like the wave. I don't know. I like it, but it's just like, what?
Of protecting free expression, and I still believe this today. But
this is real too. This is not AI.
There's been widespread debate about potential harms from online content. Governments and legacy media have pushed to censor more and more. A lot of this is clearly political, but there's also a lot of legitimately bad stuff out there. Drugs, terrorism, child exploitation.
JP Morgan planning to bring staff back to office 5 days a week.
So we built a lot of complex systems to moderate content. But the problem with complex systems is they make mistakes. Even if they accidentally censor just 1% of posts, that's millions of people. And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship. The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms. More specifically, here's what we're going to do. First, we're going to get rid of fact checkers and replace them with community notes, similar to X, starting in the US. After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than
becoming the more like
in the US.
Politically correct.
So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system. Second, we're going to simplify our content policies and
isn't it? It's cool, but that's I'm like,
on topics like
is this
immigration
real?
And gender that are just out of touch with mainstream discourse.
I'm over here trying to find out what will make YouTube stop taking me off. And now he's like, yeah, we censored a lot of people for no fucking reason.
It's gone too far. So I want to make sure that people can share their beliefs and experiences on our platforms. Third, we're changing how we enforce our policies to reduce the mistakes that account for the vast majority of censorship on our platforms. We used to have filters that scanned for any policy violation. Now, we're going to focus those filters on tackling illegal and high-severity violations. And for lower severity violations, we're going to rely on someone reporting an issue before we take action. The problem is that the filters make mistakes.
Hey, what about the bots who copy every creator?
By dialing them back, we're going to dramatically reduce the amount of censorship on our platforms.
Wait a minute. I almost forgot about that.
We're also going to tune our content filters.
What about the 200 trading fraternity Instagram accounts?
Taking down content. The reality is that this is a trade-off. It means we're going to catch less bad stuff, but we'll also reduce the number of innocent people's posts and accounts that we accidentally take down. Fourth, we're bringing back civic content.
Bitch, you
For a while, the community asked to see less politics because it was making people stressed, so we stopped recommending these posts. But it feels like we're in a new era now, and we're starting to get feedback that people want to see this content again. So we're going to start phasing this back into Facebook, Instagram, and Threads while working to keep the communities friendly and positive.
Hey, Spy coming down again,
Fifth,
Bonds too.
We're going to move our trust and safety and content moderation teams out of California, and our US-based content review is going to be based in Texas. As we work to promote free expression, I think that it will help us build trust to do this work in places where there is less concern about the bias of our teams.
Yo!
Finally, we're going to work with President Trump to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more. The US has the strongest constitutional protections for free expression in the world. Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there. Latin American countries have secret courts that can order companies to quietly take things down. China has censored our apps from even working in the country.
MSTR now.
That we can push back.
So again, Nvidia is down 4 after being up. That's a 7% move, top to bottom.
And that's why it's been so difficult over the past 4 years when even the US government has pushed for censorship. By going after us and other American companies, it has emboldened other governments to go even further. But now we have the opportunity to restore free expression, and I am excited to take it. It'll take time to get this right, and these are complex systems. They're never going to be perfect. There's also a lot of illegal stuff that we still need to work very hard to remove. But the bottom line
this isn't live. I wanted.
After years
I feel like a lot of people haven't
seen
this today.
Focused primarily on removing content. It is time to focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our systems, and getting back to our roots about giving people voice. I'm looking forward to this next chapter. Stay good out there, and more to come soon.
Stay good out there. Yeah, man. So that was the thing this morning. That's why I was like, bro, it's kind of wow. Remember, he added Dana White to the board yesterday. They added a couple more people, and then that's it. It was kind of a big deal. But that's what I was saying. I was like, I don't know how. Is this just like everybody pandering to be on Trump's team or what? Because this is wild. I think it's great news, but then again, I'm still like, what? Like, you literally are watching us trying to find ways to not get censored. So, I mean, I agree with all the sentiments, but I'm still a little skeptical. What is this? The hearing for Trump's Interior Secretary pick to be January 15th. Again, Spy coming down. And just keep in mind now, a lot of those NASDAQ names, NASDAQ's down 1.2. So Nvidia, that gave you a little bit of green. The CES stuff, that is all flipped ever since the good data. Again, I think it has to do with the structure of the market. Again, those big tech names going down and those downgrades. But also, you got to realize here too, again, people might be getting a little worried about the whole Powell U-turn and now all of the good data being good. NVO at 83, awesome. I like it, man. I think that 82 was a good one. I was getting a little too patient there. Yeah, Tesla again, dude. All of these names that were red, some of them went green, like Tesla and Nvidia, and then they flipped right back to red. I don't think Nvidia went red. They went down to, or they were at 0.5, I think. Tesla went green too. And then now Amazon's down 1.9, so NASDAQ's doing pretty awful. Dow is still in the green. Did I give you guys the checkup? So Dow Jones, you have 21 names in the green, 9 names in the red. NASDAQ 100, 54 in the green, 47 in the red. So yeah, this is 50-50 still. So that being said too, to guard against your panic, half of the NASDAQ is in the green right now. So you've seen this before. What does that mean? If the NASDAQ's down 1% and half of it is green, it's probably because of the big tech names that are clapping you a little harder. And then S&P 500, 330 in the green, 172 in the red. So more names are green than red right now, believe it or not. So it's going to be interesting. Other than that, good news, bad news, and that data did add a little bit more pressure to the bonds, and now the stocks are going a little lower, but you're still kind of holding your rally from the other day. So we will see. Wow, you got done reading Richest Man of Babylon last night. No way. Oh, you're halfway done? Nice. Yeah, man, it's a good book. It's a good book. Life changer. More effect on interest rate sensitive ones. Kind of. I feel like the Dow is up and the Russell's not as bad, but I think some interest rate sensitive names went down, and then the other half is the all it is the tech names, like the big tech names that have done bad. You bought your 14-year-old nephew the richest man in Babylon? Oh, that kid's going to be a G. I hope he likes it. I hope he reads it and gives it good, serious thought. Everyone was bullish for Trump. Now fear and greed is here. Dude, Trump isn't even here. That's what I don't know, man. It's so funny because I feel like I have been explicitly describing this for a couple months now, even as I've came back to the watch list and the stream, but it's still not connecting. Like, we literally are this is expectation land. Nothing has actually happened. I cannot stress it enough because it feels so odd to me because I don't know. I mean, I feel like it feels like a weird pregame, but everybody's telling me it's the party, and I'm like, nothing, what? Like, I don't know. This would be like going to a Lil Wayne concert and then freaking out over whoever the opener was. But, like, literally, like, just, yeah, we are speculating in expectations, though. So, yeah, that's what it is. How do you recommend to play for the watch list? Tell me the plays from last night's watch list. We could start there. And can you give me, I said, welcome back. What are the 5 words that should introduce you to the whole major themes of the market? So, yeah, let me know. Sale their ripper. All right, bonds coming back down again. What's going on, baby? Chilling. So today, again, I think like I've been saying, I think bonds are just going to go straight shot to 5, but we're going to have an interesting dynamic, and I think even today's reaction, I think Friday is going to be a lot more exciting. And then don't forget, too, after this week on Friday, although we get the non-farms today, we're reacting to a little bit of job data as well as ISM services, but Friday's non-farms, and then next week is going to become the, what's it called? The CPI. So you got to watch out for that. Are you unbanned for 2025? You are. Yeah, good luck, man. I hope you stay alive and get a long term, too. You're getting ads. I know you. I'm sorry, guys. You're getting ads, but we had to turn them on because we haven't had any issues yet. So give me like one more hour and let's see. Because then if we get the same things we've had, I'll go back to yesterday's settings. KR, I don't have a KR replay yet. No. It's down. I saw one this morning. I'm worried about the time frame, though. I want to go either May or June, but then again, I don't know. Oh, yeah, Jensen will be live on Bloomberg. 11:30 in an hour. KRE. But, yeah, I still like the idea because it's a perfect double dip. And like I was saying, though, I gave a good explanation, not only like KRE, but like some of the other ones. If you guys want to play Quantum, look at KRE, ARC, Beto. All those plays are still up, the stock, but they held for like 3 months. All the options got killed. So keep that in mind on some of these plays. That's why I'm like, as long as we can wait a little bit, for the timing is going to be the key. Dr. J's cash, baby. Let's go. I missed you, baby. Harder. Please open up with 10, baby. Open up with 10. G move. He's always been a G, bro. Always. Your niece is 17. I told her I'd pay her to read Richest Man in Babylon. That works. That works. Okay, bonds lower and Spy Man. So, again, you're continuing whatever from here. Again, you're going to get little movement back and forth, but I think all of the info and data is now pretty much set in stone. It's the whatever we dealt with CES, the reactions, the M&A activity from the morning, and now the good data, and now tying that into both Powell and everything else. And then there's still going to be a follow-up here around Friday. Close out. Well, remember, we're up 4% from the bottom. We're like weirdly volatile, and the VIX is already at 17. But like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, dude, 5 days ago, you were down 4, and then you came back up. So these little moves are just like, they feel big, but they are big, but then again, like the other day, you were just kind of in the same range. So it's going to be odd. And then, again, everything flipped red now, even the Dow. Again, bonds down 1. Like I said, breaking 86, it's a bad sign. This is level number 1 now, 591. Remember I told you that. So you'll get another range, 590 flat on SPY. And then 588. And then 586, I think panic, 586 to 584. Then today looks ugly. But then again, like I'm saying here, 590 flat to like 588. That's kind of where I'd put a range on it. But let's see. I could be wrong. We dumped off of the data. I mean, we were already kind of giving it back up from the like CES activity. But realistically, that data now, it was good, strong data. And I think it's starting to plant the seed that good data is bad data. Good is going to be bad. And then remember, too, that, again, Friday, we have the non-farms. And after today as an appetizer, I think the jobs data is going to be extremely strong on Friday. So, again, and now feed that into it and everything else. Phillips 66 says margins are compressed, but we see over the mid to longer term macro improving for refining. Goldman Sachs conference call. I never thought about K-Web for the long term, but if they do get low enough, like if there really is a real blowout on China, then maybe, yeah. Why? I have no idea. I think crypto could be the dollar, but other than that, I'm not filled in on why crypto is moving how it is. I think crypto is kind of being stable, to be honest. So it moved down, I think, with the market, but the fact that it's kind of holding this 98, 100, and I don't know, in a weird way, it's kind of been more stable than the market. I don't know how to describe it. So, but I don't think there's any real driver of crypto today. The Myrna companies are ripping. All right, I get it, man, but we talked about them in the morning. I quizzed you on the watch list, and you didn't get it right, and I think you just want to pump your Myrna plays, and that's cool, but just post your play in the chat and stop bugging me. Post your exact position, how much you own, and what price you bought it at. But we've talked about Myrna 3 times in the morning. I showed the poly markets. I brought it up on the watch list with the biotechs yesterday. Not necessarily Myrna, but the bird flu. And like I said, I quizzed you on it, and you weren't really in there. So post your play, and that's it. And we could go from there. Ethereum dropping now, and then Hoth. That was one on the high. Still selling off. I mean, again, you have range, dude. Remember, Friday you were at 584, and then you gap. And again, the data was good on Friday. That's the counter argument. My counter to everything I'm telling you right now is there was really good data on Friday, but the market ripped. So then bonds dropped, but the markets went up. But now bonds are hitting another low. And then again, it didn't break the market out. And once again, it's very hard to advance when the bonds are looking like this. But we'll see. I just keep those levels in mind. I don't think you're going to get any pivotal info moving forward, but It's just a matter of now everyone digesting this, and then they're going to start positioning and even getting ready for Friday. Don't let the data confuse you. I don't think I think there is a counter argument, but like I'm saying, today we have stuff. If you don't want to be overreactionary, just think about how we got here. Think about Powell a couple of weeks ago. Think about what he said and what changed. Think about the market since Trump, expectations, the relationship with bonds and the stock market, and then factor that into today. It's all from there, and I think that makes more sense than trying to quickly react to anything right now. So that's why I'm saying, reaction function is key. But it's clear that I think for now, and maybe this will prove wrong, but you obviously are getting a good data reaction, or good data is leading to a negative equity reaction. And it does make sense tied into Powell and all of that. So we'll find out. But at this point, I think you got to decide. If you want to get exposure, you either protect yourself for the 2021-2022 shift, or you buy the dip, or you do nothing. Those are your three options. Very simple. Do you think we're going to have a repeat of 2021 and 2022? Does all the data start coming in good? You know what I'm saying? Does Powell, next time he has a chance, double down on the hawkishness? If that's the case, and then you think bonds are going to blow out, you short the market right now, or maybe in a couple of days. Otherwise, you buy the dip if you think this is all nonsense, or you do nothing until we get closer to inauguration and more reality. So it's either we're going to get a real move, or all of this is absolutely dog water until the inauguration, and then inauguration, everyone's going to start responding to the first 100 days. So yeah, you got it. And yeah, the beauty of being hedged, Loki, you got to just decide right now. Do you protect downside? Do you do nothing? Do you buy the dip? That's it. That's all you have right here. And I don't think you got to overthink it that much. So remember, the first time after Powell, we grabbed those little SPY puts, gave us a little bit of time, put $100. That's how you can hedge it if you want. If you can't afford that, you don't think it's worth it, then do nothing. Or if you're like, yo, fuck this, you guys are idiots, buying the dip, look at all the positioning, then do your thing. You buy that dip. So, but at the end of the day, I don't think what I'm telling you, you could feed in some of the info today, but making this choice isn't like you're reacting as much to today as it is kind of the broader narrative. Because like I'm telling you, this is all just tied into this candle. Are you following me? Today has nothing to do with today as much as it has to do with this candle right here. Why? Because today wouldn't have this reaction if Powell didn't have that reaction here. Are y'all following with me? That's, if anybody is going to get scared of anything, it's Powell U-turning and being a jackass. That's it. That's what happened in 2022. 2021, you were riding high off the inflation, the crypto, everything, and then Powell came in and said, F all of y'all, we got to raise neutral rate, R-star, whatever, all those words you hated, financial conditions, tightening, right? Remember that? That was exactly what he did. So if Powell flips, that's where people are tying the data into. You get what I'm saying? So that's all it is. And now if nothing happens before the next Powell, it's going to be inauguration, and then hopefully we get out of expectation land and start responding to reality land. But new low on the SPY as we were talking, and then bonds following as well too. Not scared until we get 8,000 viewers. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not a bad strategy. But like I'm saying, if you don't need to, if you want to be ahead of it, like I'm just saying, in a couple weeks from now, if you're going to kick yourself or you're going to flex or whatever, I just think you make your decision now and you ask yourself, again, do you want that hedge? Do you want the downside? There's clearly a setup for it. And then vice versa. If that setup does not materialize, and then the bonds recover, data comes in good, the economic data pulls the other way, bro, there you go. I mean, again, you just had a 25% rally. Market would love a real soft landing as if they don't let this thing get that bad. So, yeah, that's just, but then again, that all coincides with, oh, wait, now we have the inauguration. Oh, wait, now Donald Trump is the president. What is he going to sign into law? And then we're going to go react to that as well. The bakes should be breaking right now. Because, again, their rates, but then I showed you that chart before I left. You guys are, let me see if I can find it. You guys know unrealized losses on banks have dropped. That blew my mind. Again, this is all the weird shit, dude. I don't know if it's UK deleveraging or not, but it just seems like a lot of what existed in the last 4 years is oddly disappearing. Like, I'm being dead serious. Like, the value of, like, the dollar and the we thought the dollar was strong, but it really wasn't. And all of a sudden, the, like, liquidity behind it is disappearing. That's why I think it's getting really strong. Factor that even into this. Let me see if I can find you the chart. Like, the banking losses, they were really bad, unrealized losses, and then all of a sudden, the last quarter, they plummeted. Oh, I don't know if I saved that chart. Let me see if I can find it. CF on the high. People are buying things, yeah, cars, houses, but it's not like the peak. Most things are at a necessity. Like, you guys, that's the thing I think a lot of people kind of overlook is how much, like, randomly people need a house or need a car. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure there's one person in here right now who needs a car. Either your old car broke, you're moving jobs, or you need a vehicle. And you may not want to buy a vehicle, but you're like, damn, like, I need a vehicle. And then same thing with housing, whether your rent is up, your house, you want to move, you're getting a new job. That's a big driver of economic conditions that I think a lot of people kind of forget about. You know what I'm saying? And that still happens because people need to do it. That's what I see in real estate a lot. Because I'm like, what person is buying a 7% mortgage? It's usually the family or the guy who got a new job has to move to this area, and they would rather own than rent. And that's it. Usually they have to move, or they need to downsize, or they're selling their parents' house and moving their parents in with them, or they're selling their house and moving in with their parents. But it's because they need to live somewhere, so they're choosing to make that decision. That is a big driver of that economic activity at this point, I think, in the economy. All right, let me see. Yeah, here it is. This is one chart, but yeah, this is what I like. Look, so this was from September. We're going to get an update, but dude, this is absolutely wild. So literally, you have I think almost 1% higher. You have higher rates than any point in 2022 and 2023. And these banks have half as much unrealized losses as of last quarter. That's weird. So that means either the UK unwinded some of that, or the banks unwound that, or they found a way to roll over it's still high, but you got to think about it. If you had, like, let me put it to you another way. You know, if rates were, where is this? Look, if rates were at like 3.5%, maybe like 3.2%, and bank losses at 3.2 to 3.5, if they were at $700 billion, where do you think bank losses would be if rates were at 4.5 or 5? You know, assuming nothing changed, you would reasonably assume that bank losses would have went up by 50% because the rates went up by 50%. 3 to 1.45 is 50%. So you would have assumed they would have been at $1.4 trillion of losses. So rates have gone up 50%, but their unrealized losses have gone down by 50%. So I don't know. All I know is that means they changed something. They either could have hedged it, they could have sold it. That's why I'm saying they probably hedged UK. But all I'm saying is that I keep seeing this shit where, like, a lot of what we thought was there It's just slowly disappearing. Again, European currencies had inflation, but they had like liquidity behind it. Now they have no value, but there's no money behind it. It's just now the trade weighted value depreciated. It's crazy. So again, I think we are reverting back to normal in a weird way, but there's a lot of these little things that are slowly adding up. Now, you don't need to react and panic to it. I'm just telling you, this is what I'm observing. And it's like, wow, that's why I'm paying attention to certain macro things. I'm like, dude, this story's not, there's way bigger stories happening than what you'll get on 7 hours of watching the news. But then again, it's all slow, Titanic or big cruise ship economy type beat, very, very slow, and we have to watch it. So I just think it's fascinating, but that's where I'm like, at this point, well, no, you guys got to realize that chart I just showed you is healthy. I don't know what happened. I don't know how they did it. I don't know what changed. I'm not trying to make a claim to that, but it is healthy. That you mean to tell me interest rates are 50% worse than the last time you got a bank blow up, but now the banks have less exposure, or they have better exposure? That's great. That's more bullish than not. You know what I'm saying? Because what that means that these banks could I don't want to tell you this, but theoretically, that means the banks can tolerate like a 7% interest before the next time it happens. Banks are required to have better exposure. Okay, tell that to Michael Barr, who has resigned, and everybody else. But in theory, you're correct, 100%. But if that was the case, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So, but like I'm saying, theoretically, think about it. Whatever they're doing now, if it's at 300 billion losses, if the breaking point was hypothetically 700 billion, that means you could double the rates up again and get us to like 7%, maybe 7.5%, to get to that point again. So I don't know. You have room for pain, and it could also be really bullish as the banks are a lot better capitalized, it may seem, or they did something to not be as exposed to long duration as they were just a year ago. That could be it. 100% SVB blowout, unrealized losses eaten, unrealized profits. Yes, but it is on long duration. But you do make a point. It's really interesting. You have young people opting to move back in with their parents. Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's the beauty about real estate, is that we see a lot of shit. And, working with the real estate agents, seeing even lending tips, you see all sorts of stories. But I've seen that a lot recently. Even yesterday, I mean, again, homeboy wanted to pull out money from his house to remodel it, or he said his other option was, or I just sell the house, take the money, and go move in with my parents. So some people want to do it out of like, they're like, screw this. Let me take profits on my crib that I just made, save some money, and then go live with my parents for a couple years, and then try to buy another house if you think it's going to come down or whatever. But yeah, this has been happening a lot. Fubo past 6. Nice. GG's on that one. Fubo again. Bonds and SPY bounced up a little bit. Intel's on the high. Just wait till it goes to 2050 and then sells off. And then you know what? I'm going to do it, Chad. So after yesterday, after Intel, and what's SWTX? Why are they on the high? And then Flex, hold on. Flex, big pop, 5%. I don't know if that's on one candle or not. Yeah, and then there's Trump data center news. So be on the lookout for that. I don't know if that's all related there. So yeah, Flex, 5%. That's probably going to be a buyout. Again, not confirmed, but Flex, 5%, one candle. Remember, we saw Nari yesterday. It's not halted. I have no news confirmation on that. And then again, CNBC and the $20 billion investment data center. Is Trump? Yeah, is it 11:30? No, I think we have what's his name at 11. We have Nvidia. Weird. So there's a Nvidia Fireside chat with the CFO, and then they're putting Jensen on Bloomberg 30 minutes later. This is interesting. So Troy is saying that they're hearing that that they're going to announce guidance at this JP Morgan thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, there it is. I was like, they're going to verify me? All right, I got it up. I don't think it's start yet. It's playing, but I have no audio. All right, just watch your speakers. Should be beginning. Yeah, there's a huge bond auction today. So that might be your final event now that I think about it. This whole week, they had to front load a lot of the bonds because of the holiday. So remember, Thursday is closed. Put it on the screen. It hasn't gone live yet. It's going to be a double whammy. We have a lot of speeches. So you're going to get the CFO of Nvidia. And again, I guess the rumor is that they're going to put out guidance. And then you got your boy Jensen on Bloomberg 30 minutes later. And then at the same time, Donald Trump is going to go live from Mar-a-Lago. Billionaire Hussein Sajwani, chairman of Democ Properties, will be investor to build new data centers proposed by Trump. Hussein Sajwani. Emrati. He's a close friend, associate of President Trump. Oh, he studied at University of Washington. He owns jewelers, Cavalieri residences, and he opened up a mall. Interesting. Well, again, there was data center news. I don't know where Constellation is, or your boy Oklo. You got more ads. Oh, wait. Well, are you guys getting kicked out? Because hold on. My thing is already glitching out a little bit. But yeah, we tried something new today. Oh, no. Where is this? So yeah, this is supposed to start. Don't have it yet. But watch your speakers too. I have it unmuted.
Welcome and thank you for standing by.
Shit.
I would like to inform all participants that this conference call is being recorded and parts of this call may also be reproduced in JP Morgan Research. Views and opinion expressed by any external speaker on this call are those of the speaker and not
Hey,
of
Intel.
JP Morgan. If you have any objection,
You guys got any
you may
jokes?
disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn the call over to Harlan Sir.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year's and welcome to JP Morgan's virtual Fireside Chat series here at the 2025 Consumer Electronics Show. My name is Harlan Sur.
Universe confirms reject. Oh, no way.
For the firm. Very pleased to have Colette Kress, Chief Financial Officer.
Well, watch UNF. They were up
NVIDIA, here with us
40%.
this
They're
morning. It's been
rejecting the
tradition
270
past
offer.
11 years to have the Nvidia team kick off the investor events here at CES. I've asked Colette to start us off with an overview of Jensen's keynote last night, and then we'll go ahead and kick off the Q&A. Colette, thanks for joining us today. Happy New Year, and let me go ahead and turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Harlan. We're really pleased to be here. But let me make one opening reminder. This presentation contains forward-looking statements, and investors are advised to read our reports filed with the SEC for information related to risks and uncertainties facing our business. Well, last night, Jensen did give a keynote here at CES, a very well-attended audience, and we had some great things to announce. We have Blackwell GeForce coming to market, and we're excited to bring that first from a desktop perspective. We have 4 different offerings coming to market. This is where we have about 2x increased performance over our last generation. And what we're seeing right now is visuals that are essentially almost fully realistic in terms of what we are putting together for Blackwell. This also includes DLSS 4, our 4th generation of DLSS, an important piece of using AI in terms of our graphics presentations as well, and improving games year over year. So we're very pleased with this coming to market. We also have our notebooks that will also be coming to market later this year.
Watch the video, though.
The notebooks get into a different part of our work. It is where we focus in terms of how we can help the development of the OEMs with our looking at the cooling perspective and incorporating a high-end GPU together with that. So our notebooks, again, are top of line, focusing on what we can do with Max-Q technology to improve those. And you will also see those coming into the market later this year. Additionally, one of the highlights that we talked about here, yes, was Cosmos foundational model, a very, very important model with some of the themes that we're seeing here at CES for sure, which is physical AI and autonomous driving and automobiles. We have for more than 15 years been working in terms of the development of AV cars, and now we are able to produce an amazing model that is filled with all different types of videos and the ability to also include synthetic data generation. This is terabytes of huge amount of data that is going to be necessary for these models, both for AV, but also when you think about the robotic models that will be essential. Right now, here at CES, looking at all of the different robotic partners that are out there and that are here with us and will be here supporting our overall Cosmos Foundation model. Bringing that to market is very key for them. We've also talked about our Omniverse platform. Our Omniverse platform is very well known to be working with a lot of our automotive companies, and we now see even more of an adoption as we think about the physical AI capabilities and even with the robotics. We have new blueprints coming to market with Omniverse, and you will also see a lot of demonstrations here today focused on that. One of my favorite pieces that we also talk about is Nemotron. Nemotron is also now focusing on a very important part of generative AI, which is agentic AI. Agentic AI will be where you have agents that are actually doing the work for you. We have created Nemotron to actually help put together a model to, with blueprints, help you design what you need in such things as fraud detection, things in terms of call centers at many companies. So this is also a great addition to so much of our work that we already do in the ecosystem, developing what is necessary for generative AI. And then lastly, our Project Digits. Our Project Digits is a essentially a small version of our DGX, a small supercomputer that can essentially be on your desktop and be able for researchers, developers,
this is Nvidia. This is
folks
CFO
working in terms of on AI projects. You can have
so
just
she's
one,
more likely to say something about money.
Both
and that's what everybody's
things
watching
are
for.
Extremely helpful.
So get your
in this
Nvidia
world
plays.
right now,
I'd have a look
get
at it.
access to that type of
Because
compute
whenever she
even
says
on the
something, it's
desktop.
either going to
So those are
excite or
some of the
disappoint.
highlights that we announced last night.
No, that was a great overview. I appreciate that. My first few questions are going to be on some of the things that you just highlighted from the keynote. The first thing is, and we've heard this from enthusiast class gamers, obviously a very strong lineup of gaming solutions with the RTX 50 series announcement. As you mentioned, 100% better performance versus your 40 series platforms. You start shipping the RTX 50 series in January. Now, typically, when you start off a new product cycle with a strong, you typically do start off a strong product cycle with a strong ramp, but you did call out last earnings that your gaming business would decline sequentially this quarter on supply constraints. I mean, is this due to the more specialized component requirements of the RTX 50 series platforms, or is there some other gating factor to what looks to be the potential for a very, very strong RTX adoption cycle?
Yeah, we absolutely believe that our Black will be exceptionally well received
As
in the
Nvidia
market
CFO.
and a great cycle for us. What we are speaking with is we, for example,
Verizon and AT&T on the low.
Of our Q4.
Something might be happening in telecom
at the end of January. So our communication where we indicated that we would be a little soft due to supply reasons going into Q4. That supply is really about our current generation, and we will be probably for a while in terms of this month a little bit tight on that perspective. Nothing new, nothing to be concerned. We're all ready in terms of Blackwell, but we're just now finishing our prior architecture, and that will be a little tight.
Got it. And then, as you mentioned, and something that Jensen and you have brought up a few times, actually during earnings and last night as well, is agentic AI, right? Agentic AI, as you mentioned, represents the next generation of artificial intelligence. It enables systems to perform complex tasks autonomously, right? As Jensen said, perceive, reason, plan, act, right? And the deployment of agentic AI in sectors like customer service, content creation, software engineering, healthcare can lead to increased efficiencies, improved outcomes. I mean, NVIDIA Blueprints, as you mentioned, plays a crucial role in accelerating the adoption of agentic AI by providing reference workflows tailored to specific use cases. How significant is agentic AI? My assumption is this is very important for enterprise. How important is it in driving higher inferencing adoption and software uptake amongst your enterprise customers?
Yeah, we're definitely on a journey of AI as we move forward. And what you have seen today with a ChatGPT and many of the foundational models out there is tremendous help in terms of tools for you that help you every single day. And the ability for them to generate tokens and influence in terms of that inferencing has been very key. But what we think moving forward is important to understand is this will continue to advance to where it's agentic AI. As we discussed, this is an ability for us to create solutions to where the work that we do every day can also be done behind the scenes using AI and with all of the different models that we have together. That again is an inferencing solution after the models have been designed to put that together. It is very important for the enterprises and also a lot of our partners that we have developed through this period of time. We see AI factories that will be built around the world in many of the both unique countries as well as here home in the US. We have already started our work with companies such as Accenture and Deloitte as they continue helping these enterprises design their future AI use. And agentic AI is going to be an important part of that for many of them. some of the simple things
Oh,
that
yo,
we can
this is
all
good news.
appreciate
China
in the
willing to
future
work
and
with
improving,
U.S.
and that being call
on
centers.
anti-drug
Those
cooperation.
things being, how can I test for different
So that's
types
good
of
because
fraud?
remember,
How
Trump
can I make sure
tied
any
the
type of
tariffs
risk
to
management?
fentanyl.
These are things that AI with a
So
significant
see if there's a
amount
pop on
of
any
the
of those.
data and pulling that together
that'll
in a
carry into the
foundational
next
model
few
can
days.
actually assist them with.
That's great. Let's take a step back and let's review calendar 24, right? If you hit your guidance this quarter, revenue for calendar 24 is expected to more than double, much of which is a reflection of the team's strong product cycles combined with the aggressive build out of Gen AI. As we look into calendar 25, consensus has you the team up another 50-60% revenue growth for your fiscal 26. Help us understand the demand trends and product cycles that'll drive your fiscal 26, and how should we think about the team's longer term revenue growth profile?
Yes. So if you think about the journey that we are on, it's important to understand that there's two major trends and transformations that are occurring at this time, each of them extremely large transitions and opportunities. You have $1 trillion installed base at this time of general purpose computing solutions that have been a part of us for several decades. And this is the opportunity that so many see in order for us to grow with the data that is available and the overall improvement of the data center. Accelerated computing will be essential. You also have the work in terms of moving to AI solutions. How can I better use this data with AI types of solutions in our everyday life? And so those two transitions are not something that's going to take a year to complete. It is going to be with us in terms of a journey over the next decade and more, even past that. So when we think about where companies are and how they are thinking about what they are building and their building out of
Chinese
data centers, they are working in terms of that transition. So we still have a lot of growth opportunity in the future for us.
1.5 million shares. Damn.
Different types of products
$4 a
to
pop.
market. Each of the customers are thinking of how
10
am
minutes.
I going to assign this?
I mean, if it trades the full float, maybe
they're doing in terms of on AI. So each one of our generations.
So I'm just doing the criteria on them if you're interested. That one's almost there.
Different types
SIPO?
of use cases going forward. So there is now a long list of different configurations that we have available. Some of the most advanced configurations that have
2 million
included
shares at 10.
Essentially a full data center scale in terms of what we're putting together. And that is helping us move forward and ease the adoption of this important transition that we see.
And so that's a good segue.
Yeah, 20 million. That one needs a lot more.
Business, right?
The ZYBT is it's traded a little bit under half, or a little bit more than half of the float.
Business, the manufacturing
yeah, so watch it. If that float goes to 1.5 million, see, it's halted. But it's already up 40%. IPO'd at 4 or 5.
Are driving an increasingly supply chain and value
YPF on the high too. Isn't that Argentina?
Dynamic, and it's not a surprise. I mean, as you continue to help your customers get to market faster with more system level solutions, with more SKUs, I would assume there would be challenges given this deployment model, right? And to that notion, I mean, there have been concerns on the production of GB200 racks driven by potential supply challenges and non-GPU components across areas such as power management chips, or what we call PMICs, or the NV switchboards that we hear about, cable cartridges and liquid to air, side carts, right? And so near term, I mean, are these potential issues impacting the GB200, B100, B200 shipment profile here in Q4 or first half of the year? And how is the team helping to alleviate these supply chain and value chain bottlenecks for your customers?
So let me first start with our Blackwell GB200 systems, and many of the other systems are some of the most advanced systems ever created in the world. And what you are seeing is an amazing bring to market and adoption over a very large set of different customers. Where we are in terms of completing those systems, they are a full system, is working jointly with our end customers to be assured that what they had designed and want to complete with the use of GB200 is functioning and working. All is on track. All is expected. We have not only been in production, but we are shipping Blackwell at this time. And so we do believe our path is an important path. We have many customers excited to be some of the first to stand up.
Just tell me how many billion.
You're going to see a lot
of ZYBT unhalted
of Blackwell come to market. And each of those are for different needs. Is it complex? Sure. This advanced work is complex work. Are we the ideal company to bring that to market? Absolutely. What we've done with our suppliers and what we have done with many of our partners is very unique. Our current suppliers that we have worked with for decades are right there with us in terms of both helping us improve our both supply and things that we have, but we have also created a group of new partners that we are working with at a data center scale, that they understand our liquid cooling plans, our whole plans in terms of the design of the data center.
Fix is up because we vomited after the good data.
And that has been an essential
and bonds
part
are once again
in terms
climbing.
of the design of the systems that we have done. And that work with so many different partners along with us on this journey has made really the design process and the installation process with many of our customers to be one of the best ones out there.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point, which is, you know, and we'll get to it in a minute, but you know, there's standing up these very complex compute-based systems with your cloud and hyperscale customers, and the challenges associated with making sure that the data center architecture and infrastructure is in place. And it sounds like, based on your last response, that you are working with your customers. And
yeah,
partners,
job openings and ISM services. It also had employment data.
I know that on the earnings call,
and the prices on ISM services rocketed up. It was a good news, bad reaction, pretty much.
Capability. Is that still the case? Is demand still outstripping supply? What are the particular, let's say, 1.05 CoWoS? Is it HBM? Is it
oil was doing good up until yesterday?
That are continue to be in tight supply. And the key question is,
that creepy woman is the CFO of Nvidia.
A lot of these supply constraints to ease.
Take that how you please.
Yeah. So when you have watched us
oil's
over the last
popping though right now.
Quarters, it's really interesting to look back and say what size of compute were we able to bring to market for our customers 7 quarters ago and where we are today. And that has all been the case of our suppliers working with us, not only on capacity or focusing just on units and getting us more of that supply, but working together with them in terms of cycle times and how we can even get more different suppliers for what we need to accomplish. So I give a lot of the credit.
Creepy? I just responded to his comment, man.
Suppliers who are right here with us.
Just read in the chat, man. Read in the chat.
Some of the key areas are going to keep.
I told you I don't. You guys give me ideas. When I'm by myself listening, I'm just.
So we have advanced packaging. We have some of the most advanced memory out there, and then the work.
She hasn't said anything about guidance.
In terms
she had a little thing about
delays,
but that's been discussed.
Systems together also take some of the most advanced.
She's just kind of like doubling down on everything he said yesterday.
Those are going to be,
but we need some money numbers.
On. Yes, at this time, demand does exceed supply.
So that's something.
But we are working through, as you've seen, each and every quarter, that more and more supply is there, or said differently, we're able to.
And then bonds lower, SPY's doing a little better, but you got to watch out there
as well. We're going to continue to work, and that is our path as we go into this new fiscal year.
Does that, as your supply,
and then real estate stocks getting hit too with that.
Capability continues to improve. You continue to unlock that in a profile where demand is extremely strong. Would that imply that the team's data center business can grow sequentially every single quarter through this fiscal year, you think?
When we think about the demand that's in front of us, it's absolutely a growth year. How we look at every path in terms of every quarter, we're going to try,
give us a number,
of course, our best, but we only guide one quarter at a time at this time. But keep in mind, our focus is additionally now with more advanced systems, bringing those to market. And again,
it's hitting the wire. Nvidia CFO says demand continues to exceed supply.
New fiscal year in front of us.
Your next generation Blackwell Ultra is set to launch in late 25 and in line, right, with the team's aggressive annual product cadence. Help us understand the decision, purchasing dynamics with your customers, given that you'll still be ramping prior generation Blackwell solutions at the same time that you'll be rolling out Blackwell Ultra, right? How do you and your customers and the supply chain, manage the simultaneous ramp of two product families?
So a great effort all around, but let's understand in terms of why. Why is this important? We're in one of the largest transitions here. And each and every time that we're coming to market with new product opportunity is additional advancements, additional understanding in terms of where AI is moving towards, and then helping each one of our customers with the path that they have for AI and the types of solutions that they want to bring to market. We have our own roadmap, but our customers do as well. We are matching their roadmap to our roadmap to say, what project do you want to bring to market at that time? Which one of our systems are going to be enabled for that different project that you have? So this is a great opportunity for some of the most advanced systems and those in some of our future generation things of AI that you'll see moving to our top products. But you also now have the ability to swing our enterprises to create AI factories, even with existing libraries and
like I say, this isn't
and NIMs to actually help.
This isn't like an entertaining
so there's something for
speech.
Everyone, which
We're
is
waiting for
in terms of our scale.
The guidance.
If we
but
asked a brand
you guys have already
new
had some good comments.
To say, would you like a GB 200, we'll deliver it you and set it up.
The nerds these are great advancements. We were just talking. I was telling you guys about the agentic AI before the end of this last year here.
And the different
so I think the nerds like the talk, but the other half is waiting for the money numbers.
Their NIMs and building out different models in that perspective as well. So is this necessary? Absolutely. The cadence is important. It is the speed of what you are seeing in the industry right now, and we're keeping up with it.
Wow.
There's been, and this is a dynamic that was occurring, and I know you got some questions on this during the earnings call, but there's been some concerns about performance scaling limits, right, on some of these foundational AI models, primarily focused on the potential for diminishing returns on the pre-training phase, right? One approach here is to augment real-world data with synthetic data, right? There's also the emergence of new scaling laws, right? Primarily around post-training optimization and also around inferencing, right? Jensen talked a little bit about that.
We're honored to welcome one of the most respected business leaders in the Middle East, indeed the world.
Let's go.
He's a founder and chairman of DMAC Properties, Hussein Sejwani, very respected gentleman.
Very respected guy.
And
Sejwani.
I'm thrilled to announce today
Sounds like
that
sausage.
Sejwani will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short
a lot of
period
billions.
of time
20 of them.
into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it.
Who is this? This is Jordan Peterson.
He was very inspired by the election.
That's who we're listening to right now.
They wouldn't do it without that election. I can tell you a lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from $100 to $200 billion. And we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly, and some don't. And they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest, the Sunbelt area and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology.
Bro, if
and
he makes a
artificial
joke about buying
intelligence.
Canada, I'm going to lose it.
Very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years, as you know.
I'm watching The Wire for Nvidia, too.
AI.
I'll give you headlines.
In
Just
particular, the first
literally
phase
only
of
2
the
headlines,
project will be
and I called them out right
in
before they hit
Texas,
the wire. So
Arizona, Oklahoma,
it's kinda dry.
Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places.
Indiana.
And Hussein, I'd love you to come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been amazing news for me and my family when he was elected in November. We've been waiting 4 years to increase our investments in U.S. to a very large amount of money. We are a company operating in more than 20 countries around the world. We have delivered more than 45,000 luxury units and another 45,000 in the pipeline. In data center, we are in 10 countries around the world. In Asia,
you don't know why
Europe,
people go,
and
just
Middle
at
East.
me, bro. Shit.
And we're very, very excited.
Say it with your chest.
Now with his
Come on.
leadership and
That's
his
my
open
fucking
strategy
cousin.
and policy to encourage businesses
That's exactly how my hair
to
going to
come
look.
to US.
I just got
For the
beautiful,
last 4
luscious
years, we've
locks
been waiting for this
on the
moment.
sides.
And we're planning to invest $20 billion and even more than that if the opportunity in the market allow us. But at the moment, we're planning $20 billion in data center, catering for the AI and cloud business for the hyperscalers.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Mr.
Great
President.
honor. Thank you very much. So nice. And that man knows what he's doing. He knows. So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this for people with far less too, but we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years.
Trump reiterates.
I saw it with plants in
expedited
Louisiana where I got it
reviews.
approved in literally a week. They were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years, and I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played, and much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing a very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation is continuing to rage, and interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people.
He said it.
We had a landslide election.
No, that's amazing. I'm glad he said that. That's it. How you got your first Trump comment of rates are much too high from the president-elect himself.
They're still counting.
But then he also acknowledged the inflation going up. That's crazy. No, that's something. I mean, again, look at the bonds. I don't know. Like I'm saying, don't be overreactionary. Don't be a crackhead. But right away, that's a new development. That's it. You now have Trump saying the rates are much too high.
Counting votes.
But he acknowledged inflation going up. That's
President Biden's
interesting.
actions
That's very, very
yesterday
interesting.
on offshore drilling, banning offshore drilling, will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby.
Didn't Biden just do that?
We'll be drilling in a lot of other locations, and the
TLT got a pop on it, even in the market a little bit.
They'll be brought down.
Jenks on the high. I don't know if they're still going through that buyout.
And that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New Scam.
The comment hit the wire.
All this money,
yeah,
trillions of
Trump
dollars,
says interest
like
rates are
throwing it
too
right
high.
out the window. What they're doing. And they're trying to spend so much now. They're just taking money and
5.7
giving
or
it to anybody
4.7.
that wants it for
I'm
any
thinking it
project
still
at
should
all
go to
if it's-
5, but there
if
you
it's
go.
certified under the Green
Your
New
first
Scan.
Trump comment on rates
And they
around
don't
5.7,
work,
4.7,
and it's
excuse
too
me.
expensive. And, they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very
I'm gonna go pee.
smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work. But even to this day, they're playing with the courts. They have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many. I defeated deranged Jack Smith. He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And the press made such a big deal out of them, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. When they vote, when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. And they've been watching this injustice. I call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president-elect of the United States of America? I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with Israel. You took a look at that attack on October 7th.
The bonds already gave up their rates too high comment.
Way they got out, not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to looking like a bunch of fools with 13 dead and many, many badly, horrifically injured. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them.
You guys want Afghanistan, Tin?
The way they got out was outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans. And
I bought it all and they gave it away. What a waste.
It's the group. And we were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so badly handled, that withdrawal where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst. And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now. And that's going to all end.
This press conference was about data centers, I think.
We're in no wars. I just finished.
Jensen's supposed to be on Bloomberg right now.
And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and
then Hess calls on President Trump to refill SPR.
Up with 2 armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. I criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And
Coca-Cola's decent. I mean, we're still up on it, but it's not a bad price.
We're going to do an even better job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on. But the 625 million acres, people can't realize. It's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. An acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre.
Love it.
You have an acre.
I can't believe we get 4 years of this.
Deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's
like an acre.
Feels like the whole ocean. And that's our strength, People can say we manufacture, we don't manufacture. The thing we have
Natural gas moving on that
everybody in the
drilling ban
world.
news, too.
We're going to have more of it, too.
And then Hess CEO says
But,
oil market closer
they
to being
took
balanced
away
than oversupplied.
625 million acres of offshore drilling.
Jensen live now on Bloomberg.
Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't.
Again,
think we
that's
should
why
have to go
cold
to
is on the
courts,
high.
but if we
His
do have to
comments
go
he's
to
saying right
courts,
now.
they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you. Because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed. Lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them
Man,
out.
y'all don't remember when Joe Biden won?
They were being.
You didn't get to hear him for like, it was like 3 weeks. He didn't make a press conference.
That's a sick group.
This guy's not even
and
president.
Resolved to influence the election.
He's not even been
was
inaugurated
all
yet.
a Fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain.
Joe
countries.
Biden
We've had
set a
that
record
in,
for the longest to go without a press
third-tier
conference
countries.
after winning.
We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever.
I mean, well, some of you like
They
and
brought
don't
this
like
moron
Trump,
out of
but
The Hague.
I love
guy.
this.
He's a mean,
Not
nasty
because
guy.
it's
His
Trump, but
picture was
because I
perfect.
appreciate
You
the
look at his picture, you
transparency.
say, "That's a bad
I
guy."
don't like. Again, we
He's
already got
real,
like
he's
3 different
purple
headlines
robe.
just by listening to this
And he
shit.
executes people. He shouldn't be
So
allowed to
that's
execute people
why. I
because
mean,
he'll
you got to
execute
think about it.
everybody. He's a
Most
nut
up
job.
until
But we won
Joe
all of those,
Biden,
cases
you
with
heard
him.
from presidents. You heard from
And,
people a genuine,
I
like a
don't
decent
know the
amount
judge
to
in
get
Florida,
info.
but we had a
So
brilliant
that's
judge in
why
Florida
I'm
that
very
saw right
glad
through
these are
him.
back.
And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge with great courage. You know, the left, as we call them, the radical left, they have a way, they play the ref, and they play it very hard. They
You
play
used
the
to
ref.
hate Trump, now
They
he's
go
cool.
and say horrible things
That's
about
good, man. That's
judges and
good.
prosecutors.
Either way, just get a long
And some
term.
judges and
No matter what.
prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking
He's
is
a
worse
felon.
than talking
Where my
to a
felons
judge.
at? How many felons we got in here?
The,
Fuck it. I'm
judge-
not. I ain't got no problem with felons. Shit, y'all got law
Judge
terms, right?
Cannon was brilliant and tough. And
What's
she
up,
didn't
baby?
stand for it.
What? I got love. What?
I don't know her.
You think a felon ever scared me? I ain't gonna let you watch my kids if
never
you
met
got
her
like
until the
some
case, and
child felony.
believe I
Fuck
said
you, but
even
I
one
still
word
fuck
to
with you. What are you talking about?
But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant, and her opinion was.
Meanwhile,
so
y'all
brilliant
gonna
that they
go
dropped their
support
appeal. They
fucking
couldn't
Luigi
beat
Mangione.
So that's what we're up
Felon.
against. So they say we're
I'm
gonna
not
have a
hard
smooth
at all. No,
transition.
no, no.
All
That's
they
why
do
I
is
befriend
talk.
the felons.
It's all
Because
talk.
I'm the soft one.
Everything they
But
do
I
is
have the
talk.
knowledge,
We're gonna have
and
a
then they
smooth
go hard.
transition,
You
and
see what I'm
then they
saying?
take 625
It's called
million acres,
strategic trade.
and they,
What are you talking? It's
essentially
economics
land markets,
101.
so you can't ever
You should
go
watch the
there
macro
again. What
lessons
we're
on the
gonna be
trading
doing
fraternity.
soon, we're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean, you put down a map and put this up. It's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, $40 to $50 trillion. That's more than our national debt. Essentially, he's thrown it away. He's thrown it away. He's taken $50 trillion. So if we owe $35 trillion,
Josh going crazy.
he's taken $50 trillion.
Comment by
of
Stoner
value
Steve 97.
and thrown it right out the window. We can't do that. Nobody can do that. One other thing he did yesterday, which was in many ways worse. It's hard to believe it can be worse. He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants everybody to
This
have
guy
an
loves
electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes.
Have you ever
don't
felt
itch.
the heat? It's a way
Does
better
anybody
heat.
have
It's warm. It
a
hugs
heater
you.
where you go and you
That
scratch
electric
it
heat,
and
it doesn't do the
that's what they want
same.
you to
It's like a
have. They
fake
don't want you to have
blanket,
gas
a
where
wet blanket.
You don't have the problems of the
A
electric.
big problem.
and
that real natural gas
source
heat.
is plentiful.
Nothing beats
They're
it.
much cheaper to operate.
And
They're
it's
much
cheap.
better. They
Very
work much
cheap.
better. They look much better. 60% of homes and apartments have gas heaters. He wants them all removed quickly. These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
The only thing that uses electricity,
also want to go
AI
back,
and stoves.
have already
That's
started
it.
that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve. Even in areas that have so much water, you don't know what to do. It's called rain.
See, at least we all could laugh.
Comes down from heaven.
We had to listen to Biden, and he'd say some out-of-pocket shit, and you could tell he was mentally failing, and I'd make a joke, and then half of you would get so angry.
So what happens? You're in the shower.
I hope all of you could crack a laugh under Trump, but
no
damn.
water comes out of the faucet.
I'm
You
just
want to
saying.
wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger than what they have right
So
now.
half of us,
as you know,
half of the
I
people would get
ended
mad
that
at the
policy.
Biden comments when you would
have
call
all
it
the
because
water you want.
they had
Makes no
identified with
difference.
Biden in the early
Especially in
days.
certain areas we have so much
It
water, we don't
chilled
know what
out
to
in the
do.
latter years, but yeah.
But these are all things. They want very, very little water to go into your dishwasher, almost none. And you know what people do? They just keep pressing, keep it going. They end up using
You got a
more
new
water.
baby
Likewise,
named
washing
Enzo?
machines, they
Oh, what a
want
cool
in your
name.
Washing machine.
That's what's up, baby.
You have very little water coming out
Congrats.
of the washing machine. So when you wash your clothing, you have to wash it 4 times instead of once. You end up using more water. We're a party of common sense, and things that I'm telling you now is really all about common sense. On January 20th,
I mean,
we'll
dude,
turn
listen,
the
I ain't
economy
never
around
heard
very
Joe
quickly,
Biden
'cause right now we
ever
are-
talk about
when I
using
think
a
of our
heater or
economy, I
doing
think about
laundry.
inflation.
So it's
That's what we
funny
have. We
hearing
have
this,
inflation, I
but
believe,
he is talking
at
to
a
the
level
people.
that we never had before. There's never been anything like it.
Like, come on, bro.
And over the next 4 years, the United States is going to
This guy's talking about
take
laundry.
off like a rocket ship. But really, it's already doing it. If you take a look, just last month, SoftBank announced the $200 billion. I think it'll be 200. He said between 100, and I said, how about making it 200? And he sort of said yes, but let's say it's 100, but it might be 200, right, Brian? Dollars, United States, creating more than 100,000 jobs. Hussein just announced a tremendous investment that he's going to make, and that's money that's in the bank. He's going to come and do it, and he'll do a great job, and he'll build the best centers in the country, I guarantee, because I know the way he builds. Since my election, the stock market has set records. The S&P 500 index has broken above 6,000 points for the
Without
first
delay.
time ever, never even close. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points.
Talk about inflation.
It's not at 41. It
Rates.
went up 41 points.
I want to hear what he.
And
I
that's
like
the
what he said
largest
first time.
in the 39-year history of the group that does it. According to Gallup, the American people's confidence in the economy has just surged to the highest level in history. That's why I have a news conference like that. I take the greatest business leaders in the world. I say, hey, do you want to say you're going to invest the money? They're not looking for news conferences. They're saying, what am I doing here? They go in and they invest money, but it's good to
It's
know
20
where
billion,
the
10 minutes
smartest
of
business
press.
people in the world
I
are
think
investing
Hussein is
in.
going to make a
They're
lot of
investing
money.
in the United States.
I don't know if he.
So we've done
He'll
this
probably
all
get to go
in
to
2
a dinner,
months
too.
of not being there. You know, we haven't been there. And it's pretty amazing, and we think we're going to do some really great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. Jimmy Carter gave it to them.
You
for
go
$1.
offer. You make a Canada
And they were
buyout right
supposed to
now.
treat
It's
us
coming.
Well, I thought it was a terrible thing to do. You know, it's the most expensive structure ever built.
Starting
in the
sisters
history
launcher?
of our
Let's go,
country,
baby.
Relatively.
Way to take care of the fam.
It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries. They charge more for our Navy than they charge for navies of other countries.
You've
They
been
laugh
down
at
the
us
Panama
because they
Canal?
think we're
That's dope.
stupid.
I ain't never seen the Panama
But we're
Canal.
not stupid anymore.
We're not stupid
So
anymore.
the Panama Canal is under discussion with them right now. They violated every aspect of the agreement, and they morally violated it also.
I mean, the
and they
funny
wanna
part
help
about
because
Panama,
it's
Canada, and
leaking
Greenland is
and not
most
in good
Americans
repair.
don't realize
And
we
they
have
want
a
us to give
history
$3
with
billion
all of these
to help
places.
fix it.
This isn't like
said, well,
a weird random Trump idea.
China's basically
The Canada buying
over.
Canada is hilarious, but like Greenland and Panama are like literally a part of American history and are like what we've tried to do in those areas. Yeah, go look it up.
Allowed even to run for president. Of course, she shouldn't have either, because that never happened. I had to be two people, not one.
Well, it's not about taking our shit back. It's like we've gone back and forth.
And makes a lot of money,
so like we've
China.
made like 5 attempts on Greenland from like 1816. That's not new. So if Trump doing it, you can freak out, but that's historically relevant and like it tracks.
Numbers are staggering, $500,000 to $1 million a ship. And they took it away from us, meaning we gave it to them for $1. But not going to happen. What they've done to us, they've charged us, they've overcharged our ships, overcharged our Navy. And then when they need repair money, they come to the United States to put it up. We get nothing. Those days are over. Working with the Republican majorities in Congress, will cut taxes, slash regulations, raise wages, and boost incomes at a pace the world has not seen before, and certainly not from our country. We had a big chunk of it for the first 3 years prior to COVID coming in. And
Jensen Huang AI is going to reinvent computer games.
We cut the most regulations in the history of our country, and I did that all in 4 years.
They just asked Jensen a Trump question?
By 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years, and we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA.
USA.
And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister, you'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said,
Wayne Gretzky.
Let's make it governor. I like it better.
I'm telling you, President Gretzky.
Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive
you miss all the shots you don't
Mexico,
take it.
And
take
we
the
help
shot.
Mexico a lot. They're
shoot it in.
Essentially run
Come
by
on,
the cartels.
Canadian.
And can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change, because we do most of the work there and it's ours. We're going to be changing, sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate.
The Gulf of America.
And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them. And we're going to put very serious
See, that's the stuff that everyone's going to get pissed
Canada,
at.
They come through Canada.
They're going to ignore everything he just said. You know what I'm saying? And be like, well, look at that, the Gulf of America.
So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Substantial tariffs.
Substantial tariff.
Okay, now watch dollar and bonds.
Everybody, but you know they have to. It takes two to tango.
Very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada. He's
Of
avoiding China.
Golden age. It's going to be
Or he's not saying anything on that
we
yet.
have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have.
And then SPY coming down.
Number one. Nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We were number 3. I made us number one in a very short period of time in drilling. And, you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping.
You're going to talk about them killing the
paper,
whales.
Like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government.
It's true.
And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many
it's
times
literally
more
a plot
expensive
in a
than
Stallone
clean
movie.
natural gas. So we're going to try and have a policy where no windmills are being built. You know, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build like 200 windmills. The people are going crazy. Nobody wants them, and they're very expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers, and they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories, they have one 70 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period.
They killed the whales.
And now they had
little
14
whale
this
killing
season.
energy.
The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously. And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster it's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years, you have to redo them. And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California.
Well, no, he started talking tariffs, and then it went down. He said we're going to make it the Gulf of America
rusting, rotting,
and
closed,
tax them.
Falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And
I love the windmills in Palm Springs.
Because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down?
I love them.
It's very expensive.
Don't get rid of the Palm Springs windmills.
With them because the
I love them.
You can't bury them because
that's
of
iconic.
Protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say. So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out appropriately, to all of the other elements of what we do and what we're going to do, to take $50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet because some man that has no idea what he's doing, has no idea. You know it, I know it, the Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big thing, but you'll need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal.
Oh, it's only 9 a.m.
Fired up with coal.
So, good morning.
And we're going to build bigger and better ones. People like Hussein that are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it, but they're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get their permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into the grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened since we won the election, a couple of months, since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me. They said, thank you. Thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine. That's a disaster. I look at numbers every week, the number of people being killed in that war. People don't know, mostly soldiers now. But the towns have been obliterated. This was a Biden fiasco that that should have never happened. If we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, Russia would have never, ever gone in. But they did go in, and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people have largely left. And the soldiers are killing each other at levels that haven't been seen since the Second World War. So we'll have to get that one straightened out, too. That's a tough one. Much tougher than it would have been before it started, I can tell you that. A deal could have been made just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions. Yeah.
Questions?
Go ahead, please.
President, thank you.
Stop it.
I wanted to touch on the world on fire that you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama Canal now because, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person. But that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive. They say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away was a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election, even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said just before it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe...
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started.
Well, not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So you've got what you've got. At this point, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep supporting them during the negotiations?
Well, I wouldn't tell you if that were the case.
Would you make a commitment to provide a security guarantee if they
I wouldn't tell you.
Armistice or a ceasefire?
I guess he's honest
along the lines of
about that.
The French.
I want to tell you.
So, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate to be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. Years ago when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. I said they're taking advantage. I'm the one that got, and the Secretary General was here, as you know, 2 weeks ago, saying that if it weren't for me, NATO wouldn't even exist right now, because I raised from countries that weren't paying their bills. At that time, 28 countries, 20 of them were not paying their bills, 21 to be exact. They weren't paying, or they were paying a very small portion. And I raised over $680 billion. That was the number he gave, by saying, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. And as soon as I said that, the money came pouring in. But Obama could have said it. Other people could have said it. Bush could have said it. Nobody said it but me. I took a lot of heat. They said, oh, that's a threatening statement. Well, they weren't paying their bills. I said, we're not going to protect you if you're not paying the bills. So in a true sense, I saved NATO, but NATO's taken advantage of us. And one of the problems that I have, and I've said it openly, I said it to President Zelensky, Europe is in for a tiny fraction of the money that we're in. Now, whether you like that situation or not, Europe is much more affected than the United States. We have a thing called the ocean in between us, right? Why are we in for billions and billions of dollars more money than Europe?
In between us.
And you know, they're a similar size, a little smaller, but they're a similar size economy as the United States when you add them up. And yet Europe is in for a small fraction of the number the United States is in. Now, Biden could have called them up during the term. That's what I did. I said, you have to pay your bills. And they all, one stood up. I won't say who. You'll probably have it because the papers, the media hated to report on it. But a prime minister stood up from a country, you know, a famous meeting of 28 nations with no press, no anybody in the room. He stood up. He says, does that mean if we don't pay our bill, and at that point it was 2%, it should be 5%. It should be 5%, not 2%. But at that point it was 2%, but many people didn't pay. Some people didn't pay anything. But many people were way, including Germany. Germany was at less than 1%.
You're going to press for 5%?
Well, I think NATO should have 5%, yeah. Well, you can't do it at 2%. I mean, at 2%, every country, if you're going to have a country in a regular military, you're at 4%. I think they should be, you know, they're in dangerous territory. I think it should be, they can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. I'm the one that got them to pay 2%. But a gentleman stood up, a prime minister stood up, and he said to me, sir, could I ask you a question? You're saying we have to pay our bills. If we don't pay our bills, will the United States protect us from Russia? I said, if you don't pay, you mean you're delinquent? He said, yes. He said, if you're delinquent, we will not protect you. I took a lot of heat. Although it was somewhat closed door, I took a lot of heat from the media. And you know what happened? The money started pouring in. That's why NATO has money. And the Secretary General said it was the most incredible thing he had ever seen in a negotiation. Now, if I would have said, yes, we will, nobody would have paid. If I would have loved to say, yes, we'll protect you even if you don't pay. But that's not the way life works.
Mr. President, two questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see,
there's such a lag between the audio.
People came now from the FBI.
I'm like staring at him.
Very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that were strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing, because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now. So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please. Please.
On Jack Smith's report.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. It's good to see you again. 2 questions about Syria and the ongoing war in Gaza. About Syria, the Pentagon disclosed last month the U.S. has some 2,000 troops in Syria. That's almost double the number initially we were told of 900. Will you keep that troop capacity the same upon taking over?
Well, I won't tell you that because it's part of a military strategy, but I will say it was Turkey. Turkey's been after that country in different names and different forms and shapes for 2,000 years. Those people that went in are from Turkey. And President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about? The Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to be.
Oh, wow, I remember that.
They hate each other.
You remember the Kurds conflict? What was that, 2020, 2019?
Yeah. And he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened, Iran was weakened, and he's a very smart guy. And he sent his people in there through different forms and different names, and they went in and they took over, and that's the way it is.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Do you have concerns about HTS taking control of
By the way, I
Syria
have the envoy here. Is that in the back, standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve. You've been working endlessly for months, and he's working specifically on the hostages, trying to get them back.
Well, that was my second question. Is Hamas
Steve, come up for a second. Maybe you might want to say a couple of words.
Get up here, Steve.
I didn't know Steve was going to be here, actually.
Neither did I.
He's done a fantastic job, and it's a dangerous job, too, and we appreciate it. He didn't know about this kind of danger and the other deal-making he does. Now he sees a lot of big danger. Come on up, Steve.
Mr. President, can I ask you a second part of that? Hamas released
Just one
another
second,
hostage
please.
video.
I'm going to give you a little report on the hostages, if I can. Steve?
Who wants Steve up there? I don't think it's Stoner Steve 97, but it's a different Steve. Steve has a good reputation.
Well, I think we're making
know?
a lot of progress, and I don't want to say too much.
This is how I
because
imagine Stoner
I think
Steve
they're doing a
97
really good
sounds.
job back in Doha. I'm leaving.
When he's like, "You're going
tomorrow
crazy, Josh."
Back to go to
So I'm
Doha.
like, okay, Stoner Steve.
But I think that
Yeah, Steve's a good
we've
guy.
had
We love
some,
Steve.
some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the president. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the president, his reputation, the things that he has said.
Who is he?
that
I have
are
no
driving
idea who
this
he is.
negotiation.
Honestly,
and
no idea who
so
Steve is.
hopefully it'll all work out, and we'll save
He looks
some
like a
lives.
Steve. I could give you that.
I believe we've been on the verge of it. I don't want to discuss sort of what's delayed it. There's no point to be negative in any way.
I think
But
he's going to be
it's the president,
responsible
his
for the
stature,
hostages.
What he said he expects, the red lines he's put out there, that's driving this negotiation. I'm going back probably either this evening or tomorrow night.
Are you confident there'll be a deal before January 20th, or is that something that's likely to happen? If there's a deal even at all, and we've been hearing this now for the better part of.
I know.
since October 7th.
I would say.
They better be.
Right. I would say
It
that
better be.
the president
Right,
is
yeah.
exasperated. I don't want to talk for him, but look, I don't know anyone who delegates better than President Trump. He gives us a lot of authority to speak on his behalf, and he exhorts us to speak emphatically. And emphatically means you better do this, because the alternative.
Do you think they're waiting for President Trump to take office?
No, I think they heard him loud and clear. Better get done by the inaugural.
But when you say all hell will be paid,
That'd be crazy.
all hell must be paid if they don't.
Yeah, bro, he sounds. Are they trying to hardline him right now?
All hell will break out. If those hostages aren't
Look
back,
at
I
this!
wanna hurt your negotiation.
He said, you heard it.
If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out.
He's doubling,
and
tripling
it
down.
will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is.
Summit
They should've
expects
given
closing
back
first
they
quarter. Oh,
should've never
nice.
taken them.
So we still have
They
those
should've
shares.
never
That means
been
we'll
the
get our money
attack of
back.
October
We'll make
7th.
money on that
People forget
faster.
that.
Nice.
But there was, and many people are killed.
That's
No
crazy.
longer
I thought he was. I don't know why. I guess I'm used to Biden. I thought they were gonna like slow roll into it, but I think he's actually
people there from the United States.
he's actually redlining and saying you have until I get inaugurated.
So-called hostages from the U.S.
Yeah, some. But remember, some has a buyout price, so some is already bought out. It's popping because now, if you'll get paid in like a month or two tops.
Beautiful girl where they threw her in the car, pulled her by her ponytail and threw her in the car like she was a sack of potatoes. I said, what happened to her? Sir, she's dead. Like a 19, 20-year-old beautiful girl. And the way they treated her. And I just say it this very simply. Steve's got a job to do. He's a great guy, great negotiator, great person. They respect him over there already. It's what we needed over there. We have people that know everything about the Middle East, but they can't speak properly. They don't know. He's a great negotiator. That's what I needed. I could have sent that gentleman right over there, Hussein. He's a great negotiator. There are people, they're rare. Great negotiators are very rare, like a great surgeon. But we have the right person. But I tell this, I don't want to hurt the negotiation. if the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
That's it.
More than 140 police officers were injured by rioters on January 6th. Will you pardon anyone who attacked a police officer?
Well, you know, the only one that was killed was a beautiful young lady named Ashley Babbitt. She was killed, and there was actually somebody else that was killed, also a MAGA person, but people don't give it 100% credibility. I'm going to find out about it, and we're going to find out. But Ashley Babbitt was killed. She was shot. She had never been shot. She was shot for no reason whatsoever. In fact, they say that she was trying to hold back the crowd, and the crowd was made up of a lot of different people, so we'll see. But I will tell you this, the person that was killed was Ashley Babbitt. The other thing is, when they talk, you know, there was never charges of insurrection or anything like that. But if there were, this would be the only insurrection in history where people went in as insurrectionists with not one gun, okay? And let me tell you, the people that you're talking about have a lot of guns in their home for hunting and for shooting and for entertainment, a lot of good reasons. But there wasn't one gun that they found. And why didn't they find the bomber, the pipe bomber? You know, they know who the pipe bomber is. The FBI knows who it is. The status of the FBI has gone down so far, and the status of the DOJ, or as I call it, the Department of Justice, it's the Department of Injustice. It's being laughed at all over the world. And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with...
Oh, come on. This is my first YouTube cutout. The stream's done good, though, honestly. So I know you guys are dealing with ads today, but it has given us a much more reliable stream today.
And hopefully with Pam Bondi and with Kash Patel and with other people that we're putting in, that will all come back. Agents of the FBI, but they have hurt that incredible place. Law enforcement, I mean, you think of the FBI, they raided this house. By the way, they could have told me, could I see this? I would have given them, I actually told them, come in anytime you want.
You've been getting kicked out?
You could see anything.
And a couple, we had it one, but very, very small.
And the case was dismissed. And now I'm in litigation. I'm suing them for doing that. And I feel so badly doing it. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm suing the United States. But I'm suing them for other things, too. The FBI has gone so...
oh, come on.
Its reputation has been so horribly hurt between Comey, who is... And I'm not allowed...
Oh, shit, and then bond auction in 45 minutes.
If I did speak, people would understand the scam. It's a scam. And we have very dishonest judges, and New York judges are very bad. We had one that
Amazon partners with Ring Smart
because it was good for their case.
Kid with Ring Smart smoking carbon monoxide alarm.
$18 million. He valued this house as $18 million. And we have another one who was so nasty, so horrible, such a brute, a most vicious, vile person. These are New York judges. But we've won most of the cases, so we're very happy about that. Please.
Back on Greenland, your position is clear, but have you directed your staff to take specific actions to draw plans? And can you elaborate again? You didn't rule out military coercion.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place.
And then that IPO just turned float, 1.5 mil.
We're not letting it happen.
Up
and
20%.
If Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Have you asked your staff to draw plans for acquisition? I mean, are you active?
No, we're not at that stage, but we have people. I haven't even entered office yet.
Secondly, sir, Elon Elon Musk has drawn some criticism and a lot of attention for some of his actions and provocative statements about foreign affairs, including in Europe. Your reaction to that, is that appropriate for...
You mean where he likes people that tended to be conservative? I don't know the people. I can say Elon's doing a good job, very smart guy. I don't know the people you're talking about.
Yeah, Trump threatens Denmark with tariffs.
I know he said some
the headline from that little rant.
People that are running for office, but
that's hitting the wire now.
It's not so unusual. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you about Ukraine and Putin. How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the Ukraine situation?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because every day many young people are being killed, soldiers. The land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead, and they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets.
Within the
I hope
first
so.
3 to 6
I hope to have 6 months. No, I hope long before 6 months. Look, Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened.
Who would you like to nominate to replace Michael Barr as vice chair of the military?
I'll be announcing somebody.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir, real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like.
Bro, no
And it would
way.
also be much better for national security. Don't
Yeah,
forget,
bro,
we
this isn't a
basically
joke.
Protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there. I love the Canadian people.
I don't know how I feel about that.
But we're spending
Canadian
hundreds of billions
51st
a year
state?
to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. They make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather.
He just said he's not going to invade. He said he's going to use economic
we don't
pressure.
Need their lumber. We have massive.
Calm down,
fields
but
of
like
lumber. We don't need
the
their
idea
lumber.
is still
we
wild.
have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on. But I can do that with an executive order. We don't need anything they have. We don't need their dairy products. We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money. We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have a partner in the buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But... no right. Nope. No right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state.
I don't know if we wouldn't share currency. It sounds like the Eurozone,
what
bro.
Would happen if we didn't
sounds
do
like
it?
we're going to make a new
They said
currency.
Canada would
Watch.
dissolve.
This is
Canada wouldn't
wild.
be able to function.
Canada, like,
if we didn't take
he's
their
not joking
20%
about
of
it.
our car market, they send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that. They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need the other products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot of milk. We got a lot of everything. And we don't need any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question. But I can answer it. We're doing it because of habit. and we're doing it because we like our neighbors, and we've been good neighbors. But we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money. And why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
He said we don't need anything Canada has.
Be aware of this, but it looks
That's
like
the headline.
Canada has blocked the DOJ from releasing the Smith's report until further court proceedings. Get your thoughts on
Wow,
that.
that's a big story.
Yeah.
It's a big story.
So if I get it right, the fake witch hunt started by the DOJ.
Apple's
having to do
still
with books and
dying.
records and Biden
Again, they had that downgrade in the morning, but that's starting to bring us down. Remember, NASDAQ's down 1.5. That's your pressure on the day. Bonds stopped dying, but market's still dribbling down from the good data.
People are destroyed because of what they did. Destroyed. But we got to be president. But Biden did it for 40 years. He did it when he was a senator. That was illegal. And they ruled it was illegal. How about that? They said, it's illegal, but he's unfit to stand trial. So he can stand and be president of the United States, but the prosecutor found that he's unfit for trial. I was going to use that as a major talking point, but I never got to use it because all of a sudden I had a new candidate who was also sort of unfit to stand trial, right? But so what you're saying is that the judge just blocked the so Cannon was thrown off the case. They dropped their appeal because he had no case. They dropped all of that, the lawsuits against us. They lost the lawsuit. So this is deranged Jack Smith. So he dropped the lawsuits. He was told to by the DOJ because they had no lawsuit. They lost in court in front of a very strong and a very brilliant judge. They lost in court. And that pertained to other cases.
Yeah, half of the market's still in the green.
So he wanted to do
So it's been like that from the morning.
Just before
And just
I
the
take
big
office,
NASDAQ
probably.
names adding the pressure.
So
I
he'll
mean,
do
that
like a
Apple's not helping.
500-page
Same with Nvidia.
report, and it'll be a fake report just like the investigation was a fake investigation. And I said, well, wait a minute. This guy was thrown off in disgrace. In disgrace. He's going back to The Hague or wherever they're going to send him. In disgrace. Because he failed so badly. Because it was a fake case against a political opponent. They thought they were going to use this to beat me. So what you're saying is
Has this been going on for an hour now?
They're not allowed to issue
That's
the
crazy.
report. So if they're not allowed to issue the report, that's the way it should be. Because he was thrown off the case in disgrace. Why should he be allowed to write a fake report? It'll only be a fake report. That's great news. Yeah. Good.
And if I can just follow up real quickly, you want to comment, many Americans are angry that we're sending millions of dollars every month to the Taliban. Do you anticipate?
It's not even believable. Billions of dollars, not millions, billions. We pay billions of dollars to essentially the Taliban, Afghanistan. And that's given by Biden. That's the same man that took away $50 to $60 trillion worth of value from the United States. Think of it. Probably our most valuable asset. Took away our most valuable asset. This can't be allowed to happen. We are now a nation of common sense. When he does that, 625 million acres, this can't be allowed to happen. Thank you for the information. Yes, most other people probably knew about it, but they wouldn't have told me, right?
Mr. President, on your campaign trail, you vowed to bring down the prices at grocery stores very fast.
Yeah, we will
but
do
then
it fast.
You recently
We will
told
do it
Time
fast.
magazine that bringing down prices would be very hard. So what can the American people expect when you get into office?
It's always hard to bring down prices when somebody else has screwed something up like they did, but we'll bring them down. We'll get them down. Energy is going to bring down prices. We're going to have a lot of energy, and energy is what brought it up. Energy and their bad spending is what brought it up, and energy is going to bring it down. We're going to have prices down. I think you're going to see some pretty drastic price reductions. As an example, food, bacon, ham, apples, everything has gone through the roof. It's one of the reasons I won. So as you know, I said it, inflation was one of the reasons I won, but I think the biggest reason I won was the fact that they are allowing prisoners to come into our country They released their prisoners, their murderers. Thousands of murderers are now walking around the streets of our cities and farmland all over. Murders, people that have killed. Many, 32% have killed more than one person. They released them from their jails, their prisons, and their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country. I believe that's the reason we got such a large vote. All right, maybe one or two more questions. Yeah, please.
Maybe one or two more.
Go ahead, you go.
Sir, can you, President Carter is laying in state today in Washington. You had some harsh words for him about the Panama Canal. Is there any disconnect there? Do you feel a little bit bad about doing that on this day?
No, I liked him as a man. I disagreed with his policy. So, hey, he thought giving away the Panama Canal was a good thing. I think it cost him the election. That and the hostages. I actually think that was a bigger factor because that's a deal that just should not have been made. But, again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. People don't bring it up.
Okay, SPY going lower again. Apple is what kind of gave you this extra one, and Nvidia too. The other names are still up, but again, big tech starting to slip. Bonds haven't hit a new low though.
That money, lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito. They were dying. It was horrible what was happening. They paid them 4 times more than they would make in the United States, but they know they were going to go over there and die. And they died.
Dow's doing better, but IWM's, I mean, it's kind of crazy, almost 1% down. Dow's doing good.
It away for $1.
It's still red, everything red.
Now getting your agenda through Congress, you appeared to open the door in your radio interview yesterday for a 2-bill approach. Is it still your preference for one big, beautiful bill, as you have said?
Well, I like one big, beautiful bill, and I always have, I always will. But if 2 is more certain, it does go a little bit quicker because you can do the immigration stuff early. Now, you have to understand, for immigration and for the wall, we won the case on the wall. You know, they tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar.
Come on.
We wanted to sell it 5 cents on the dollar.
And for the wall, we won the case on the wall. You know, they tried to sell the wall for 5 cents on the dollar, by the way. In other words, double what we paid for it. So they were going to buy it from this guy for 5 cents on the dollar. They were making deals. Unfortunately, we had a very smart judge that stopped it cold. I think he called for an investigation, too, and he should. But think of it. They were selling the wall. That was exactly the wall that the Border Patrol wanted. That was designed by them. Steel, concrete, rebar, exactly as they want. Very, very heavy steel, very powerful steel, hard to cut. Very, very heavy 7,000-pound concrete, which is a very strong concrete. Everything was top of the line. Very expensive. Would be double what we paid for it then, 6 years ago. But let me just tell you, they were selling it for 5 cents on the dollar to people, and those people were calling us, asking us to pay them 200 cents because it's a good deal because we can have it immediately. And you know what immediately is? Just leave it in place. No. The papers haven't written that, though. That deal is like all the other things that these people do. These people either hate our country or they're very stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid because nobody can cheat on elections like they cheat and be stupid. They either hate our country or they're stupid. So remember what I said because nobody wants to report it. They were selling the wall for 5 cents on the dollar and trying to resell it back to us for 200 cents or less, but for 200 cents on the dollar. That's a nice return.
It's a nice return.
Stop putting fact checks on posts on its website.
Oh, Meta.
Meta said today it would stop putting fact checks on its website and instead allow community.
Well, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta. Facebook. Meta. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it. Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past? With these
Probably.
issues?
Yeah, probably.
You know, he does look less orange. Is it because it's winter? Like you could kind of see the little tan eye bags, but he don't look as like tangerine, mango-y. You know what I'm saying? Is that what happened? He get more orange as he gets stressed? That would make sense, like a reverse Hulk type beat.
Look, It's a military strategy.
But yeah, he looked less orange, and like his hands is pale as shit.
All right, one more, Brian. Go ahead.
I think he heard me. He's like, I'm leaving.
Give us a preview of what you might be talking.
You gotta go stand under tangerines after this.
Here, the next couple of days, and you've got a very supportive Congress behind you.
They're great. So we have a wonderful Republican Congress. We have a leader that I have a lot of confidence in. I think he's going to be hopefully a great leader, a great speaker. And we have a leader, by the way, in the Senate I think has been great. John Thune has been doing a fantastic job. But it goes through the House first. And the question is whether or not we do the two bills or one bill. And, look, I can live either
But like
way.
he used to look orange.
Big bill, but
like he had a hella fake tan.
But they'll be coming down. The Senate
like it
also will
don't.
be coming down, and then ultimately we'll be meeting in the White House in a few weeks. But right now, this is
yeah, it's not orange.
Season.
It's still a
this
little
is
orange,
the
but not
White
like
House. It was
it's not
built,
peak
I don't know if
orange.
You know this. Marjorie Meriwether Post and E.F. Hutton built this. It was the greatest of all the estates in our country. And I saved it, and I got a lot of credit for saving it. Most of these big, great houses have been knocked down in Palm Beach. Just about all of them, actually. And they, you'd build 10 mansions on one site. But we saved it.
HRMY and then M Matador.
And White House. And she gave it to
Harmony Bio up 3, could be data, and then Matador Resources up to Harmony looks more, and then Fubo dropping.
Actually, Jimmy Carter, Nixon was through Watergate. He came down. Nixon came here once, and he thought it was incredible, but he had a thing called Watergate, if anybody remembers that, and his mind, to put it mildly. And Jimmy Carter felt that it was too extravagant for the country, so fortunately for me, he gave it back to the foundation, and I bought it from the foundation.
On reconciliation, some Republicans saying in trade for a massive bill that you and they share the interest in, they want to see big spending cuts. Do you agree with that? And what
Well, I'm okay with spending cuts. I like spending cuts. Just I'm on the record for spending cuts. And the debt ceiling was given to us. It shouldn't have been, but it was put in our lap. And what I want in terms of debt ceiling isn't the ceiling. I just don't want to see a default. That's all I want.
Why would we be worried about that?
Spending more money necessarily.
Or?
All I want to see is no default. Because nobody knows what would happen if there was a default.
That's a what?
It could be 1929, and it could be nothing.
Has anybody said default recently on our debt? I know the CDS started going up and prior to the election, but very interesting.
Debt ceiling is not about
That's kind of out of left
it's
field,
really
bro.
just about extending it. I just want to see.
So he just said it's about the debt, about defaulting? He either knows something or he's talking out his ass.
How much can you do by executive order? Are you planning to do on executive order when it comes to immigration? And how much do you want Congress to tackle this issue? And also on day one,
Well, I had the safest border in the history of our country by far. You remember?
And
the
then
famous chart
CFPB
that I
bans
put
medical
in the
bills
chart
from
for
credit
a
reports.
lot of reasons. But I have the safest border by far
50-50.
in the history of our country. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Nothing like it is now. This is 10 times worse. I got elected because of the border the first time. And I think I got elected largely.
Yeah, HRMY Harmony still up 4. No headline yet.
The second time I did equally well. Well, not as well as the last time, but I did very well. And I will
Yeah,
say this was
it
too
hit
big
the
to
wire.
do.
Debt ceiling. I don't
the
want to see a
expression, too big
default.
to
Trump.
They couldn't do it. They
That
tried,
has
but they
hit.
couldn't do it.
They took that statement.
I didn't get very much from Congress at all. I just said that we're being invaded, and I took the money out of the military. Much of the wall, I built over 500 miles of wall. Much of that wall was built through money that I put into the military. We took it out because we couldn't get things from Congress in those days, and we took it out. And that wall was built largely with money coming from the military. So, very simple. I went to the military. I said, our country is being invaded by very similar, nothing like what's invading our country now. They weren't releasing prisons into our country, and they weren't releasing mental institutions in, but some bad dudes were coming in, right? And I said, our country is being invaded. And I took that money largely from the military. I was sued 9 times by the Democrats in Congress, and I won all those suits. And we ended up building 571 miles of wall. Once that wall was built, they start going around it. So we're going to add another 200. That would have been up in 3 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election result. And they said, we don't want to put it up. We'll sell it. And they started selling it for 5 cents on the dollar. What a second. So we'll do this again. I just want to thank everybody very much. I'm just telling you, this will be the golden age of America. This is the golden age of America. We're going to have a great country again. We're a country right now under siege. We have so many different problems, and nobody
Just
respects
a positive
us
guy, bro. Just a positive guy. What do you want me to do?
Now they do. The Italian prime minister, as you know, came here the other night, just flew in and flew out. She wanted to see me. And great respect is being shown when I went to the cathedral in France. Great respect was shown by the prime minister, the president, by everybody. France was, and by the way, I have to say they did a great job in the cathedral. But great respect is being shown to our country again. And we have a great country, but we have to run it properly. It's going to be run properly. We want to get back those hostages for Israel and for us. You know, we do have people that are hostages being held. And I'll just say it again. If this deal's not done with the people representing our nation, by the time I get to office, all hell is going to break out.
Going full hardline on the whole Middle East. That's it. He's leaving with that. He said, I'm out. Look at this swag, bro. He know exactly where the exit is. You know what I'm saying? He know exactly how to walk off that stage. He don't even have to look back. You ain't going to get him with the scraggler question or anything. He knows exactly where the exit is. Oh, my goodness. That was a long time. Well, WTF, I don't know. I mean, some of you gave me a WTF reaction. I think some of you, I mean, even towards the end of last year, you were a little confused about my Trump optimism. But at the end of the day, you know, and I love all of you. I've been on a very positive attitude already. But, dude, I really, 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 really enjoy and I prefer transparent, like being transparent and hearing from the president than not. As much as you know, it's one thing to know who the president is and whether it could have been anybody else, but at the end of the day, I much prefer whether I could hear it, disagree, agree. You're like, he's lying, it's this. Whatever it is, you guys are fully entitled to all of that. But at the end of the day, I am way prefer that than secrecy, hiding, and like just shady shit. I don't know, and that's the vibe I got from the last time. I'm kind of full-blown MAGA. I kind of chilled out after the election, but if you think you're going to, like, you know, socially scare me into changing my idea because you want to categorize me into a group, you got me mistaken. I don't care if you call me MAGA or not. I don't care if you call me liberal, crazy, or anything. You can call me whatever you want, but at the end of the day, like I'm saying, I prefer transparency to hiding and secrecy, hands down. And that's why that was a very refreshing one. And I posted it on Twitter because there is I posted the chart. I don't know if you guys realize that Donald Trump has not even been inaugurated yet. So I hate to break it to you. Like, literally, Biden, I forgot how long. It took him 64 days to give you a press conference after winning. So there was Trump when he first got in 27, and now you literally have Trump doing a presser, answering questions, talking about the war, the economy, inflation, rates, everything else, bro, before he's even in office. So, yeah, it took almost, over 2 months to hear from Biden. So hopefully you see where my appreciation is coming from, where it's just good to have that level of transparency. So, my goodness. And then you get to see it. I mean, it's transparent enough where you guys could call out BS or not. Yeah, and it's unscripted. I mean, I don't know. Something about it, I like it way better, man. I like it way better. So I don't know, man. Why are you got your panties in a bunch? Just chill out, bro. That's it. You got to wait 4 years for a new president anyway. You could keep, if you like the Biden shit, like, do your thing, bro. But like I'm telling you, I don't know if y'all lived through the last 4 years like I did, but yeah, so it's there. He did talk about policy with the war. I don't know if you were listening to that. They announced stuff for data centers, for energy, foreign policy, even stuff related to the currency and rates. So pay attention, little homie. But at the end of the day, it's over. If you're going to get mad that we listened to that, I mean, I listened to 4 years of Biden, and in one press conference today, I think I got more than probably 2 years. But do your thing. Y'all got to do your thing. But again, after that, I mean, I don't know. That was really refreshing. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Are you ready, though? You guys are all going to get more ads probably moving forward. I hate to break it to you. So far, today has been very smooth on the stream. So they ain't homey or anything. I have had no 1,000, 2,000 down spikes. The spikes down are from you getting the ads, but the stream has been a lot more stable. So unfortunately, if that happens to be the theme, I'm going to run it up on the ads there, unfortunately. So blame YouTube, but we'll find out. And then Fed GDP from Atlanta, Q4 2.7 versus 2.4 previous. I see your messages. What's up, babe? I see that's the first one I saw today, but yeah. Oh no, I saw the other one. You said gives confidence. One bill. That was Hussein Sajwani, I believe. Dubai real estate developer. Yeah, in Canada, as I say, that was crazy. And then the whole month of, I'm sure you probably had a lot more ads. We never ran ads. I don't really, again, my settings were a lot different, but dude, yesterday was crazy. I said one comment and it literally got rid of, like, you guys ended up coming back, but it's just annoying to have that go through. So at the end of the day, we'll see. If it doesn't cut me off while my Twitch stays up, I might have to keep the ads. Gulf of America. That's crazy. YouTube has ads? Yeah. Are you balling asses on YouTube Premium? What's up? I have YouTube Premium because I like it that's how I listen to gym music. You know that? I do YouTube music. As much as I love Spotify, I just like my YouTube Premium because then I just listen to the YouTube music playlist. It just does it for me. I know. It's expensive though. Or no, YouTube TV is mad expensive, bro. It's crazy. All right, what time is it? It still matter. I can't believe he talked that long. But we got a little bit out of it, and if you are wondering why the market is down, it's because of good data today. So we had really good data on the ISM services, and the jobs data was really strong. So those inflation fears, the fact of Powell not cutting and U-turning, all of that got reinforced. So it's going to feed into Friday. The bonds were down, but don't be fooled. Even though today's a down day, you're down 1.5 on the NASDAQ, you have half of the market green right now. NASDAQ, Dow, and S&P, about 40 to 60% of the names are green. So it's not as if you're getting a sell-off. This is Mag 7, Nvidia, Apple. These names are the ones coming down, bringing us down here. So yeah, I think good news might become bad again. That's kind of the only observation I got out of today. Because like I was saying, if you didn't watch yesterday's watch list, talk about it, because we talked about it even this morning, just like the whole 2021, 2022 debate right now, is that if Powell does U-turn the data and we see these shifts, there is that risk. But if not, then we wait until inauguration in reality. That's what I'm saying. I mean, obviously there's still some of the political hangover. Some of you have clearly not healed from what's gone on, and I encourage you to do so. But at the end of the day, like you just got to hear stuff from Trump. You get what I'm saying? About what, and whether you argue you heard something or not, he did say stuff, and it's leading to the point where that's what we need to get closer to. We need to get towards the reality of what he's doing and actually implementing, and then we could respond to the first 100 days and then the data, and then we'll see where it's at. But all things considered, if none of that changes what we're getting and we get a higher rates and then we play out this bond dollar effect and it looks like 2021, then yeah, we kind of got a problem. Oh, hey, Triple, how was your break, man? What did you do over the break? Because you haven't said anything non-political today, and, I don't want to ban you. So how was your break, man? What did you do over the break? Did you buy any stocks? Do you, what's up, man? How you living, bro? From a Republican to a non-Republican, it sounds like. Fed, yeah, you have the 10-year bond auction. A lot of money on there. Good news is bad, yeah, so it was one of those things. We saw this a couple times throughout the years where, literally good data would cause the stock market to sell off. Why? Because of how the market was interpreting the data in context to what the Fed was saying they were going to do. So that's why if the Fed says we're going to do this or that, and the data showed something, even if the data was good, but it meant that the Fed wouldn't cut rates, the market got really mad about that, or they didn't like it. So for different periods on and off, good data would have a bad reaction, and then vice versa. Bad data, bad jobs data would make the market rip. So yeah, we're kind of getting back to that. I can't confirm it yet, but that is the observation I had from today, because now the data is getting really, really good, but it hasn't gone out of the range from the last couple of months, but now it's getting to that point where if the data keeps getting better and better with the bonds where they're at and the dollar, it seems like good data might get people spooked on Powell, and then you'll get that flip. D-Pilot. Oh, I love you, bro. I'm glad you made money, but I don't know if you were here last year. You got to post your play if you're going to tell us how much money you made, okay? So I love you. We'll give you a little bit of a break there, but you have to post it. Otherwise, it's good. I'm glad. Post it on Twitter if y'all want to flex. That's all. But in here, I need to have a play on your Chad facts. Otherwise, I don't give a shit. Respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Once it settles, it might. Or once people get a clearer cut view on Powell. And once they kind of know Powell or policy, then you'll watch how the data factors into the reaction. The level is like 590, actually. This is that level I told you about in the morning. We said 590, and then the next one's going to be like 588, 588.50. And then you panic after that. No earnings plays. We're going to get a couple here, but I think next week is going to be a little bigger. Ah! Don't look. I'm naked. Look away. Oh, I have tinfoil, too. Hold on. All my things just went down. I can't see anything. Hold on. Okay, good. It showed everything. Okay, we good? We good. And you scream woke you up. It's good, man. It's good. How you falling asleep already, man? Are you kidding me? This is so exciting. The market, I mean, the news isn't as exciting, but like, are you kidding me? Oh, I've already done non-exciting stocks. I can't do it again. Bloomberg Treasury auction may draw the highest yield since 2007. Ooh, you are visible, man. Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Bond auction is in 10 minutes. 12 minutes, technically. You'll get the results. Mortgage rates go. Well, that's the thing, bro. I'm going to say what I told. This is like a lot of this stuff, too, man. I don't know. But like, remember, part of today, like I said to you guys earlier, you're only getting today's react because look at this. Don't forget what happened with Powell. But, dude, I'm very disappointed in Powell. Because, like, look at what's gone on with the bonds and everything else. Like, do you remember what I told you guys in October? I told you that this little game that they're playing, it only benefited extremely rich people. I can't believe it. I'm being, like, what Powell and the Fed, it makes sense why these motherfuckers are resigning, to be honest. Because I'm like, dude, all they did from September to today is benefit really rich people in Wall Street with that type of movement. What they did, they started cutting rates, lowered the margin. I remember I was telling you all this. I was like, the only people who are benefiting off of this by lowering short-term rates that aggressively are the gamblers and the speculators on an institutional level. Your home mortgages didn't go down. Your prices didn't go down. Like, you get what I'm saying? You did not get any sort of Main Street benefit off of a rate cut at all. It was the banking and it was the damn hedge funds who got all of that benefit. Maybe some of you margin traders got that benefit too. And now they flip-flop, and now the rates are about to blow out highest in 20 years. So that's why. And now mortgages, we're talking 8%, 9% possibly if you actually get worst-case scenario, maybe higher. So it's like, think about it. Like, that's for all the working people. It's like this last quarter of rate effery by Powell and the Fed. Oh, it only benefited rich people, man. I don't know. There's no other way to put it. I mean, look at the mortgages, look at everything else. So very fascinating. But then again, you had reaction there from Trump talking about rates. He said they're too high, but then market didn't like it when he said he's still doubling down on the tariffs. But they asked him about the grocery stuff, and he still made that commitment. He said, we're going to bring it down quickly. So we'll see. But very wild, man. Yeah, and then that default comment, that was just odd. Yeah, rate cuts literally led to higher mortgage rates. But you got to realize somebody benefited off of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you cut short-term interest rates, certain people benefited heavily off of that. And then you look at how the market rallied. So, but then again, like the people, like real life Main Street activity got no benefit off of that. If anything, they got screwed from it. Well, we'll see. TLT, you're going to get a decent move here on this 10-year one, especially with the market moving a little bit. They've kind of diverged a tiny bit, but we'll see. And then we don't need Canadian milk. I can't believe that. He really is. I think he does want the Canadian 51st state, or it's just an elaborate tariff negotiating tactic. I did see the price of the Nvidia graphics card. I was kind of blown away. We were watching that live yesterday. Everybody thought it was going to be like $2,000, and it was $500 starting. But then again, a lot of people brought it up that like you're not going to get that at retail price for like a year or two, because that's not like, think about it. Any of the Nvidia graphics cards, ever since like the crypto stuff, they haven't really been like you don't really get an Nvidia graphics card like right away. And it is the base model; it's the lowest one. But that chip looked cool, man. That graphics card, I was actually, and then again, I mean, a 500 price point is kind of it's accessible for a lot of people, and then for again, an Nvidia graphics card is top tier. Games are going, well, he said something about changing the games, but we'll find out. You sold your 49er for $1,800 locally. After tax, you made $76. You owned it for 26 months. What? So you bought a graphics card, used it, and then you sold it and made money? Not bad. Wait, so should I sell my graphics cards then? Because that's why I say because doesn't all of these like announcements are cool, but then I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait a minute. All of my gear is getting outdated every announcement. And then Bitcoin drops below 98,000 as Treasury yields pressure risk assets. Your Logitech mouse is 10 times the retail. Oh, I did not even know that was a thing. That's crazy. Don't you call it a risk asset? It's a store of value. Oh, my man. I just read the headline. My mistake. Your boy, did you hear what Michael Saylor said? He says when he dies, he is going to hide away his Bitcoin key so nobody could sell it. So, yeah, man. I might swerve in that corner, whoa. It's a good song, bro. And, like, dude, I was listening to it, bro. I tweeted it, man. I didn't even, like, hear the lyrics, bro. He, like, shouting out his dad. And, like, he's like, my father. And, like, bro, that's the only thing lately that has made me want to have kids. You know that? That's it. Just the respect that the ball children give their father. Because I'm sure he is both, like, proud of them and disappointed. Because, you know, LaMelo loved them porn stars. So, that's, you know, I'd be like, man, LaMelo, but all right, whatever. But still. But, like, dude, the way they all just, like, they respect their father and the way they, like, shout it. I'm like, man, That makes me want to have a kid, but I know my kid won't be able to dunk a basketball, so yeah, that idea went away real quick. I love LaMelo. LaMelo, I've told you guys from day one, LaMelo is going to be a great. I bought the rookie cards. I got him signed. I love that kid, bro. LaMelo is a GOAT. I'm telling you, nothing like LaMelo, bro. He is his own Iverson, but different in a way, bro. LaMelo is it. That is him, bro. That is him. Found out your wife's pregnant? Congrats, baby. We have a lot of new Chaz. I love it, baby. The value of his cards are up. Dude, LaMelo's been killing it. Yeah, nah, that's it. He's killer, bro. Not better than Jokic? Nah. No, LaMelo's, dude, he's next level, bro. Next level. And Ant-Man? I love Ant-Man, but then, like, bro, somebody should have slapped him when he was complaining about getting double-teamed. Are you kidding me? That's a joke. What do you think Kobe Bryant would say if he was getting triple-teamed? Do you think Kobe Bryant would go on a press conference and complain about getting triple-teamed? He'd say, send another one. Yeah. Yeah, they don't know, bro. They don't know. More. More. Oh, man. The auction's going to be at top of the hour. So in about 1 minute is going to start. We're going to get a WI, a when issued number, and that's going to be the reference point. And then about 2 minutes later, the results come in, and you compare the results to the reference. And if it's higher, bad, lower, good, people are expecting it to be dog shit. It's a lot of supply this week. The data wasn't good. Bonds are down, so we'll see. Yeah, Gilgeous Alexander, he's good. I don't know how I feel about him compared to LaMelo. I'm biased, but I like him more than Ant-Man after that comment. But dude, LaMelo's top tier, bro. You have no idea. You know, I've been telling y'all, man. And now you got Jello. I wish Jello went to the NBA, but I'll take country grammar. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Ant's been killing it after he complained. Well, good. I hope somebody sat him down and said, what are you talking about? It's a blessing, brother. You know, you're being triple teamed and double. It's a blessing, brother. Do not shy away from this, brother. Go. Why are you crying about that? Go. That's it. This is your moment. All right. Get ready for the when issued. It's 4678. So good luck. 39 billion, 4678. Higher bonds die. Market will probably go with it a little bit. Not like it won't follow completely, but market will react to it. And then if that number is lower, we're going to get a little bit of relief. Wait for it. Wait for it. Euro's almost at parity. All right, 30 seconds probably. Yeah, a little pop. That's weird. But sometimes you get little inklings of it, but you never know. I've not looked at Celsius recently. Maybe after this auction we will. It's going to come across the wire too, so be on the lookout for it. And we're off. 4.68. Honestly, it was not that bad. It went up by 0.02. Yesterday was 0.12. So yesterday's tail was like 6 times bigger. So yeah, it came in, and I think it's kind of underwhelming. I think people really thought it was going to be bad because it wasn't good, but it's still below 4.7. I think people thought it was going to hit 4.7 or 4.75. All right, well, see, I mean, again, markets might do their thing. Doesn't mean bonds are safe yet, but in general, it's kind of status quo. Again, a little worse. Not when I say status quo, remember, status quo is very negative towards bonds right now. So that's why I'm saying it's not as if I don't think it's going to add another 0.5% down, but it was a bad auction, high supply, low demand, and people want the rates, a little higher. And let's see, let me get the details. 11% dealer accepted, 61% indirect or direct, 82 indirect. Again, I think both foreign activity, yesterday's auction and today, are down. So yeah, it's decent. I think it could have been worse. I don't know if we're at that moment yet, but at the end of the day, it didn't scare everybody there. Steady 4.677 after dealer auctions. Do we close the market? I think so. We do have like a memorial if an ex-president does die. It doesn't happen too often, or it's already happened. How many? We have what? Bill Clinton? And I don't even know which ones are remaining. No long-term ads this month. I have a couple ideas, but also too, again, that's it. Just you have to really take this seriously. If the bonds blow out at the beginning of this year like they did at other points, I think you would much rather have your cash than any stock right now. So we're 99% invested, so I'm will probably go a little bit slower on my first ad of the year. All right. And then on that note, let me go to the bathroom. It's already 10. Oh, man.
As we just heard,
Trump 2.0.
All
right, follow me on Instagram at the Train of Attorney.
Gulf of
I love
Mexico
you.
to Gulf of America may be part of that agenda. We're going to talk about all of it. Emily Wilkins is in Washington with the latest on what lawmakers plan to tackle in the first 100 days. One bill, two bills. Joining us with the policy implications, Joe Livornia is chief economist at SMBC Nikko Securities and a former chief economist for the NEC under President Trump. Tobin Marcus is head of U.S. policy and politics at Wolfe Research, and he joins us to talk about these macro impacts as well. Emily, let's start with you, and what's the latest?
So we are getting more details right now about how Republicans are planning to tackle their first 100 days. We are now hearing that there is going to be one package, one giant package. It's going to have tax, it's going to have energy policy, it's going to have border security. And yes, it is also going to have that debt limit. So the breakdown at this point, because House Republicans have a very ambitious agenda on this, in February, so just next month, they're going to vote on a budget, and that's going to unlock that process that's going to allow Senate Republicans to be able to pass this bill without any Democratic support. In March, we'll start getting some more details from committees as they put together the details in this package, what comes, what goes. And then, of course, early April, Leader Steve Scalise said before Easter is when he actually wants to see a vote on this on the House floor, and then, of course, to the Senate soon after. Now, of course, this is also going to include that debt limit, the very thing that held up that government funding bill just a couple weeks ago. And Speaker Mike Johnson, he in a press conference acknowledged today that it would be a bit difficult to do, that a lot of members have opposing opinions. Take a listen to what he said.
There is a broad range of opinion on that in our own conference, and we are working through that. We'll be having very deliberate, lengthy whiteboard sessions with all of our members.
And of course, the big things there, it's a question around the debt ceiling, is cutting spending. It's something that fiscal hawks are absolutely demanding. But at this point, it's not clear exactly how Congress is hoping to cut spending. You heard Mike Johnson today in that same presser go ahead and say that he did not want to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. He wanted to continue those benefits. Also, Leader Steve Scalise told me and some other reporters that tariffs are not going to be an option for paying for some of these tax cuts. So that really leaves a huge question as to what the spending side is going to be. And of course, anything they go with has to get Donald Trump's approval. The president-elect will be on the Hill tomorrow meeting with Senate Republicans.
Politics, man. My goodness. All right. Did you miss Philo? No Philo. Not now. Oh, let me give you tinfoil before Philo, because I still have this up on my screen. So remember they were talking about Afghanistan. I saw this on Twitter the other day. Are you ready? I don't know. What do you guys think? The tinfoil is that you remember that when we would watch those videos of Afghanistan and the planes were leaving and like people were like jumping on the planes? People are saying the plane is fake. Bro, look at this. Bro, look at this. They're saying the plane was an inflatable prop. Like, look, it has no windows. It has, like, windows, but they're, like, blacked out. The engine, and then this one has, like, a clip of it, though. Look. Yeah, so there you go. That's your Afghanistan tinfoil. That's brought to you by Twitter. I don't know, man. Dude. I'm laughing and like even after like listening to that like Trump thing and then like even seeing people's reactions, I'm just like, dude, I don't know why people are doing stuff or like I can't tell you why like certain things happened and I don't want to play that game, but like it's wild, bro. I don't know if you guys are like, again, the dollar, the rates, Powell, what has gone on? Like all of a sudden the dollar is extremely strong, the liquidity's gone, your bonds are doing all of these things. Again, like I showed you with the unrealized losses, all of these things are like, dude, these like final days of the administration and then all the other stuff we've seen. Yeah, I mean, this is my reaction, but like in the same sense, I'm not like trying to, but like bro, there's so many just wild things, and we're at a very weird inflection point with a couple of things going on, and that's why I keep saying, this transition into like expectations and reality, this is a wild one. So again, we have even a lot more to see, so I'm sure we'll find out as we go, but I can't tell you why certain things are real or fake or this or that. Again, I think most of the things are entertaining, but at the end of the day too, like we came back to talk about, man, I've been saying, you pay attention to the news, don't get so reactionary, you kind of just take a step back and, you'll slowly get little new pieces of info, but it's not like things are rapidly changing as of yet. So we'll find out. But that being said, you guys feeling good? Well, that's the thing. Some people are assuming even that the market's kind of like fighting the Fed, but I don't know. It's either it gives 2021, 2022 vibes, but election and Nvidia, AI, and again, the way that people positioned and how it looked when we were cutting the rates, it could also not be 2021, 2022. So, yeah, no, it's a time for positioning and I think making up your mind, and I think little by little, but I do think the broader theories are fully intact. It all is policy, rates, dollar, and that's it. And then, moving us through that, and until then, the boat is going to float. And that's all we're doing. We're floating a couple of waves, but I don't think the itinerary has changed at all. And that's it. Let's just see what other weather forms along this journey. You had 2022, we had crazy inflation and raising interest rates. Why do you keep saying that? I don't know what you're saying. Can you elaborate a little bit more? And I'll elaborate a little bit more. What I keep saying about 2021 and 2022 is that you have to realize that's when Powell pivoted. So look at 2021. You had inflation. Inflation was getting to like, 9%? And that's when it started going crazy. Or again, Biden came in here. You had crypto, Elon. You had ESG. You had all the EVs. You remember that, right? And again, right? And then venture firm Lightspeed is leading round of OpenAI's biggest competitors. So do you remember that? Do all of you remember it? Remember they kept dumping money and giving stimulus still, and graphics cards are going up, everything, the stock market, no matter what. You had GameStop, you had all of this, all of that stuff. And then Powell, you had crazy Santa rally, and then all of a sudden, Powell opened off the year just being hawkish out of nowhere. Even though you had inflation, even though rates were lower, but all of a sudden Powell was like, you know what? I'm not doing that anymore. And then he made sure you knew that at Jackson Hole. So that was a Powell U-turn. So the last time Powell did that, end of 2021, beginning of this year, that's exactly what he just did 3 weeks ago. But we're trying to figure out how serious he is about the U-turn. So do you see why I keep bringing this up? And I'm not the only one bringing it up. Goldman Sachs brought this up 2 days ago because they were talking about the spreads widening. And the only other time spreads have widened on certain assets, if you look at professional investor positioning, it was end of 2021, beginning of 2022. As Powell made a pivot U-turn of policy, people started dumping, spreads widened, liquidity got messed up a little bit as everybody adjusted for the next 10 months of Powell pivoting. So this is why I'm bringing it up. Do I say this is going to happen guaranteed? No. I'm saying that's option one. The other option is none of this shit materializes, reality sets in, and then we bounce off of it as well. Or it is nothing until the first 100 days, and this is just a little bit of volatility. But unfortunately, I'm giving it weight because you have to. Because the last time Jerome Powell did anything like this, it really changed things. And unfortunately, what he did a couple of weeks ago, and now looking at other factors like the dollar, bonds, the spreads, it is paralleling what happened the last time you had a Fed shift. So y'all feeling me now, or are we missing anything? So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not saying I'm just telling you what to be aware of. But that, I think, is pretty head on. And like I'm saying, I don't think it guarantees a downside. But, Powell a couple weeks ago is very important. But that being said, oh, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's that time, baby. It's time for Philo. So we've talked about a lot even then, right before this. I think I just dropped a good gem on y'all who are missing out on that. But at the end of the day, my brothers and sisters, let's talk a little bit about life, okay? This is what we do here on Philo. We've done it for years. For some of you, this is your opportunity to go somewhere else. If you don't like it, you're going to complain. You're probably just going to get banned. I really don't have time for it. I mean that just out of the same sense, I don't go to you while you playing World of Warcraft. I don't get mad at what you doing. You talk to your friends about whatever I don't get in the way. So that's all I'm saying. I just personally don't have time for it. But I love you, and maybe you might like it. You could ask anybody in here who used to hate this moment and got something out of it. And why? Because it's quite simple. I could tell you a lot of information, stories, facts, and all these things in the market. But like the first thing I came back to tell y'all was about reaction and your emotions and your mindset and your outlook. And you could be the smartest dude, bro. But if you don't have emotional stability, if you don't know how to control yourself, if emotions get the best of you, I don't know, what are we talking about here? So I think Philo offers a glimpse into other areas beyond just finances. And do I have a belief? I do. I do believe in Jesus. Some people don't like that. I get it. I've watched Mr. Beast. I see what y'all do to the Jesus worshipers. But at the end of the day, truthfully, this is a failure of mine. Honestly, I don't think you guys realize it. Please hear me out. I don't care what you believe. I should probably care more, to be honest with you, because some of y'all, I care about your souls. I really do. That is the end goal. But when it's all said and done, maybe I don't care enough, because quite frankly, bro, I'm giving you 30 minutes of this right now. So I don't know what to tell you, bro, but you believe whatever you want, man. You could ask anybody in here, man. I'm not trying to force anything on you, and I think the wisest of you will learn how to entertain ideas, even if you disagree with them, and find a way to reflect and benefit off of them, or choose to ignore them, which is totally fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I hope some of you may learn that, and rather than going to anger and conflict, or again, you know, I'll make an effort to try to be some of your guys' friends too. Like I'm saying, you know, we should have a time to heal and move forward, and I'm really excited about things. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you, but it's on you to choose what you entertain and choose what you ignore and choose what conflicts you engage in. So I hope you make a good decision. But that being said, I'm going to tag on from yesterday's philo. I'm going to read you what I wanted to read you guys, because I had a lot of other thoughts, but this one's good, man, because we got to talk about the future, and I think that's very important for us, both investing and not, but also peace. You know, really what today we're going to talk about, and this is what I'm saying, man, like, for real, hear me out. You may hear stuff you may not vibe with, you know, but at the end of the day, like, dude, for real, we got to talk about the balance between the future and the present, and the balance of peace and maintaining that. How do you not worry about the future so much that it debilitates you? How do you live in the present enough to make sure you take the most advantage of it but don't get stuck in it? Oh, come on, guys. So that's why I want to share this with you. And I don't know what you're going to like about it. Yeah, we're going to talk about the leash a little bit. But for real, this is the main concept. Now, before I get into that, I'm going to give you an intro. Just a little quick topic. He will discuss about it for a little, I hope. But it's I had this thought the other day, because I was just thinking, man, I don't know, like, even the philo I had to you guys yesterday, like, bro, for real, I see it, like, you know, I want a more open mind, and I see where I've been closed-minded. This is a realization I have every couple of years, bro, and I love it. And it's just funny, though, because right away, the devil wasted no time. You know that? Because right when I said that out loud, what do you think happened? I had every mother effort trying to test it. You see what I'm saying? And like I told you guys right off the bat, having an open mind is not it's not a green light to accept anything and everything. Does that make sense? I know what's good for me. I know what's bad for me. There's some things I don't know yet fully. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, having an open mind and seeking an open mind does not mean I need to go back to the things I dealt with on level 1. For real, I don't know if y'all realize I've done a lot of things already in my life. I've done a lot. I've recovered from things. I'm still in things, and all throughout life I've grown. So this is what I kept bringing up, because here's the deal, man. You always are gonna have to have a red line somewhere. I want an open mind, but I still have to have my red lines. I have to have my boundaries. Because here's the thing. I've said this to you in the past, but it's a very, very important thing. The way you accept things in your life is a very slippery slope. And I've noticed that my problem is when I entertain evil in a certain way. All of us. That's why the concept of like the Bible God, and when they're like, he's ruthless. If you don't realize it, he's actually ruthless towards sin or evil. Why? Like, you know what I'm saying? What do you mean to tell me sexual immorality is the same thing as gossiping? What do you mean all sin is sin? So we're all, you know, we all fall short, right? But why is it that hard line, red line? You got to think about it. I think it's very simple, and our life has showed us. It's because the devil, in the way that bad problems materialize, it is as slimy as you think it is. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. Like the devil and that little like image of the horns and all of that, it is as slimy as you think it is. Have you ever seen somebody do something and you were like, damn, that's evil, but you weren't surprised? Like, go watch Squid Games, go watch any of the shows, go on social media, go watch a terrible clip, and you're like, damn, that's terrible. But you're not like surprised that they did that. Like it's the same tricks in the book, bro. It has been from the beginning of time till now. It's not even, that's why I'm like, you already know what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's par for the course, bro, for real. You know that, right? Bro, I already know what people are gonna do. I'm going to go and give a bunch of things for free and people are going to take advantage of me, and that's a human reaction. I'm not going to be shocked by that, dude. Neither should you. But do you get what I'm saying? This is why I'm telling you, the devil, the human nature unchecked with no regard to humanity or other people morality, it's very simple. It's going to be as slimy as you think it is. That's fine. But But this is why you have to have a strict view, and this is the challenge between being open-minded and having a strict view. Why? Because it's simple, bro. I'm telling you this. Anytime I have ever wound up in a problem or got into something in my life that I didn't want to be in, it never started what it started as or what it ended as. Are you following me? Everything is always overpromise and underdeliver. I did not think the first time I smoked one cigarette that it would lead to an addiction. Do you get what I'm saying? I didn't think the first time a girl gave me attention and I'm like, whoa, hold up. I didn't think it would lead to me trying to go get a new girlfriend every week. You could go down the list. Nothing in your life that you have had anything to deal with, it didn't start like that. That's why I'm saying it's like, that's why there's that strictness. This is why where God, he love you, but he still don't like the certain thing. He can't. Because the moment you entertain the first door, it's just a slippery slope. So I just wanted to throw this in there because, again, I think how yesterday played out, I like it, man. And like I'm telling you, I am I'm focused on a lot of things, and I'm excited. And two, I got to watch myself. I want to I don't want to get boxed in. I want to open mind. But that does not mean I'm going to entertain every single piece of garbage. I can't. I'm sorry. There has to be a limit. But I hope y'all see where I'm coming from. You have to know what you can strictly entertain or not. And anytime you entertain the things that are in the gray area, I'm just telling you, compare it to how other things played. So keep that in mind. But now, let's talk about the leash. So, where is it? Oh, is this it? I think it is. Yes. All right. This is a letter. I'm going to explain this to you. You'll hear it. So I'm going to read C.S. Lewis, but this is not mere Christianity. This is an excerpt from the Screw Tape Letters, and this was a letter that C.S. Lewis wrote to Arthur Greeves. That's what they used to do back in the day. They would write letters to each other. It's kind of cool. You guys want to do that? Can I write you letters? Can we have deep philosophical conversations and we mail them to each other every 6 months? Because that's what, with hand. No. This was back in the day. These are World War II, World War I cats. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they would do. It's funny because C.S. Lewis has a lot of stuff published and that became his speeches. And it was just literally him having discussions with J.R.R. Tolkien and some of the other guys and these intellectuals of the time. And they would just write letters with each other. And they would go back and forth, months over months, year over year. And then the collection of their thoughts, very eye-opening. Honestly, it's kind of cool. So that's what this is. This is in a book, but technically it was a letter between C.S. Lewis and Arthur Greeves. So, my dear Wormwood, I have noticed, of course, that the humans were having a lull in their European war. What they naively call the war and I'm not surprised that there is no corresponding lull in the patient anxieties, do we want to encourage this or keep him worried? Tortured, feared, and stupid confidence are both desirable states of mind. Our choice between them raises important questions. Oh, man. The human live in time, but our enemy destines them to eternity. The humans live in time, but our enemy destines them to eternity. He, therefore, I believe, wants them to attend chiefly to two things: to eternity itself and to that point of time which they call the present. For the present is the point at which time touches eternity. Of the present moment, and of it only, humans have an experience analogous to the experience which our enemy has of reality as a whole. In it alone, freedom and actuality are offered them. He would therefore have them continually concerned either with eternity, which means being concerned with him, or the present, either meditating on the eternal union with or separation from himself, or else obeying the present voice of conscience, bearing the present cross, receiving the present grace, giving thanks to the present pleasure. Too hard to understand? Very simple. You either have people in this life, tell me, true or false, either worried about the future or always worried about the present. Can you agree or disagree with that? Have you met or encountered people like this? You talk to them, all they care about is the future, the future, the future, the future. I might lean towards that. I'm a future guy. Yeah, some people, they're like, what do you mean future? What do you mean saving? What are you talking about? Why not now? Why wouldn't you live now? What are you talking about, Josh? Why don't you go do this? Oh, wow. Why would you eat a meal prep? Why wouldn't you enjoy now? So that's all it is. And he's saying how, in a weird way, assuming there was an enemy of humanity, he would either want you solely concerned with only the future and stressed about it, or solely concerned with the present and stressed about it. Again, anxiety, fear. I mean, is it not just a fear of the future or the present or the past? Our business is to get them away from the eternal and from the present. With this in view, we sometimes tempt a human, say a widow or a scholar, to live in the past. But this is of limited value, for they have some real knowledge of the past, and it has determinate nature and to that extent resembles eternity. It's far better to make them live in the future. Biological necessity makes all their passions point in that direction already, so that they thought about the future in flames, hope, and fear. Also, it is unknown to them, so that in making them think about it, we make them think of unrealities. In a word, the future is of all things the thing least like eternity. It is most completely temporal of part time, for the past is frozen and no longer flows, and the present is all lit up with eternal rays. Hence, the encouragement we have given to all those schemes as thought such as creative evolution, scientific humanism, or communism, which fix men's affections on the future, on the very core temporality. Hence, nearly all vices are rooted in the future. Gratitude looks to the past and love to the present. Fear, avarice, lust, and ambition look ahead. Do not think lust an exception. When the present pleasure arrives, the sin which alone interests us is already over. The pleasure is just like the part of the process which we regret and would exclude if we could do so without losing the sin. It is the part contributed by the enemy and therefore experienced in the present. The sin, which is our contribution, looked forward. FCN Ripper? Yeah, 3%. Not bad. Good call. Interesting. So are you getting it? I'm just telling you a strategy. of the enemy. But what's the point here? I mean, do you guys get what we're talking about? Time and your focus. He's saying if this was the enemy, he don't want you in a weird way. You could get people to just live in the past, but that's not as good as fearing the... Did y'all hear that? Think about it. If I wanted to destroy you, would I be able to do it easier by getting you to live in the past or to live in the future? Because guess what? The past won't change. No. You're wrong. The past won't kill you like that. You have evidence in the past. Yes or no? Yeah, y'all don't realize why I bring up a lot of history? Tell me whatever you want. I have evidence if it already happened. The future, I could get you scared of everything. The future, I got you worried ahead, and you don't even know how it'll materialize, and there's no evidence of it. So that's what he's talking about. But then again, it gives you something to think. Ask yourself, what vice do you think you have? Do any of you think you have a vice? If you do, is it rooted in the future, the present, or the past? And really think about that. I'm saying love and gratitude are in the present and kind of in the past. But think about it. Ambition. You got a gambling problem. You saying, girl, think about it. You go down the list. But most vices have some element of you thinking about the future. Man, a lot of y'all said nicotine. Let me ask you this. Do you think you would smoke as much as you did if you weren't worried about anything? You know what I'm saying? Because as someone who's had a lot of nicotine in his life, I feel like sometimes, you just start getting a little stressed out about the future. And you're like, man, let me get something to take the edge off. You know what I'm saying? Stress smoker, but where's the stress from? Well, this was the thing, man. This guy liked this, the future. To be sure, the enemy wants men to think of the future too, just so much as is necessary for now planning the acts of justice or charity, which will probably be their duty tomorrow. The duty of planning the morrow's work is today's duty, though its material is borrowed from the future. The duty, like all duties, is in the present. This is not straw splitting. He does not want men to give the future their hearts, to place their treasure in it. We do. His ideal is a man who, having worked all day for the good of posterity, if that is his vocation, washes his mind of the whole subject, commits the issue to heaven, and returns at once to the patience or gratitude demanded by the moment that is passing over him. But we want a man hag-ridden by the future, haunted by visions of an imminent heaven or hell upon earth, ready to break the enemy's commands if the present is doing so, which we make him think can attain one or avert the other. Dependent for his faith on the success or failure of schemes whose end he will not live to see. We want a whole race perpetually in pursuit of rainbow's end, never honest, nor kind, nor happy now, but always using mere fuel wherewith to heap the altar of the future every real gift which is offered them in the present. Oh, man. Man. Oh, I hope this hits, man. I hope it hits. Simple. We want a whole race perpetually in pursuit of rainbow's end, never honest, nor kind, nor happy now, but always using as mere fuel To heap the altar of the future every real gift which is offered in the present. I mean, bro, it's hard. Hard not to feel guilty at times, you know? Because that's all I'm just saying. I mean, we could look around the world. But how many times have all of us, you have ignored the present in whatever gift of the present you may have. Somehow the future was halted upon your brain, and all you did was worry about not even the present. Are you getting the point? It's very deep, and there's a balance to it. So I said, this has a weird context. Not so much Jesus stuff, but again, the balance of your life between present, future, and past is very important to how you're going to go about things. How you're literally, it's fueling a lot of things. Bro, let alone, bro, if you are not enjoying the present, why? It's because you're worried about the future. Something is in the future then. And it's not the good thing in the future. You're not even investing in something in the future that's going to help you. It's literally the worry of the future is getting me to ignore the reality of the present. It follows then in general, and other things being equal, that it's better for your patient to be filled with anxiety or hope, it doesn't matter which, about this war, than for him to be living in the present. But the phrase living in the present is ambiguous. It may describe a process which is really just as much concerned with the future as anxiety itself. Your man may be untroubled about the future, not because he is concerned with the present, but because he has persuaded himself that the future is going to be agreeable. As long as that is the real course of his tranquility will do us good. Because it is only piling up more disappointment and therefore more impatience for him when the false hopes are dashed. If, on the other hand, he is aware that horrors may be in store for him, and he's praying for the virtues to meet them, and meanwhile concerning himself with the present, because there and there alone all duty, all grace, all knowledge, and all pleasure dwell, his state is very undesirable and should be attacked at once. Here again, our philological arm has done good work. Try the word complacency on him. But of course, it's most likely that he is living in the present for none of these reasons, but simply because his health is good and he is enjoying his work. The phenomenon would be merely natural. All the same, I should break it up if I were you. No natural phenomena is really in our favor. And anyway, why should the creature be happy? Your affectionate uncle, Screwtape. So, I thought he was going to get into the leash. He did not. But that was from the point of view of a little demon, if you couldn't tell. But do you guys get it? He's saying, like, bro, this was at a time of World War II, people living in the war, and this was bad. This is worse than anything you've probably even seen now. People were really affected by it back then. He's like, do we get them to worry? And the demon is saying, I want them to either worry about the past, or I want them to worry about the future, or be complacent. You do not want the man, and you know what he said, even worse? He said, what about the guy who isn't worried about the future because they think only good will happen? How come the demon doesn't care about that? Because while you expect only good things to happen in the future, they're ready for you to face disappointment like we all have. What is the answer? The answer, bro, is every day fulfill your duty. Live in the present. Take advantage of it. Like, actually do your work. Enjoy it. But also understand the future. You don't know what's going to happen. Both good and bad, and start prepare. And if you could prepare and look to prepare yourself for whatever happens in the future, while at the same time living in your present and completing your duty. My brother, you will probably get attacked if you do that. But that is the answer, my friends. The balance of the future, the present, and the past. So, welcome to 2025, man. Right? I think it's a great way to start off the year with this one, man. Because I told you, I'm excited about 2025. I think good things are going to happen, but I don't think only good things. I pray for all of you. I hope you pray for that you are ready for whatever this year throws at us. That's why I'm saying I want to open mind. I don't want to judge it as good, bad, anything. I don't know. I want to be ready. I want to be equipped. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to do it with joy. I'm going to be there every day. I'll live in the present. I'm going to take it all in. I'm expecting something good, but I'm also... I know there's going to be something I'm not ready for, and I pray from today till that point I can get more ready. Whether it's, I don't know, more discipline, more feel, I don't know what it could be. But that's the goal. Yeah, it's like keeping your armor on. I mean, whether you know there's a battle or not. So, Chadadonia, get ready for this year. In this year, man, thankfully the past has given you evidence, but the past is done. Some of you listening to me right now, you may be a past dweller. Guess what? Good news for you. It's not as bad about living in the future without intention. I'm more concerned of the people that are using the future to fuel an ignorance of the present. The people who are using the future thoughts to fuel hatred. That's what I'm worried about. Those of you who are living so much in the future, you are failing to change anything today. The guy living in the past at least has some evidence. I get it, but that's a different fuel. The past only has so much fuel. It's finite. But you living in the future to the point of anxiety and fueling the bad ideas and not enjoying the present, and you live in the future so much it's taking away of your current duties here today, that can go forever. So think about it. This whole year, bro, 2025, you're going to have to deal with the future. You can't live there. You're going to have to deal with the present every single day we wake up, bro, God willing. Every day. That's it, man. Last week was already in the past. There's only so much evidence. You can still keep living there. But this is the balance, bro. The balance of expecting good, preparing for bad, and being ready for bad, while at the same time executing on your present each day. And not being blinded by the future to let it rob you of what the present has. So it's game time, baby. I hope that's what they mean when they say lock in. That's what locking in means. You know that? Handle the present and enough future to be prepared, but not enough future to derail and give you that anxiety. Woo! So, Chadadonia, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and mine channel. First link for the Streamlabs, Bootcamp, and Real Estate. Where is it, man? I want this song. Yeah, I'll hit him with this. Hit him with the classic, bro. Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't know what it is, actually. So it's still, do I need a, I don't know, man.
Hey, man. I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey. Yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, it's no I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet him in the planet we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but it broke through what broke through. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool, like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act at high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate cause I hit clapping. It's a coke, baby. Long term.
Viper.
It's a coke, baby. Hey. Yeah. Ask me if I'm holding stocks, please don't be ridiculous. I was holding shit and buying dips, you were a little kid. All I want is ownership, but I still put a limit in. No matter if you young, you could always use a dividend. Know you want the money, I suggest you do not rush with it. Dias aren't plans, make sure you don't fall in love with it. You ain't never saved, by the second month you double it. Trading foreign currency, I don't need a dub on it. I don't need a translator, nod my head and run with it. Mama always said, never marry but have fun with it. Mama said that's wrong, but deep down I always fuck with it. If you don't like my plan, do your thing, I wish you luck with it. Why they call me fan, but I don't see them at the holidays. Say that you're a man, but on the internet you talking gay. Go ahead, you could cancel me, but don't act like you ever pay. You look dumb as fuck if only one of us is playing charades. Asking what I mean, bitch, that wasn't a parable. Just because they copy me don't mean that we're comparable. You support the phony, that just means your judgment terrible. An iPhone in your hands, you're a narc, that's a wearable. Didn't buy the stock, it was down, right in front of you. Didn't say I lost, my account looked like a W. You don't got the long term, it's hard for me to fuck with you. If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. Fuck it, dude.
If you can't pay yourself, then I wouldn't put my trust in you. We're back. We are back, baby. Good morning, Chatadonia. How you feeling, man? How are you feeling? Oh, man, what a day. That was fun. We got to listen to Trump. The day is more than halfway over. Bond auction wasn't that bad, but you'll notice bonds came back down to where Trump was saying rates need to come down. But my goodness, feeling great, man. That's good. That's good, baby. You'll get that balance, a little bit of present, a little bit of future, you know? Amen. Do I still have the same Jordan shorts from middle school? I do. I didn't get much taller. So that's why. That's the benefit. It saved me a lot of money, man. A lot of money. That's why I have so many items for the T-shirt, though. That's why I'm excited. So, yeah, we still got the T-shirt up there, too, for what? Is it second link? Yeah. We still got our, again, by end of the month, we're still far from the goal, but we actually did pretty good. But if we don't do those, we're going to refund them all. But yeah, that's exactly why I have a lot of items, actually. Mm-hmm. Please play Say That 10%. Oh, wait. I forgot. Marcus, did you get sent that track? Oh, I forgot. You just reminded me. I've been able to use trading account to pay for the launch. That's good, man. Anything. The way, if you could move anything to the long term and have the ability to consistently keep it there, that's amazing. So, I mean, I have no problem with that. Just make sure you build the long term. That's it. I mean, most people, they get into trading. They love the trading. It's fun, especially if you compare like trading profits. Because trading, you could go big, it could go fast, and then you're like, what do you mean I'm going to sit here and buy the long term little by little? And what are you talking about? A lot of people just really like the trading, and then they just fail to get the long term. But if you have a long term, man, I mean, and you're finding a way to make this journey, every little step, every success, every little failure, you're able to add a little stepping stone and get equity and own and grow that garden, bro. Like, that's it. That's where it all comes down to. Prop firms are scams. Trading someone else's capital. I mean, I don't know if you're going to do family or friends, but I don't like to work for people. At other points, early on in my career, I wanted to like raise money and do that for people, but I don't. Have you ever dealt with people with money? But it's not a good. They're annoying. People get annoying. You'll get annoying. You'll lose friends. You'll probably make some friends, but at the end of the day, that's a personal decision about trading other people's money and depending on how you want to do it. But prop firms are hands down a scam. But I'll let you guys debate that. But yeah. Say hi. What up, Farnoosh? Good to see you. Smile. Jesus loves you. Amen. Woo. I love it. When are we going to fire at NVO? Soon, hopefully. But like I said, though, too, just in case, I don't know if a little bit of cash is going to hurt us. So, again, still got the full investment. But I like a big discount. Yeah, I don't know about selling covered calls to pay credit card debt. I would try to separate it. The best advice I could give any of you, and you will do a lot better, is if you can have a trading life that is completely separate from your real life. And what I mean by that is that I would not have, I wouldn't be trading with money I'm using for rent, for bills. If I have other obligations, I wouldn't be like, all right, let me throw it in my account real quick and then try to do this and do that. So credit card debt is separate from a stock trade. Does that make sense? So that way I would just figure it out kind of on its own, and I would make a covered call for another reason that's not necessarily rooted in paying a real life bill, if that makes any sense. I got your email on that. Yeah. I don't know. I think you might need to look. I'm gonna forward it. I'll see if one of the guys will talk to you. But it seems like you're really new, because if you don't know what splits are how much the brokerage takes from you. And then again, I just mentioned Keller Williams there's like 1,000 brokerages out there. So you got to kind of see who's in your area, or if you know anybody. Or again, I think somebody on the Colt Real Estate will talk with you. I'm sure they'll give you some guidance, but you do got to get kind of familiar with the whole process. It seems like you're new, but you'll learn. Don't trip, man. Keep going. Go through the classes. Get licensed. Get all that other stuff is going to be, the brokerage part will arrive when it needs to. And then, before you're ready to make a choice, I'll give you my opinions too. But just go through the process, and I'm sure you'll learn all this stuff as you go through the pre-licensing. You're at 15K in payouts. That's good, man. I mean, if you were getting paid out from a prop firm, that's awesome, but that's not the story for most people. A lot of people don't ever get their money, or there's weird rules. I hope it's in America, but at the end of the day, just like I've always said, it kind of has to do with the philo, what I said in the intro. Every problem it looks exactly like you want it. When somebody offers you everything you want for less, you probably have that problem. So no, you guys aren't going to share no prop firms in here. You're both gone. Okay? I think you misinterpreted this. Y'all find each other, go around there, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, I think a lot of it's scammy, bro. That's what I think y'all do to each other on this shit to try to like create fake demand and talk about it. But no, I've talked about this for years. You guys need to figure it out. If you're still trying to learn that, go ahead. But like I'm saying, it's very simple, bro. It's kind of like a worse, less regulated hard money lender. So if anybody, it's a loan shark. I mean, I don't know. Have you ever seen Squid Games and all these Korean movies? Those are the guys giving you money, but it's even more sketchier in a weird way. But yeah, do your thing, bro. But I'm not gonna turn this into a hotbed of promotion for that dog shit. Well, no, I mean, again, some people it works for them, or I don't know, or I think they work with them. But like I'm saying, it's just, let's go, man. This year, I just, quite frankly, I hope if you are a listener of mine, I don't want you to be that naive in this world. That's all I'm saying. Just quite simply, you cannot walk around this world thinking that people are going to give you $100,000 of money to use so that you can, if you pay them $200 a month and then complete their challenges, and then if you read the terms, it's usually a paper trading account. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you can't. Most things, there's a standard for money, right? You want to borrow $100K, collateral. And if the collateral doesn't match up, something's probably odd about that deal. Best I give you $2. $2, Habibi. To trade dividends? Yeah, why not? I mean, if you choose to receive them as a dividend and don't reinvest, yes, you can. These are called prop firms. Well, yeah, I mean, you guys, it's just sad. It's just sad. You got to realize who are the people taking those deals. You're like, oh, my friend wanted to do that. Just like, again, it's people who are believing the idea that you have a little bit amount of money. I'm going to give you 6 figures. Come give me a small monthly payment until we get you there. Like, what? It's just literally like, these are age-old scams, bro. I don't know any other way to put it. Well, yeah, people promote them a lot because you make a killing. Bro, you can make a fortune as making a prop fund. That's why I said, I mean, it's a sad reality of it. We do have cool real estate in Florida. Nice. 20, you might work. I'm down. Send an email. We want quality. I'm down with that. Do they get paid out? Some do, some don't. It's just, I mean, come on. Y'all don't know how this Ponzi's work? I'll pay you out if you're going to bring in people, and I'll pay you out until we got no more money. That's how it works, bro. It's like, come on. None of this is new, bro. A prop firm. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there is some prop firms that are being investigated right now. Some people are cracking down on it, but I'll just tell you right now, I'm not trying to like single out prop firms. Like I'm saying, let's think broadly in finance. I want you guys, don't be naive about this world of money. You know what I'm saying? Just in the sense of like whether stocks, real estate, business, small business funding, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to know how to spot these. Like, let me tell you this. to me, in my experience, it is like some of these opportunities that people have asked me about, especially the prop funds and other stuff like that. What would you do if you got a pop-up right now on your computer that said you won a free iPhone? Would you believe it? And it said you were the 100th visitor, and as a special gift, you won an iPhone. Yo, free iPhone. So that's it. I mean, it's the same thing, but different industry. You see, like, you are all well-versed of the free iPhone scam. You get what I'm saying? So, like, for me, you put me in a money world, and then people are like, wow, what about this? I'm like, dude, it's the iPad scam. Like, what do you... So that's why I'm saying a lot of things, even, again, like certain deals of people on real estate, they do the same thing. They're like, oh, wholesaling. Oh, you do this, I'll give you all these leads and do this. If you give me this amount, it's just like anybody offering you everything you want for a little investment is usually trying to get something out of you. It probably has a little bit of truth in it, and then they just pervert the rest of it to get you across the line. That's just the reality of it. So wholesaling's legit. I just wouldn't pay anybody to teach me it, or I wouldn't pay anybody to give me leads because nobody's going to give you a $50K, $100K lead that they could wholesale because they'll do it themselves. That's why I always tell you, go door knock. I tell you guys, go get the leads, and if you say you find a lead, I'll buy it from you. I'll give you the money, and I'll pay it for you, and then I'll buy the house if you want to do that. But no one's offering you this, pay $20 a month. We going to get you credit lines of up to $1 million. I'm going to get you 50 leads that you're going to go, and then you got to do the wholesaling challenge. And then if you complete this and you could do this many deals, then we're going to give you this. It's just like, there's a way to do things. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could trade and make money, and I think you guys should bootstrap. I think you should use your own money. Y'all, like, do you guys get that? That's what I'm saying too, though. So hear me out. All my guys who want to do the prop funds, even the guys who are up on a prop fund, great. Take the money and run and start using your own money to build your future in trading. Go make your own fund. Not like a prop fund, but I'm just telling you, like, go bootstrap and fund your own futures. Go play MES. Play a big one if you got it like that. Who cares? But the point is, like, I'm an advocate of that. Do you guys get what I'm saying? I want all of you to be equity owners. I want you to hold the power, and I think you should have the money. But I don't think you should, at most times starting out, unless it's like, again, it follows normal collateral standards, has good backing, usually real estate or a business loan, and that makes sense. Otherwise, why wouldn't you invest in bootstrap from the get-go? I don't get why you would want to start your career with that level of vulnerability. You know what I'm saying? Because that's it. That's leverage causes vulnerability. That's just the fact of the matter. So it may be great, and maybe you started out with it, but why would you not, why would you want that hanging over your head? So I don't know. You build it up. You don't have to listen to anybody. You build it up how you want. You hold. You call the shots. Like, I don't know. I'm a believer in that. I am a believer in that. Volume on SPY, I have not checked. I mean, it has been another pretty wild day. Pretty low, though, 26 million. But like I said, it's still a slow week because, remember, Thursday is going to be closed. Ever find yourself not being aggressive enough in too cash heavy? What ideas do you look for? Bonds or fixed income? Or not bonds, value or fixed income until you get the right opportunity. But usually every 3 to 5 years, there's a catch up. Literally, you've seen it. Anything you want at one point will come back down to an appropriate price. So you may miss out for a little bit, but literally NVO, that's a great example right now. Again, Meta, we hit that. Netflix, we hit that. Certain things like that where it's just you may be not as aggressive, but that's why I like diversification. I mean, I'm always under aggressive in one area, but then another area usually does the heavy lifting. And then at that point, if you're not losing money, then you can buy whatever you want in the future. And hopefully you could get a fair price with more clarity. U.S. opens another Tesla probe. I think that's how old. Reiteration. The Gulf of America. Isn't that wild? Yeah, you have the Jimmy Carter thing. Markets closed on Thursday. So maybe that's why it's a little bit lower. Are you right to suggest Pfizer will be the one that comes out with the vaccine? Maybe. I mean, people bid up Myrna and the other ones today, but it's really weird because the odds are very low. So I don't know. I mean, the bird flu cases aren't that high. I don't think people are worried about it, but there was on the stock market today people discussing it. Yeah, so you have ads because I changed the YouTube settings. It does automatic mid-roll ads because I wanted to see if that would stop them from kicking you out, and it kind of worked. So I compared to, I haven't had a random I have not got kicked off of my OBS once today. We got the normal 600 people left during Philo. That's normal, 400 to 600. And then, yeah, but no, like, major spikes. So, yeah. But yeah, so it worked. I don't know. You guys might get them. You might keep getting them. We'll try tomorrow too, so bear with me. But if this is what stops us, why not? Do I want to see your prop firm's financials? Not really. I don't care for it. I don't go and try to investigate every iPad scam. I don't care. I mean, I try to help people out. I know the people who really want to do it aren't going to listen. Those of you are literally, you've put your money, time, and effort into it. You probably feel like I'm offending you when I'm just trying to help people. So, but I don't care. Like, it's not something that I put any time into like that. $280 dividends off 4. That's pretty good. It's actually really good. The ads, it's automatic. I don't even play. It's all YouTube just hitting you with the ads. That's like their new setting. That's what they kept promoting. Remember, they forced me into it in 2023 when it was in beta test. I couldn't turn it off, and then they made it an option, and I turned it off. And I've had those settings for the last, 2 years. But then, literally, somebody told me yesterday to try it, so I said, all right, why not? And then today, only spikes are just from the ads. It's annoying. CEIX. And then what time is it? Is it 11? My goodness. 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. Yeah, and slow mode is gone too. Only thing there is the 24-hour subscriber, which is not bad. Where is the long term too? I haven't looked at that. Yield max. So yield max, again, I don't have any, but the thing I've been telling everybody, just don't forget the rule with that. Yield max anywhere in the world. If any investment offers yield, there's a higher likelihood the equity is at risk. That's it. Just a little rule of thumb. So make your own decision from there, but that's could give you some guide points. Is 100K liquid enough to survive in the recession? Oh, I don't know. What do you 100K is a lot of money, man, but then again, what happens if the recession is because aliens, then they don't care about money. So then now what? Just like that. Gulf of Mexico, America. Aliens. What? MO Divio, finally. MO, man. If MO drops, that could help us get an ambitious dividend goal this year. Other than that, though, we talked about it yesterday, man. It's going to be hard. It will be very hard to grow our dividend by 50% this year. Let me see. I'll pull up the long term again. I'm glad, though, that I can't believe we did it, man. 4 years in a row, we raised the dividend by 50% a year. So I was very, very excited about that. All right, yeah. Estimated annual income. Yeah, so we're at 6,100 to start this year. But that's what I'm saying. Like, to get that up 50%, that means I would have to grow my dividends by $3,000 this year. And that would be like, I literally would have to put all of the money, I think, into Walgreens. Every deposit would have to go into Walgreens for that to work. Yeah, or that's what I was saying. If MO drops, then we put all the money into MO, we could achieve that goal. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, is Ford's at 6, right? Or is Ford's not at 10? I need a 10% yield with all of my money in it. That's crazy. The ghetto dividend, we haven't done it as much. I've done it a couple times. It's when you sell a covered call on a stock that doesn't pay dividends, and then with the covered call money, you go and buy another share. So you get paid premium from the options because you hold the stock, and then with that premium, you go and buy more shares. So you force a dividend out of it, and then you go and do your thing. NVO, I like around 82. That was that one price, but because it bounced really hard off there, I still think it could go down to like the 60s, but I don't think 82 is a bad starting point. Next level is going to be like 79, 80 bucks. That'll be the gap fill, and then everything from there just a matter. But I love the company, bro. I just don't like that it's foreign. So NVO is, what is it, Denmark or something? That's the only problem with it. I like Pepsi. Pepsi looks great. I have Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's still up. Came down a little bit, but Pepsi, Coca-Cola look great for the long term. Again, just quality names that don't really have premium. We talked about Hershey's the other day, yesterday. I like Hershey's too. I think that one could be good. I don't think you can Google it. It's just a ghetto dividend. That's what I call it. You sell a covered call, and then with the money on the covered call, you buy more share of the stock. So if a stock doesn't pay dividend, you could get a return from the covered calls, and then you use that money that you collect to buy more shares. Is oil ripping right now? And Bitcoin, Bitcoin got murdered. I can't type. Yeah, oil at 74 is pretty wild. It had a good 5-day move, and then it chilled yesterday. And then data center are going to be bullish. Could be. I mean, solar did good today. I don't know if that was the case, but there's going to be some benefit from it, but I don't know if it'll be like 100% solar captures the whole data center trade. The long, dude, great question. I don't know. See, so that's what I'm saying, man. When I was telling you, like, you guys realize, like, a lot of the news is just in the morning. It's actually crazy, and then we spend all this time. But literally, it's starting today. Did you guys know that? The longshoremen now are negotiating again today. Yeah, that's it. So literally in the next like week or two, I think, is it the 17th? It's around the inauguration. That's when they have to like come up with a deal. But yeah, it could be a potential headwind. Remember, it was a big deal just a couple months ago. Then they got that deal in there, but then it just. So we'll see. But that did technically start today. That was a headline in the morning here. If you sell the call and it goes in the money after you put the ghetto divvy, what would be the next move? Roll it over. And usually, hopefully you guys aren't doing, and then again, I like to sell the premium on like longer dated options. I don't like selling short term. So I think if you try this on like weekly options, you're going to put yourself at a lot of risk to be getting assigned. Listen to Pipe Down by Jello. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I didn't know he had more than one song, bro. What do you mean? I'm just trying to swerve in that corner. Whoa, whoa. That's all I've been doing. It's a good song, bro. I love it. Whoa, whoa. All right. Yeah, Nike for the long term, too. That's another one. Whirlpool. Where's Tessie? What's USIO? What is this thing? I thought it was like a oil ETF, but it's not. USIO up 39%, climbing. Katos. That's a good one. They're the drone defense one. They got that contract too yesterday. What is this? Payment processor? USIO? How many months? I don't really have a target. It just kind of how you guys have seen the last couple months. I'll hold the cash, and then if something becomes like really deeply discounted, I'll probably buy it. If everything keeps moving like with each other, I'll probably wait. Does that make sense? You give me an outlier drop that's on my list, I'll probably buy it. No hesitation. But if it is, if everything's kind of just doing the same, there's kind of all following the same beta, then yeah, I'll probably chill. Earnings pan out. Oh, SMC, it could bounce back, but I still think, don't they have till like February still? I don't think that situation is resolved. Boring, man. Welcome to the stock market, bro. I love it. I think we give it a lot of excitement too, but yeah, man. I learned a lot. I've learned a lot, bro. They have till February. Well, yeah, and then that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. I think too, if you guys want to jump on a lot of things, I would really pay attention in the morning. I have no other way to stress it out. I think even in a weird way, the market's kind of like handicapped in the sense that like, I think early bird gets the worm, but just with the nature of things lately, like I'm telling you, bro, unless there's like some data that will come out, but most of everything else going on is just like, I swear, late at night, 4 a.m., 3 a.m. headline, that is what has been driving a lot. And that's what I'm saying. Even the the longshoremen stuff, all in the morning. Most of the headlines we have gotten are from the AM. So until that changes, try to lock in a little bit more in the morning and realize like a lot of those headlines and the drivers of the day are happening from the AM. That's what I noticed when I was gone with stuff. And it's like, wow, you see the movement, you see the activity, you go watch the news and they talk about it all day, all these different story, opinion, but I'm telling you, nothing is fresh. Everything is off of the AM, and then they just spend 7 hours talking about it. So, again, today we had the data, and that added to, like, the move. But like I was telling you, is today's data is it's in context to what happened on Powell. It's not really about, right here, right now. And then coins dropping. Again, rates and dollar, that's been bringing down crypto. But like I'm saying, most of these moves, most of the drivers, it's from the morning, and then you're just spending the 7 hours. Like, I'm sure if I pulled up CNBC or Bloomberg right now, they will have a segment on that was from the AM. I would say 9 out of 10 chance. Let's see.
AI accelerators because they can run multiple data processes in parallel.
Nvidia, CES
and
last
so
night.
they are fully functional as
We've
AI
done this
PCs,
at least
but
once
that's
an
not
hour,
really
even listen to the
yet
CFO.
What Nvidia's marketing them that.
So now you have to
Compare and
listen to it.
contrast
I'm going to go
every
for
other
you.
chip maker,
Follow me on
AMD,
Instagram.
Intel,
At the
Qualcomm,
Trading Fraternity,
went super
Real Cult
hardcore
News on Twitter.
Here's the AI PC offering that we have. I think Nvidia just realized that they have a legacy gaming audience that is loyal and growing now. And then there are developers that want to spend because Nvidia is everything, right? Maybe there's those that are loyal to Apple and they're running all of their cool software and coding and stuff like that on Mac Minis. Maybe they'll have their heads turned by what Jensen showed on stage last night for their hardcore computer science work.
Ed, I got to say, in preparing kind of my gainers for when we talk with our TV colleagues and wrap up the market trade, that while Nvidia shares are down, there are other companies that are benefiting by what Jensen Huang had to say last night. Micron Technologies, Aurora Innovation soaring. This has to do with their self-driving technology company. You are really good about sitting down with somebody, understanding a company like Nvidia, so that we can separate kind of the wheat from the chaff. What really matters and will move the needle going forward? What will not? Because Jensen's great at kind of managing that narrative and being kind of that rock star up on stage.
So Aurora is really interesting. Self-driving trucking. I've taken a pretty long journey in an Aurora truck along the Texas corridor between Dallas and Houston. And I think in that case, it's just by association. Nvidia says Aurora is going to use our stuff. Investors look at Aurora, which was a D-SPAC and at times a bit of a meme stock, and say, okay, they're working with Nvidia, they'll be fine. But the bigger picture of Micron is, remember what a data center is built of. It's not just a single Nvidia GPU. We're talking about several £100 boxes, hundreds and hundreds of them in rows. And for every one of those NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs, what's around the outside? Micron chips, memory. And so it took a little while for that Micron story to kick in. But if Jensen is saying we're in full production with our Blackwell chip, the sort of leading AI chip, and his outlook is super optimistic for continued investment in AI, it's just logical that Micron would benefit as well.
All right. So your conversation, if anybody missed, we highly recommend you check it out on the Bloomberg or head to Bloomberg.com. But NVIDIA next reports, I'm just looking on the Bloomberg, February 26th. Is that the next big focal point for the company or something else? How are you thinking about it on this Tuesday, January 7th?
I shall probably not be here on February 26th. But insofar as I think about it, he was in that last answer. He said all business lines will grow. Didn't give us any numbers for the calendar 25 and the next fiscal year. So that could move the needle. I'll remind you guys that
could move the needle.
They had the last two earnings cycles, and we spoke to him in an earnings interview. The market was very disappointed.
Yeah, not bad. But yeah, point taken. Well, no, it's not even. All I'm saying though. The point I've been trying to tell you guys is just like, for real, pay attention in the morning, because like Josh AI is low-key telling you 90% of what's about to happen. Once you go over all the news, I don't think, and even when I post the plays, like all those upgrades, the downgrades, so-and-so, again, even like Disney, bro, that Fubo Disney stuff was at 4 a.m. That's what I'm saying. We were talking about at 50, 60, then it shoots up 150. And then, again, you have people talking like, Fubo, $7, $6. Just like, again, all of it's from the AM. Everything, even today, again, you had the data. The data moved us around. But like I'm saying, the broader sense, it's all just paralleling what happened with Powell and like kind of this potential U-turn at play. So, very interesting. And then, yeah, that USIO finally dropped. I have no idea what that is. GME, didn't it go up yesterday? They had that random move. Powell on the high. Again, the data center stuff. That was even from the AM, too, with Trump. You own both Fubo and Disney. Should you keep them? I don't know how the deal is going to play out. It seems like Disney's going to, or Fubo's going to become like a Disney like asset, but at the end of the day, I don't know. So it really depends why you bought them, both of them, and if they're in the long term or not. If it's trading, I think you have a little bit more flexibility. If it's long term and you've been holding for years, I mean, at this point, you might as well just ride it out. Because again, I don't know. Either way, I think Fubo could win, because if they do get absorbed by Disney, that Disney loves to overpay. Ask Hulu and anybody else. But then if they don't do the deal, Fubo gets $130 million or they get paid. So if you're already long-term and the plan was long-term, that's just stick to your long-term plan. If you want to trade it, then yeah, you'll have a little bit more flexibility. Assets under 10? Yeah, they have private. Disney is a very hit or miss. Like, they overpay for things, and sometimes they're miserable, and then sometimes they're great. Like, they overpaid for Hulu, but Hulu has been a lifesaver for them. But then they spent like $50 billion on some Indian shit, and they all of it's bust. It's kind of crazy. So I don't know. They have a lot of private assets. I don't know what like public assets they have above or below a certain price. Do you think Zuck is doing this because of election? I just think Zuck wants to. I think Zuck is he goes where the money is. That's it. I think just as fast as you have watched Mark Zuckerberg pivot, I think if you had a Democratic win next 4 years, he would go right back to censoring everybody. That's why I say it. I'm like, it's cool. I like it, but I don't know how genuine this is that all of a sudden everybody realized there was a problem with censoring people and that a lot of people don't trust things anymore. It's like, I don't think he just realized that, but yeah, I think he's going for the paycheck. Already has enough money. Well, maybe in this case, money equates power. So maybe a little mix of both. Because again, I mean, everybody's pivoted. It's actually wild. It's funny because there was so much opposition to Trump, but right away, all these opposite donators and all these people that were so compliant for the last 4 years of this wrecking ball of that they're unwinding very silently in front of everybody. They're all just shifting now, and they're like, yeah, here's $1 million. And yeah, you're right. There was. Yeah, that's not cool. Do I like ciders for... Oh, I don't like alcohol. I like apple cider. Yeah, that's fire. Even your liberal Portland bros have shifted to Trump. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I said it earlier. I think most people have kind of just got over it all. I don't know how to describe it. Like, some people have really healed and they're not as like hyped up on it. Some people are still in Trump Kamala land, but other than that, I mean, there has been a weird shift. I mean, just generally with society and then even other countries too. But I mean, this is still the early days, and like the fascinating part is nothing has truly happened. Sparkling cider. I like sparkling cider that's not like no alcohol. I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried it. I don't know. I've had like a apple beer, like those apple one. Those are good. Those aren't bad. But I don't know. I just like the normal apple cider. It's become okay to support Trump. Pretty much, yeah. But then again, it was a big shift, and now like just it's wild though, the way you're getting these reactions. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, for the most part, this is what I was telling you guys though, like ahead, if you were ever confused why I was telling you if Trump didn't win, I probably won't stream. Does this highlight it? Does it make sense what I was talking about? Because Trump wins, now Facebook's like, oh yeah, no more fact checkers. What do you think would have happened if it was the other way? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. Either way, I guess, I don't know, bittersweet, call it what you want. It made sense then. I think it made a lot of sense then, but I do think some people didn't really comprehend it the same way, but maybe now they do. But we'll see. Either way, though, like I keep saying, nothing has happened. But it's, I don't know, that Trump speech today, though, I didn't think he was going to be as hardline about certain things. Oh, whoa. There's a fire in Malibu right now, or Palisades? Someone just tagged me in it. Looks insane. And then crude settles. We got 30 minutes till power hour. Hall of Fame Triple B Zuck. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Biden coming live soon. Would you guys like to listen to him, or are we not gonna? Or you guys get mad? He's still the president. Oh, yeah, Biden's going live at Power Hour. Yeah, there's a giant-ass fire, bro.
Acres, and this fire is currently bumping that area of Chastain Parkway East and Cali Brittany, the Getty Villa.
The data was good, but that's why the bonds and the market went down. It seems like we might be on the early days of good news is bad news again, and vice versa, which makes sense because if Powell is shifting policy and really isn't going to cut rates anymore and maybe do the opposite, because that would be the next step. If you stopped cutting, what's the next step after pausing? You do the opposite. So if that's the case, and then all the data gets strong and good, then that makes it makes sense. And welcome back to 22, 23. Yeah, I've seen the debanking clip. Mark Andreessen's a very interesting fellow. I've been seeing him a lot lately. I mean, I've known about him for a long time, but he's very interesting. But yeah, I did hear about that. I think some of it was over-dramatized. Some people kind of weighed in on it, but I don't... it sucks because, like, I'm sure there's always over-dramatization, but there's, like, certain elements in a lot of these stories that they remain true. So, I'm at least, at the very least, I'm not surprised. You're being evacuated in Palisades right now? Oh, no way. Be careful, man. Yeah, and there's crazy winds today. Oh, man. Terrible time for a fire, to be honest. Like, dude, the winds are insane. I don't know if you hear. I would hear them on my, like, window. And then SPY near the low again. You got 30 minutes till power hour. Volume is very low. And like I told you, everything is, half of the market is still in the green. Any update on Fartcoin? No, I don't know. I feel like Fartcoin, it kind of topped out at like 160. Stephen Colbert mentioned it. They even made a Wikipedia for Fartcoin to explain how it was related to the AI bot, but it's still above $1. I think Fartcoin is worth more than Denny's. I know there was a storm on the West Coast or East Coast. A couple of Chads just got out of it today. There's a new one called Butthole. No lie. Oh, I'm not surprised. But remember, the Fartcoin one I think was cool. It had history. I don't know. It stuck out to me. And then it was hard to ignore. And then it was like, a Fartcoin is innocent enough to mention without it being, like, weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to say butthole out loud too many times. Like, a fart is kind of innocent. You know what I'm saying? I don't like talking about cum rocket. You know, I don't know if you remember 2021. You know what I'm saying? And, like, even then, like, what does Hawk Tua imply? So Fartcoin is a nice, innocent, you know, I'm glad that it has a much more digestible name. I don't know if that's a pun, but... yeah, but like I said, the thing that attracted me to telling you guys about Fartcoin was right before Fartcoin was invented, I showed you guys the AI creator. And that, again, I don't know, do you guys not realize it? Do you remember everything I was telling you about right before I took a vacation? and I was telling you guys about the agent AIs, and and I was telling you all the stuff I was working on. And do you guys not realize this Nvidia CES? Everybody's freaking out over agentic AI now as the next wave. So yeah. Ta-da! But yeah, I don't know. This AI stuff, I don't know. I'm getting you stuff early. I'm interested. It fascinates me. But at the end of the day, proceed as you wish. Oh, man. Damn, Ad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's good. I love it, though. I'm not going to lie to you. This has been the smoothest stream I've had in a long time. Look. That's it. This was when we played Nvidia. Y'all didn't fuck with Nvidia. Y'all fuck with Trump. Clearly, you do not like Philo. And then this is end of the day. The real ones. So, yeah. So, sorry. But it has not kicked me out today. Which has been great. First day back, I had to post Twitch links. The market is boring, bro. It is, yeah. I don't disagree with you. I mean, I think you can make it fun. I mean, I get excited though. I hope you guys don't misinterpret me. I just again, I love having good conversations, and there's a lot of cool stuff happening in the world. But don't let my excitement overstate that. There's not really much going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm excited and the world is changing, but it's not changing as fast as I could talk. Because there's a lot of things going on and it's very gradual. And yeah, I mean, but that's why the long term is great, but I don't know. I got a non-entertaining holiday stock session, and it really, we're interacting, we're having talks, we're going all over, we're talking about theories, and that could entertain you, but it's not as if, I'm telling you, I was just showing you, most articles, most news, it starts at 3, 4 a.m. Eastern time, and then it just all regurgitated till the bell. And then until there's data, and then really policy Powell and all of this inauguration, we that's the real juice that we need, and just unfortunately we're not there, January 7th, we'll see. Yeah, but dude, that I think that longshoreman thing is gonna align with it. No, Ozempic NVO failed a trial, and then they got a downgrade, and then they had another issue, I think, on supply. But they had one bad trial. It wasn't even bad. It just didn't do as good as people thought it would, and they got murdered. That's why I want to buy it, because I think it could go lower, but I don't think it should drop like that off of that. You know what I'm saying? I just think this is Wall Street being crackheads. I think this stock is just so on fire. It did so good that the first little sign of weakness, they're like, oh no, and then they're dipping. So I don't know. I think that's why I'm it could go 50. I could go 30% lower if this keeps up. I don't know when it'll stop, but I also do think this is kind of unnecessary because I love this company, but it was at this price. It was at $60 when I first discovered Ozempic. We were talking Ozempic right here. I was telling you my mom told me about it, and I was just waiting for it to come down, and then it never came down. So now this may be my ghetto opportunity or my late stage opportunity, or we just wait till it goes down. But I don't know if it'll drop that much because, again, what it's dropping on it seems very minor. But they've gave that thing a nice haircut. They literally faded it on the sides, and I was like, they said 0 on the sides, bro. I don't. And then SPY coming down, 20 minutes till power hour. Keep in mind, Mag 7 is your driver today in terms of what's going to move the SPY and the bonds too. So we will see. Canada Trudeau says there isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada would become part of the United States.
Challenge accepted. I'll accept it. I could sell snow in hell. I could sell water to a whale. Ice cream to an Eskimo. Challenge accepted, Trudeau.
What? Yeah, Trudeau resigned yesterday. I said it though, man. Y'all don't think it's weird that the damn prime minister of a developed nation resigned and the currency didn't do shit because the dollar had already wrecked it? This is what I'm saying, bro. This weird unwinding, like, replacement of the dollar value is so insane, bro. I'm telling you, it's very wild. That's a wild event yesterday, and that's the stuff you don't get stories about. That's the one that it's, you know, you're going to hear about the resignation. That's a story. But, like, dude, you mean to tell me developing nation, political turmoil, homeboy leaving, and the currency does not even move because the dollar is already wrecked it in the last month? That if that doesn't show you what's happening here, it's a mind-blowing. I thought that was so fascinating. But yeah, it's funny because no one, if the Forex markets don't lie when it's like no one gave a shit about Trudeau leaving. Yeah, but they should have. But I think the dollar just got in the way already. Any validity to the rumor that he's Fidel's son? No, I don't. There's no way we'll confirm that. I don't know if you want to talk about it for entertainment's sake, but you know, like, I don't know. I don't even know his mom, dude. I don't even know Trudeau's mom. Like, Fidel not around no more. We can't ask him. He ain't got a Twitter. Like, what do you mean? Just look at his face. I mean, I don't know. Just some of you guys look like Kanye. Don't mean that you're his son. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all, you guys look like Donald Trump. I'm not like, oh, shit, that's Trump Jr. Like, I don't know, man. It's like, shit, I look like Benny Blanco. I'm not anything like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Are you sure? Yeah, I don't know, but that's just a funny conspiracy theory. You sound like you look like Benny Blanco? Nah, terrible take. Terrible. I sound beautiful. Not to be a narcissist, but do you know the amount of women that have told me this? And I hate to be this guy. I look like a lizard, but I sound like an angel, bro. It's a trip. But that's why you never see my face. So it's I found a way to play it, but still. No, Benny don't do anything. Benny writes the lyrics. Mm-hmm. Angel lizard merch. Chocolate rain. Mm-hmm. It's not narcissistic to think you sound good. I don't care. I'm the narcissist. I want to abuse that word till nobody ever wants to use it again. Because I told you, in my life, I have realized anybody who called me a narcissist and uses that word freely and seriously is a narcissist. I have come to find that out. It took me a while. It really did, because I was like, I was trying to I was like, oh man, shit. Like I self-reflect, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm into that. Like I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I will. I love the mirror. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to lie about what the mirror shows me back. That's fine. I'll address my hairline. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It clicked for me not too long ago, but I was like, wait a minute. Y'all the ones, you doing exactly what you said. Hold up. Yeah. They left gaslighting in 2023. I don't know. Narcissism, it's kind of dying. No, you don't hear that word as much anymore. So yeah, I made sure to do it. Mm-hmm. How many shirts? Well, after yesterday, we did a little bit more than 300. So we are shy of the goal. but we still did a shit ton, and I thank you guys. And again, if we don't meet it, we'll figure out. My plan is refund it, or maybe I can outline some of what we have ready, and then we could talk about it. But for the most part, if we don't reach the goal, I'll hit y'all back up with that. But it's good so far. I'm very, very impressed. But, you know, very ambitious target, to say the least. Saying holding space? No, what's that? Holding space? Yeah. You might be on the jump, bro. I've never heard that in my life. Can I show my backside? Are you talking about the back end of my like data, or are you talking about my booty? Because I don't even have a good booty like that. I have anterior pelvic tilt, so my glutes are weak, but it looked like I popped my booty out, but I don't. And then I'm probably not going to share with you the back end of any of my stuff just for security and privacy sake. I probably would have been down if mother effers didn't like be weird with me, but yeah, unfortunately. Suing Matt Booty. Matt Booty works for AMD. That's a fun fact. How do we get here again? Well, it was about 18 minutes ago. Homeboy was saying how the market was boring. And then we got into some philosophical good discussions, and then we delved into one sidebar, and then now we're here. So a little entertaining, though, wouldn't you say? You don't get this shit on Bloomberg, man. Believe me, I tried. I tried to find CNBC. I tried everywhere, bro. But that, you know, this is top tier entertainment, man. You ain't gonna get this shit anywhere. So at the end of the day, that's how we arrived here. I have a map. I have a map. I know. You know that, even though I'm like ADD'd out, I know how I think like Jensen Huang. Because if you didn't see him yesterday, Jensen Huang, bro, the minute they didn't clap, he lost it. That's it. He lost all aura and momentum when he had one bad scene. And then before you knew, he's like, give me a chair. I need a chair. And they handed him a water bottle and he drank. But like, you know what I'm saying? So like, but it made sense what he was thinking. I understood his thought process. You know what I'm saying? Because he said, I need a chair. She handed him a water. She knew what he was saying. And then he had to like, so, but like his logic, he was just tired. He needed a break there. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he was like, give me a beer in the beer facility. Yeah, it was bad. But it's okay. You make that much money, I'm fine with that. But then your stock is down 80% and you making fun of Indians, I'm going to have a problem with that. Okay? That's all. That's where I stand. You know, fuck it. Alligator jacket, a little socially awkward, can't deal with the rejection. That's fine. Look at the market cap, but what you doing, Intel? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bonds low. Actually, you're at the level, though. Remember I told you guys, next level from here is like 588. So you got like, what, 1.8, 1.5 points down from here, GME on the high. So I was doing what it did yesterday around this time. It just started launching up. Didn't the robots give you the Matrix vibes? No, not at all. What gave me the Matrix vibes was watching free-thinking humans subscribe to propaganda and still continue to believe it. And to start fighting against their fellow man as if they were employed by the people that have robbed them. That made me feel like the Matrix more than any robot will ever. VIX up 9? Dude, that's crazy. It was at 15. Yeah, 15.9 in the morning. That's still elevated again. I mean, unfortunately, I think the data is going to be big effect on Friday after this. And then we'll see. We'll see what other comments your boy Trump, because that shook some things up, but then again, we got to get there. Is Trump live again? No way. No. Stop it. Biden's supposed to be live, but now it says the video is unavailable. This video is private. I can't make this up, dog. It's the White House channel. They just made the video private on whitehouse.youtube. Man. I had the video up of Biden. He was supposed to be there. So maybe he's not. Biden live. No, they're doing the Jimmy Carter thing, but yeah, no, he was supposed to go live, but that's it. Oh no, I think I got one at 12:30 now. They just scheduled one for 12:30. Yeah, the CNBC one still has it. They just delayed it by 10 minutes. Yeah, why would, man, reschedule Biden for tomorrow. Why are you going to let Trump do an hour speech and then put this guy? No, I would reschedule him tomorrow. I don't even like the guy. I'm still looking out for him. What do you mean? Don't let us have Trump and Biden in the same day and watch how they do a speech. That's just not good. Man. Tesla. All right. Live at 4. Oh, so after the bell? Well, that'll suck. I have one that says, in like 5. I have one that says 5 minutes, and I have one that says 30 minutes or 25 minutes. So we'll see. The collab stream, yeah. Oh, 4:30 is Harris? All right, well, we'll see. Maybe it comes on. I mean, DATS, I had that up earlier, and then GME is doing it again. So high. And then SPY still near the lows. Let me get you one quick checkup, just in case. Just in case I don't long-term tonight. I'm going to say 10% for the last time, baby. Dow Jones, 16 green, 14 in the red. So a little worse than the morning, but still more. Oh, are you ready for this, you guys? NASDAQ flipped. 65 in the red, 35 in the green. That was 50-50 like an hour ago. And then S&P 500, 242 green, 260 in the red. So you've had about maybe half of the NASDAQ flip red that was green. And then you've had about 100 names on the SPY go green to red. And then now you're hugging the lows, bonds near the lows. Real data was the strong data. And more so, you should be more mindful of the fact that strong data gave you a negative reaction and how that ties into Powell. But other than that, again, comments from Biden or Trump. We're about to get Biden ones. And then we get more data tomorrow. And then the bond auction was weak, but it was bonds already got clapped off the data. So the reaction was pretty minimal. Ta-da. DATS again, and Mobileye on the low. Next FOMC is January 31st, I think, or February 1st. I think. I could be wrong. You could go check it. But it should be within like the month. Welcome back, baby. I hope you're welcoming back yourself too. Good to see you. I'm excited. The minutes are big just because last time was weird. So the minutes, that's a great question too, by the way. The minutes aren't usually, as of late, we haven't really reacted to the minutes in like a dramatic fashion. It's kind of been a dud for the last like 9 months to a year. However, given that, look at the market, look at Powell, look at the bonds, good data, bad data, and we're at the cusp of that. But just like even 2022 there, minutes might hold a lot of weight now. And I say that because last Fed meeting, it was a dot plot, summary of economic projections, and it potentially contained a Powell pivot. So that minutes might actually have some, and that's what we're going to be getting here. Do we get it Wednesday or Friday? We might either get that tomorrow. I think tomorrow. There is no high-low ticker on Robinhood. I don't think. I've not used Robinhood's new trading platform, but why not? We will see. Powell, no, I'm not. Like I'm saying, it's just weird, man. The Powell was very odd. It helped out a lot of rich people, and it's weird. Again, I think the only other time, it's been 110 days since you have cut rates the first time in September. You guys know that? 110 days. The only other, there was only one instance in history, and we're about to like scrap it low key. Only one instance in history where we cut rates and rates went higher. Does anybody know what time, what year that was? So only one time in history. I showed you this chart a while ago, so it's not really that new. One time in history where the Fed has cut rates and then 100 days later, the rates are higher. Well, there you go. I think this will surprise a little bit. Believe it or not, 1998. Yeah. Not 07, not the 70s. 1998. So the only other instance where the market kind of shrugged off yields and even a rate cut, it was the bubble. It was the tech bubble. It was like late 1998. So it was like, again, you had like a year. It lasted for like a year and a half, 2 years, and then you had problems. But again, it just never, besides 1998, never has that happened where you cut rates even by that scale and then this far out on the curve now, or this on the y-axis or the x-axis. It's just like, I don't know why, I'm tripping. Have you had it where rates are still higher and then by this amount? Why did that happen in 98? I think just because the tech bubble, and then we had a lot of other effects, and then sure enough, I mean, do you guys know what happened a couple years later? Ironically, I said something about this today. If someone could pull this out of a rabbit hat, I'll give you $1. Something else happened within 2 to 3 years besides the bubble. And I mentioned it earlier today. In passing, I made a comment about it. No, not 9/11. Not tech bubble. Not 9/11. Player Manchu eliminated. Owen Osborne eliminated. Kevin Z eliminated. Ali eliminated. Vito eliminated. This is what I kept saying. I don't think y'all got the joke. I kept telling y'all this. Every time I ask you a question and wait, in my mind, I'm visualizing y'all in Squid Games. And then the music plays in my head. So I'm glad you got to experience it with me. So shortly after 1998, and maybe this could be a reason why that happened, and I made a joke about this. I said a new currency today. Do you guys remember me saying that? Remember, I don't know if they were talking deep. Someone said something. I was like, man, it sounds like they're getting ready for a new currency. But yeah, that's when the euro got created. You guys know the euro wasn't created till 2001. So they took the dollar was going crazy. You had the tech bubble. They had to create a whole damn currency to do this little liquidity move that we're low-key seeing. Yeah, they invented the euro. The euro is 25 years old or something, a little bit longer. They agreed on it in like late 90s or 2000s and then implemented it. So it literally led to a new currency. So I don't know, but it's funny that I made that joke earlier. Now, coming back around, we're talking about this and comparing it to the other stuff. But yeah, fun fact. Yeah, that was the whole thing. There was a lot of other problems. I've talked about this many times. If you have been a real listener, I have put you on game with this euro move, and because it's huge. It makes for macro and money. What happened in the 2000s and the year is very crucial because you got to think about it. They literally created a new currency. So that means they had an excuse to send dollars and other trash currencies all wherever to create this new system and ease things up and do values. It was wild. And then that led to, low-key, some of your modern system that we're living on today. Oh, no. Your grandma passed away? I'm sorry, bro. Very bumpy start. Oh, well, I hope you like the laugh, man. And head up, bro. Head up, man. That's a terrible way to start off the year, but don't worry. Don't worry. I hope things will get better. Don't live too much in the future. Still recognize the gifts of the the present, and you'll be good, baby. Flushing, well, you got 588, so you got about a 1.8. New low of the day, so fast. Ring-a-ring-a-ring. About bad news and good. Well, we saw that back in the day, many times before at other times, but it's all related to the Fed. If the market starts to interpret that the Fed is going to do something, in this case, people are worried from a couple of weeks ago that Jerome Powell will potentially pivot and stop cutting, potentially pause or raise. Are you following? That's the last couple of weeks. So with that context in mind, if the data shows high inflation, high jobs, all of that stuff, it would support that. So technically, good news would be bad for the bond market and the market, just because then good data would mean that the Fed is most likely going to take a hawkish approach. And then vice versa. Bad news would mean less room for Powell to be as hawkish. And that's it. And it's important to understand this because we're early in it. It's still been a couple of weeks, but that's why we're getting movement, but not any real big changes. But then little by little, people are that's the worry at hand. And then if bonds, Powell, or something could move it first, but that's kind of what all eyes are on right now, or maybe next time we hear from Powell. The dollar will get stronger on better data, yes. Because it's the same thing, and then it won't be good. And that's why market down, bonds down, dollar up. Why would because again, hawkish, more tightening, higher rates, the dollar would keep wrecking everybody. Yeah, not to mention the tariffs, and that's the other part. Because then that's more expectation oriented. Buy the dip or stay cash, gang. Well, for the long term, I'm a wait because I have a lot of investments. But I talked about it today because even during the data, I told you guys you don't need to panic. You're getting data now, but the way things are rolling, you just got to really make up your mind and account for the risk or not. And that's what I was saying. It's just simple. You potentially could replay out 2021, 2022. If you are bearish, you go and buy puts right now. It's very simple. Put to call ratio is bottomed out now after last week. Why wouldn't you if you really believe it? And then vice versa. If you think that this is all just the drama ahead of it, maybe, people kind of front running pain and then we chill out and none of this bad stuff, maybe the data gets better, Powell calms down, you buy this dip. Again, and your timeline is now between inauguration and really February next Powell essentially. So, or you do nothing and then just wait until we get more confirmation. So I want to hedge a little bit, but I'm leaning towards do nothing and wait, as I don't. Again, I think there's been a lot of little info, but the story's not changing much. And again, I just think Powell policy inauguration, or maybe the right set of data that puts Powell in a corner may cause us to move. But I would pay attention. I think right now you should account for everything. That's why I'm mentioning it all too. I don't want you to only know bullishness right now, and I really want you to be aware of the bonds in 2021. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that's the only play right now. And that's why I'm saying it's just you need to be aware of it because things can quickly change, and then if it does, you'll know where we're going. But anything you want to move right now, you got to make that decision, and how are you leaning right now? Because again, if it starts moving down, the puts are going to change and vice versa. Things are going to start moving. So I think you take the information, position accordingly, and look ahead. And then we're going to run into the info again just in about 2 weeks. Remember, if we don't get anything big this week, and we might by Friday, because to look at today's reaction, look at the bonds, everything we talked about, and that was off jobs data and ISM. So Friday, the non-farms may have that ability to add or take away from this pressure. And then next week will be CPI. And then we're going to be a lot closer to the inauguration and then Jerome Powell. And then we see what happens. 2 death row inmates didn't sign Biden? No. That's crazy. They said, kill me? That's nuts. Yeah, the market's closing on the 9th. You have no market on Thursday. Tomorrow will be our last day, and then Friday. Technically, Trump is confirmed, yes. They got to do the ceremony, and then your girl needs to sign the paper, but like through the Congress and everything, they have certified Donald Trump's election victory. That was yesterday. Are you having a live watch list on Thursday? Oh, I don't know. I didn't really think. That's why I don't like these breaks, bro. But maybe. I'd assume so. But I said it yesterday, too, though. I don't know him. There's half of you in here because I did it at like the end. But very, very simple, man. If y'all feel like you didn't take a holiday over these last couple of weeks and you don't feel as refreshed as I do and you don't have another perspective, even if you love the same picture, I get it, bro. I would use this Thursday break and just come back on Monday, bro. I would disappear and relax, turn off your shit, like low-key refresh. I said it, man. And that's what I'm saying. You guys got to understand. I think the market, it showed me a perspective of boring. I love this stuff. I love you guys especially, man, and it's amazing, but you got to really bro, if you stare at a picture every single day, you're going to get used to it. So don't be afraid to just turn everything off, look away. You still got a couple of days before everything really gets flowing, but at the end of the day, this might be last call. Can't be good. Well, bonds, sadly, most of it is worry of expectations and now the data getting good, but I'm just telling I need you guys to all see this. Bonds don't do anything here. That's why I don't know if you've noticed my nonchalant nature, whether the TLT is good or bad. I don't give a shit. Why? Because nothing is going to happen if it hits 83 and then everything chills out. That's why I'm saying maybe it goes right near 5. That's possible. But what's the real big deal right now? There's only one thing that really, really matters about bonds and TLT because it applies to everything else. And it wouldn't happen without a lot of other things happening. No, not the dollar. Look at the chart. So look, my friends. This move is eerily similar to this move. Now, granted, this was your pandemic and then the reaction, right? But do you see what I'm trying to show you? This is where you get concerned about TLT. This is where you get concerned about a lot of things. So what should you be, all that really matters, does TLT do this or does TLT do this? Are you following? If it hits these low levels and breaks, you die. You guys want to know another time that happened? Do you guys remember October 23? Tell me it doesn't look exactly the same. Cut out the rest of these years. You look at the chart, you hit one low 8 months, 6 months ahead. You bounce up and retest it. If that breaks, people panic because then you're going to cascade and then everyone's going to flip. Oh, you can't see? Are you following me? So look at what you're doing. You hit here's your past October low. We're going to test that. That'll be around 475 to 5. If that breaks, it's going to start doing this. Even if it breaks that low, just like 2023, people are going to flip, dude. People are not going to like that. That's why I keep telling you, as much as everybody is like, Donald Trump's going to tariff us, I'm like, dude, why are you guys trying to fuck up all of your mortgages and everybody's shit, right? I'm like, it's baffling how destructive people are being with a fear of the future. Shout out to Philo. But it's simple. I don't care what you want to do. Go ahead. I'm just telling you what anybody who knows this stuff is looking at and why the spreads of professional investors have widened now. Because if you break this point, just like any other time in the cycles, you're going to set a new wave of the cycle, and that's going to freak mother effers out. If it bounces, if you break it and bounce, then you're good, and then you'll buy some time. Again, if it bounces there, boom, you're going to get your rally like you did even in 2021. But this is the worry. You do not want to break a previous high on yields, because if you do, it's going to cascade and get ugly. And anytime you've had these cascading and breaking the low, we have had massive volatility in the market. No questions asked. So do you see where I'm getting at? I don't know if it's going to happen, and I don't really care about TLT like that, but all I'm saying, game time, depending on what happens there. So you could anticipate it now if you want, or you wait, or you say F that and buy the dip when we hit 83 on TLT, because then hopefully things change. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty straightforward, and it's in the beauty of what I'm telling you now. It's not new, so I'm not going on any new narrative. I'm not pulling anything out of my ass. It's shit I was telling you months ago, right off the bat, right after Powell, right after everything. I just said, watch. I think it'll be very challenging for us to hit new highs if bonds keep going. I've been talking about even 5 on the 10-year if it didn't hold, and that's all because of this situation. So, yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe he's mentioning default, but like I said, it's very with this in mind. That's why I think it's very weird how people are willing to be so destructive due to a fear of the future. That's all it is, or not all of it. I'd say more than half of it would be because of that. I think TLT should be right here based on the data. I think you should be low 90s. I think the rest of this is just Trump fear premium. But that's fine, because like I'm telling you, if it breaks the level, we got a problem. If it bounces, you got to bounce. And then until we repeat that again. You can't see it. I mean, you can. As much as I could be both bullish and bearish at it, you can, because like I'm telling you, half of the sell-off is for nothing. And that's arguable, but all I'm saying, nothing in the sense of it's just straight up anticipation fear. I get it. You're worried about Trump. He has his negotiating tactics. Great. But I would not attribute that much of the economy and enough to pivot damn Powell because of it. You guys are insane. But at the end of the day, the data got a little better. You're seeing how everything's pushing. Bonds don't have to be higher. TLT, I'm not saying TLT has to moon, but I am saying there's added fear premium for no reason, and that's going to add some of the volatility at the margins here as we get into it. Here, man, that one went through. What's up, baby? What up, Project Will? Ooh, Elmo! Hey, bye. What? A decent amount of volume. Volume's very low today, though. So that's why I think maybe because of the holiday, but we'll see. $6K. Good work, man. Good work. But not one play posted. But good work. Do I live in Santa Monica? No. No. There's a big fire, though, in Palisades right now. Stocks extend fall. S&P down 1%. No live watch list tonight. No. I almost lost my voice yesterday. I know, dude, I went to bed like with a scratchy voice. I got so scared. I was like, no way. Day one, and I'm already like... So, yeah, I got a little too hyped on the live watch list last night. So I might have to tone it down. Give you a normal one. Amazon. All right, man. SPY. That was like the bigger volume of the day, but even then, bond staying stable. Tomorrow, let me double check. Double check the minutes. Yeah, you get the minutes tomorrow. Nice. So, yeah, that'll be an event, and it's going to be a little bit more important. So, we'll see. Hot tea. Oh, no. My voice got good. It's chill. I just got a little close call yesterday, and the VIX is coming up right now. So, low ticker fully picking up, my friends. And welcome the pullback before going forward. Well, you kind of had that, but this is big, man. You're 4% off the bottom. Now you've given up like what? I think 3% of that in the last 2 days from the top, or maybe like 2% of it. But either way, I mean, ironically enough, you are practically unchanged on the market since when I left you. No exaggeration. So the S&P 500 is at the same price the day before and the day after I took vacation, to give you an idea. Meanwhile, a couple of different names have had different advancements and declines. Fear breaks the Fed. No, but like, you could I don't know, man. They could jawbone a lot of this. If the Fed didn't play the politic fear last SEP, the rates wouldn't be this high. So if something breaks because it's on them, like, I don't know, like, I don't even think it's very, a lot of this reaction is avoidable. That's why I'm baffled in the sense that I'm like, man, people are really willing to do some of the dumbest shit in the last 3 weeks of this administration, to the point it's being reflected in the dollar and other things. It's like, damn. Okay, then. Oh, I forgot about the new badge. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, we need to take that to a vote. Oh, my goodness, I forgot. Oh. I think it's going to be Uncle. The year of Uncle. And then VIX still going up. All right, man, you've had more of a sell-off here. I mean, the last couple hours we didn't really do much, but, you know, it dropped about 30 points on the SPX. And then 588.30. Does this level sound familiar, my brothers? So, again, you're like right at that second range. I think it gets a little more panicky, 586 to 584, but I don't know. This might be a good place to end. We might go overshoot, undershoot a little bit, but we'll see. Otherwise, if it picks up from here, it's going to get a little bit uglier. I heard my jet 48 months, baby. Let's go, LSU. What's up, baby? Hey, man, thank you, my friend. All right. Still, again, this time bonds. I mean, the sad part is that SPY has dropped, or TLT has dropped so much more that you could have a lot of movement on the SPY without the bonds even budging at this point. So don't rely on the correlation if that's the case. Again, a lot of volatility indexes on the high, low ticker, almost fully active. So again, end of the day, you still got about 40 minutes, but again, since like 15 minutes to the top of the hour, we started selling off. No badge, man. All the way, man. I can't believe I forgot that. Holy crap. I was supposed to put that up over the break. That's it, but then I just disappeared. Am I bullish or buy the dip? I mean, my long-term plan is the same. I just talked about it. I'm aware of both the bullish and bearish scenario from here. I think I'm going to wait a little bit, but I'm kind of enticed towards the puts, to be honest with you. But like I'm saying, I think a little bit more confirmation could be good, but it's cheap enough now where, you know, if you, by the time you get confirmation, then it might be expensive. Let's see. Yeah, like I think we're right here. That's my only problem. So a lot of people think you're like right here. I think you're here on 2021, which makes it a lot weirder. But yeah, so it's tough. And like I'm saying, it just, the extra fear makes the decision really difficult. Because like I'm saying, some of it isn't really, seems overblown, but then at the same time, there's only 3 options from here. But realistically, you either position now, you bet against it. It could reward you, or you wait till it drops a little bit more and buy that dip. But remember, we haven't hit any of our milestones. I'm back from vacation, but it's not the inauguration. Is Bitcoin still dropping too? I got another headline on that. And then 5901. Yeah, Bitcoin is still going down. Bitcoin's down 6. That one's really bond correlated, but ugly, dude. Just because it had such a good day the other day. I think the JOLTS were high. They were really strong, surprisingly. Again, that's why I got the whole bad data, good data idea. And you kind of saw it. And then from the ISM manufacturing, it probably is going to be a strong jobs report. So I said that yesterday on the watch list. The JOLTS kind of confirmed it, and then we'll go from there. But I am expecting a strong jobs report on Friday. I think consensus is at 160. Based on ISM from last year and what happened, my shit shows me 330 to like 110, which is a wild-ass range. So I think the 160 makes sense, but I'm expecting a stronger jobs report on Friday. So especially after the JOLTS and ISM and every other data set, and now kind of how people are freaking out. And that's the thing, though. That data on Friday, if it is strong, that might give you some more negativity. Let's see. How much are we pricing? So from now until the jobs report, where are you at? 587.8? $394 plus 401. Damn, 795? 1%. That's crazy. So, between now and Friday, you are pricing in 1.3? Yeah, 1.3% from, that's literally today's move. It's literally almost exactly what we did today. So that's if you bought a play for today that would expire on Friday, you would have to move 1.3% to break even. It kind of is cheap. It's not bad. I mean, considering you moved more than that every single day, you got to end on the right side. Paying the plug 44 months now. I missed this stream more than I thought I would, baby. I missed you too. Oh, man, you got to watch yesterday's stream, bro. It was good to be back. So good to be back, man. You have no idea. So, amen, bro. Toast to that. Very interesting.
There's this thing called the ocean. It's in between us. The ocean. Big ocean. You could swim in it. Put a boat in it.
What? Success. Y'all getting ads. Yeah, you should be getting ads today. I'm sorry, you guys. I sacrificed you for the sake of bandwidth, and it seems like it's working. So if it doesn't tomorrow, then I'll free you. But if not, then you should write a letter to your local YouTuber congressman. I don't know if that exists, but yeah. And then Sox S, man, well, that breaks the 2-day streak. All right, man, SPY a little bit at the bottom. I don't know, man. If you want to, I think Friday could be interesting, but 1.3% if you want that short-term play. Because like I'm saying, at this point, like the calls and puts are not as hyped up as they were the last couple of weeks. So it sucks because you want to wait for confirmation. The prices are cheap, but I'm sure those are going to move around as we start to get more data. But then again, the market's closed on Thursday, so that'll get in the way too. The longshoreman news, you're going to start, again, it started this morning. I think that slipped by a lot of people. That could be disastrous, to be honest with you, but don't overreact. No need to react yet. You'll get an update, I believe, by January 17th or 25th. So, but it could be bad. Maybe they like Trump. Maybe they're willing to negotiate more. But other than that, if it becomes a problem, we have a problem. If they don't have an agreement and they get to strike, that's a big problem. Remember, that was the issue that we had when it first was going down a couple months ago. So as long as they could come to a resolution, I wouldn't trip. But otherwise, it could backfire. Big level. You're below that final level I told you guys. So anything over here, it starts to get ugly, dude. So like I was telling you, 586 is panicky. I gave you this panic zone when we were here. So again, most of these levels I told you guys right after the data within 30 minutes. So like I'm saying, unfortunately, you do start to go a little bit below there. It gets a little bit more panicky. How you doing? We doing good, baby. We doing good. Got to balance the future and the present. I can't believe, dude, Nvidia is down 6%. You guys realize that? Even Micron's green, but they were up 10. But that's a crazy shift after this morning. Yeah, Nvidia back to 140. Amazon, too, they're down 2.5. Oh, yeah, Apple got that big downgrade this morning, too. That's how you said it in your head? All right, man, we on the same page. Amen. I'm glad you said it like that. Oh, man. Everything's selling from the data. I mean, I've explained it a lot today, and I think you guys should get on board, and the best part is I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. There's just, again, as bond rates are going up, depending on the data, it's all tying into this whole Powell pivot shit, and people are cautious. They're not reacting yet, but clearly there is you're kind of at a yellow light right now. Again, that's why the market's bouncing, going down, it's all staying the same price since Powell, but we're kind of moving to a good news is bad news dynamic. So we'll see, but really it was the data that kind of got us there. And, I mean, you're already a little bit chiller in the morning, but more bond pressure, more dollar gains, and that data, and now tying it more into Powell, it just kind of gave us this. But you're still higher on the year, lower from your rally of 4%. You're like smack dab in the middle. So, like I said, it's the same exact price since Powell, which you could take that how you want. REITs were a little bit work today. And then SPY going lower here, so watch out. It still might bounce. Again, bonds have not moved on any of this. This is all equity land. Like I told you, bonds have moved down consecutively. So there's enough. The SPY could do whatever it wants without having to drag the bonds anywhere. But keep a watch out for that. I did not buy anything in 2025. No, not for the long term. Trudeau, no. Trudeau, SPXU, all I see is volatility indexes on the high. Success, the Tesla Q, Yang, all of them. KO, I like it. KO, keep an eye on that. KO, Pepsi, they look wonderful. And then we'll see where things go, right? Once we get a clearer direction on the year, we'll know value or not and where things are moving. Nike's another one. Hershey's, NVO, and then SPY going lower. LBGJ. That's on the high. I have no idea what that is. Lee Bang International. All right. 8% pop. One of very few names on the high ticker. Yeah, so 5,900, bro. You technically have not broken it yet. You're like right there off of the green. And then again, Russell's starting to give back now. Russell was doing better than the SPY. Now it's matched up. And then Dow, Nasdaq's down 2%. Dow is down 0.6. Remember, that was doing good most of the day. But remember, I told you right here, half of those, or like 100 names flipped that were green. And then there's your 5,900 break. So if you can't hold this, I don't like anything below here. Like you still could go 586 and maybe bounce, but yeah, the market don't like it below here. So good luck. But that is the panic zone that we told you from here. So it's not. That's why I'm saying to watch it develop like this throughout the day. Unfortunately, yeah, it's not a good look, but it's all going to be compared against the backdrop now of tomorrow and then more data bonds. Those minutes are going to move things. Oh, was Google still up? Yeah. Honestly, that's not a bad take. Dude, Amazon's kind of nuts too, though. Big vol. If that's real, that will be the biggest of the day. Kind of is, yeah. That volume's still picking up. You guys called that out from when it started, and it is not really dissipated. Champagne considers bid for Canada Prime Minister. I don't know who Champagne is. And then 5897. It's kind of slow, but this is it. It's like another point and a half, and then you hit the final level. Again, it's not full panic yet, but this is kind of how it starts. So like I'm saying here, you're going to go, you'll touch this if we do, and then what? We got 25 minutes left. You just don't want that gap fill gets ugly. That's the one that I've been saying here, but you're 3 points away from that, and then it'll be a point and a half from the other level. Champagne Poppy, maybe that's who it was. He is Canadian. No, that's not the election gap. That's just that Friday move. So last Friday, we started off the year pretty good. And then Friday had really good data, and you've rocketed. That was the counter argument to today. But then now, the fact that it's there, ta-da. I kind of like that Google play. I do think Google is kind of lagging. They have the compute stuff. But I remember I did this in 2021. I shorted Google. Remember I bought that expensive-ass put? It went up for a little bit, then it got clapped for like 8 months, and then at the end of the year, it went green. Boot, boot, boot. Five. Yeah, look at that candle. Again, I don't think that volume bar is real, but no, the volume is elevated coming into this close. But yeah, you're getting a little bit more flushy. So unfortunately, got a little bit of turbulence. So you're touching that level there, 586 now. Again, 586.50, that's going to be the final one. And then anything from there, though, I think the VIX will start rocketing. So, like, look, it's already breaking out, but I think VIX, you're going to touch. It's actually higher than Friday, damn it. So now you got more people buying puts than they did on Friday. At least 30 days dated. I don't know about the 0 days. Default talks. No, I think it's all from the morning, man. I really don't think any of this was new. Just the data. And then again, I think it's the broader theme of what I was talking about. Because today wouldn't have this effect if you didn't have Powell a couple of weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? So just the bond yields keep going up. The dollar keeps getting stronger. The data gets better. Powell put a U-turn on the table. So it's like, what? It's without any of that stuff. I mean, it's a whole different reaction. But I don't think that default stuff was good. It was weird. But I do think most of this is kind of following a broader timeline. And now the little stuff is adding to it. But again, I mean, I gave you a jump on it on the watch list, but it seems like the data and now, again, people getting ready for Friday. Because I was telling you yesterday, even I think the jobs will be strong on Friday. You have more confirmation. If we do turn into good news, bad news, I mean, what's the conclusion? So we'll see. I don't know. Max, I love you, bro, but I'm done. I don't think you've ever talked about stocks, homeboy. I love you, man, but I tried with you last year on it. Make a new name, get on topic, and I'll see you. Deflation would cause the market to drop, yes. DJT? Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at it in a while, to be honest with you. All right, so you're getting a little bit of bounce. We'll see. You got 12 minutes or 22 minutes. IWM and TLT long. I mean, TLT, but like the sad reality, if TLT don't bounce, it's going to cascade and turn into 2021, 2022, or 2023 even. So I'd like TLT, but if it doesn't play out how we want, there's still risk there. Same thing with the IWM. So I think the best hedge would just be a cheap hedge, like something, or maybe a VIX or a downside protection, and call it a day and just don't overspend if you really don't feel good about it. Otherwise, I'm waiting. I lean towards that, but I'd rather wait a little. I'm aware of what's going on. I know if I wait for a little bit more confirmation and get it, I'm going to pay double what you see today. But then if I'm wrong or it reverses, I'm not going to lose anything. So you got to kind of find that balance there. But then I'm also kind of trying to get closer to the milestone, a.k.a. the inauguration or Powell. So, and then we have 2 big data sets, Friday and then CPI next week. So I don't know. You got to juggle all of that, and that's the info to make the decision. Is that helpful? But because that's my train of thought right now. So I'm aware of the bonds and all of that, but that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm waiting a little bit. I know it might go up a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it does. I want a little more confirmation, but I'm not seeing the story change as much. It is slowly, but we're not at the milestones yet, which irks me because half of this isn't real. Half of this is nonsense, in my opinion. But that's why it's just an opinion. So, ta-da. Yeah, and low volume. Ford for the long term, I mean, I considered it at one point. I would have to compare it against everything else, but yeah. It feels trappy, but that's the thing though. Like if the bonds crater and all these bearish people on bonds, even I'm telling you it could go to 5. If that shit happens, the market's going to dump, dude. Make no mistake. I am very confident in that, to be honest with you. I'm not confident that the bonds will really cascade because everybody's playing games. But do you get what I'm saying? So that's why the puts are intriguing. That's why the spreads are widening. I'm not the only one who sees this. It's very simple. You don't have to be you don't have to fall in. I don't care what happens to the bonds, but it's just reality. You break through one of these lows, people are going to panic, and you're at the highest valuation in history right now. It's simple. But if the bonds don't break, you just wasted a lot of premium. That's it. You get scared if it's a 3-month scary movie and then the bonds hit that low and bounce, all that put money is lit on fire. So that's the thing. You just got to figure that out. And like I'm saying, it's inching towards a direction. Be aware of it. You're not going to get caught off guard if it does, but at the same time, nothing is confirmed right now. But that's what I'm saying. I think I would have done you a disservice if I didn't tell you this on yesterday's watch list. So I'm glad I did. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the whole point. It's just like you need to know the bullish and the bearish case. And then, again, we came back this year talking about monitor your reaction function. So I get if you wanted to react right here now, but you got to balance it and budget it. But just make up your mind. It's like if you're feeling that downside and you really think the bonds are going to break and do that, buy the put. Vice versa. If you think it'll get there, you're doubtful on the bonds, maybe you wait. Or if you think the bonds no way in hell go past 5, you start eyeing when to buy the dip. But you see what I'm saying? So it's confusing and there's a lot of options because we are in anticipation land. You see what I'm saying? Once we start getting more into knocking out the details, get more into reality, we could eliminate some of the variables. But as of now, I'm telling you to make these decisions. Here's the info. But unfortunately, this is a lot as being fueled by anticipation and expectation of both Powell and Trump. And we don't have really anything there except for Powell, which was scary. And I guess Trump is scary too for if you look at bonds and tariffs. Anticipation usually worse than reality. The fuel of the future. Trying to tank. I don't think they're trying to tank it, but in my honest opinion, and I don't know if I'm considered a professional, but in my opinion, I just think there was a really weird like liquidity swap that just went down. Something it's like the front is the same, but underneath it, somebody swapped it out. Somebody changed the batteries. That's what I'm telling you for the dollar. That's the way I'm looking. It still looks the same. And it like go look at the dollar versus the euro and all that, but somebody shifted what really caused that nominal move in the value. Somebody changed out the power source or the battery all across in different assets. And like I'm saying, it's just weird that even the Fed down to other people, I'm like, they're really willing to inject a level of fear off of anticipation that is just like I'm telling you, look at this whole situation I explained. I don't care what happens, but if you want to break the whole entire market off of anticipation, be my fucking guest. Go ahead. But I'm very shocked that people are willing to do that when it's not, and I'm not the only one who agrees with this. It's not like I'm some weird Trump guy who says, there's a lot of middle ground people in finance right now who agree. It's just, it's very like, oh, okay. It's like, are we really, I feel like we're playing an odd game of chicken right now. I don't know how to describe it, but like I'm saying, the bank losses, the situation's worse, but the losses are different. The dollar is strong, but the strength is different, but the situation's the same. This is why I'm saying, like, the battery, something got swapped, and I don't understand it. I don't know what it is, but that's the only thing that I could say is like, oh, they're sabotage. I don't know who they is, even for crying out loud, but it is just one of those things where I'm like, man, very, very odd. I'm telling you, I'm seeing things that I don't think, please do not FOMO, do not get scared off of what I'm saying. Like I told you, the stock market's very boring. I give you stuff to talk about. I know you could get emotional. None of this is reaction. This is all shit I've been talking about for months. You know what I'm saying? Like even with the bonds and all of that. So I'm just speaking out loud to what I'm telling you. I don't think you should act on this in any like, oh my God, blah, blah. It's fascinating, but this is why I'm telling you, watch some of these things and we'll see where it goes. It's either this is going to be like a fluke and then a little bit of anticipation, fear, and then we calm down, or a paradigm shift and we enter a new era where the dollar, bonds, policy, and everything is like real weird. So, yeah, we'll find out. Nvidia says MediaTek now has Nvidia technology to use. Huang says MediaTek does good job building socks. Who's MediaTek? It's MediaTek, T-E-K. Oh, it's foreign. Taiwan. The market has been all anticipation since fall 23. Yeah, but the rates weren't high. The dollar wasn't trade weighted ripping. And that's why I'm like, how did that happen in a month? That there's no real reason that any of that would. And that the rates have went up 50% and the banks are losing 50% less. That makes more sense because you could have hedged that. But again, that dollar thing I brought up is very, very odd. And then we bounced off of that the one right before panic level. Remember that reverse repos? They just gave you end of the year liquidity, and then you kind of got your rally, but yeah, we haven't had I think the number came out today at 200 billion. I don't know. I mean, it looks like the yen was a catalyst. So if you get that, I mean, the right catalyst. If Japan came in and wanted to mess things up, yeah. But no, it feels a lot like, again, 2021, 2022. But the difference is, we've had the election. We are coming into a lot more. It doesn't have to be like 2021, 2022, because 2021, 2022 was aggressive. There was a lot of money being printed, spent. It was out there. Like, it was hard to avoid. Not to mention the rates were at zero and had to go up from there while inflation was already up. So I think it's easier to avoid 2022. But then again, the expectational fear and some of this other stuff, it's going to get hard to ignore. And like I'm saying, too, if the dollar just alone, whatever, even if you believe in AI or not, I mean, if the dollar hits a new paradigm and keeps strengthening, rates move to the 7s and 6s, it's like, dude, no matter what is going on, we're going to get some sort of aggressive repricing if that occurred. So, yeah. We're worried. No, I don't think so. I don't think we are worried about anything except anticipation of Trump and then what Powell did on December 18th. That's what I was saying. Like, all of this is related to Powell. If Powell played out differently, you would be looking at something completely different right now. I don't think good data would be reacting like this. Let me put it this way. What if Powell stayed the same? Would you really react to good data like this? You wouldn't care. Everybody would have been focused on Nvidia CES. But the fact that Powell did what he did a couple weeks ago, he put something on the table. And now if the data confirms what he said could be on the table, that's why we're getting this. And then not to mention all the other factors like the dollar and everybody else and all this other stuff going on. So that's why I'm like, it's in a weird way, just don't forget what happened with, like, Jerome Powell is the guy who controls it, and he did do something pretty big a couple weeks ago. And I don't think we're out of that yet. And that's exactly why we're trading at that same price. No, I think tomorrow will be the minutes. The Fed minutes will be big. Like I said, somebody asked it earlier. It was a great question. Usually the last 9 to 12 months, the Fed minutes haven't moved anything just because again, we were in that weird stage. The rates weren't up, inflation was down, we didn't care about stuff as much. Like, we were chilling, right? But the Fed minutes, since Powell did a thing last time, and it was SEP and all of that, it's probably going to have a little bit more weight. Now, if they don't have anything telling, it'll be a dud, but I would say this minutes might be more important than any of your last ones you've gotten in the last couple months. And then, Wimmy, is this the one related to those comments that were just made? I don't know. Somebody called it out when I was talking that headline. And now that thing is ripping up 34%. Yeah, I put that up. I know we kept talking. But that Nvidia says he has plans for broader PC push. Nvidia CFO says company a little bit more Blackwell chip revenue than previously forecasted. Off to the gym. Enjoy, baby. They're going to grill Tesla after these messages? What messages? Hypothetical, if you wake up tomorrow and the VIX is at 80, what happened? I would become a therapist. It would be stock therapy live that day. And I would have to explain to you guys not to sell the long term. I would say there's probably going to be a rate cut coming, so you might get happy, and then I'd be there to assuage any negative feelings and say, I've been through this, man. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. And then you have all the people that be like, Josh, I made $20,000 today, but I did not ever post a play. And then I'd be like, that's good, man. That's good. And then I'd have to ban them. And then I'd have to go back to therapy for the people who had a real long term, and then they're losing money unrealized, And I got to explain that it's unrealized, and then I'm gonna talk about 2021 and 2022 and how we've been through that. And then someone's like, I don't care, Josh, and they're still gonna sell it. And then 9 months they're gonna come back and be like, wow, man, I'm so glad I only bought one stock though. And then they're gonna be there, or I'll never hear from them again. And then yeah, I don't know. There could be a lot. I have a lot more. Option, but that's what I think is what happened if it hits 80. But till then, you don't need to live too much in the future. Make volatility great again. People are super confident it'll only V if it goes down. I think, but I'll give you my 10. You want me to tell you my 10? I think people will revolt. Because I'm telling you, the amount of people that are just like nodding along with this nonsense with the dollar and bonds, I think if it gets like real bad, they're gonna get pissed, bro. It's going to turn into something more. Because again, this isn't like about a V-shaped recovery on the stock market. It's saying like, dude, your dollar is getting very, very aggressive, like deflationary aggressive, mixed in with 5, 6, 7, 8. God knows you don't want to open the Pandora box of 5% and above rates. You don't remember last time when mortgages went above 7? So, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't think people realize how much that dollar in rates affects them until it really does. And that is I think people will be like, how did this happen? But for now, no one's really questioning it. But I don't think I don't know. I don't really think there's an odd confidence in a V-shaped recovery. I just think people are assuming that excellence in America will never dissipate via the dollar or the bonds, but this is the story of the porridge. Too strong, too cold, you don't want too strong of a dollar, too high of rates. Eventually it just doesn't help us heavily indebted society. Yeah, Pinduoduo is running. I put that up there. I don't have a headline though. That's like the only China name I think in the green right now. 3-minute warning? Well, Chattadonia, I love you all. I love you all. I hope you're blessed. I like it. The levels held up, bro. The levels from the morning is kind of wild. I definitely hope you learned a little bit today. I hope you're prepared without feeling FOMO. You know what I'm saying? Not being too reactionary, intentional, digesting, you know what I'm saying, baby? But that being said, we got to wrap it up, man. So if you don't like loud noises, you may not like other parts of my personality, which is totally understandable. I'd love to be your friend, but, you know, shit, some of y'all hella antisocial, but what do you want me to do about it, man? You know, get long term. But listen, I don't want to ruin your day. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers, okay? I don't want to put you through that to start off the year with that sort of negativity, man. So just, if you don't like loud noises, take some personal responsibility, hit that mute button, and you'll be glorious, man, glorious. You know what I'm saying? Amen, amen. Was TSAT dying too, and then Pinduoduo at the end? That's all day, bro. We had this up at like, what, $5? $4? Yeah, I have no idea what that did. But earmuffs is your safe word, okay? That sound good? Good. All right, man. All right, where we at? Oh, wow, I think I got to get to it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, earmuffs. Earmuffs. Oh, what? Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. Are you kidding me? We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. Second day of the year. I don't care if you just got here or not. You made it to the end. I need that GG in the chat. Let's go. Good game, baby. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it. Way to not get banned. Oh, yeah, you survived 24. You survived 25. A little bit, 2 days, and you're surviving Yosh. Oh, my God. Good game. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for not distracting. Thank you for being a real one. Let's get it, though. Let's go. Future, but not too much future. Present, but not too much Good game, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Those non-members, stream alerts, baby. Y'all threw in some donos. Y'all threw in love. Y'all didn't have to. I would have done it for free, and I love y'all, baby. So thank you. God bless all of y'all, man, for real. And if you answered somebody else's question that I couldn't get to, God bless you. Talking about I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. When that's the fact that you need me, let's talk. GG. GG. GG, 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 good game, good game, good game, good game, GG, 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 good game, good game, good game, good game, good game, Mr. Josh, good game, good game, GG, 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 good game, good game, Mr. Josh, good game, good game, GG, 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 good game, Mr. Josh, good game, good game, GG, good game, good game, Josh, good game, good game, Josh, good game, good game, so happy, good game, Josh, Mr. Josh, good game, good game, good game, so happy, good game, Josh, Mr. Josh, good game, good game, so I get a long time, I get by, I get a long time, I get by, I get a long time, watch it, watch it, I get a long time, so if you ever feel like I ignored you purposefully, I did not. I just have to go through a lot of messages. So thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed it. That's what it sounds like if you don't know. That's just how, because I hear things visual, like I hear it auditorially when I read it, man. That's how I could like read and talk at the same time, you know? Sometimes, so yeah, I don't, that's just what it sounds like. I'm just GG, good game, good game. So Chattadonia, that's it, man. That's all I got for you, bro. What a day. Thank you all for being here. For real, man, I really appreciate it. And those of y'all, man, you heal up, bro. Do your thing. I hope you take the effort of somebody putting a hand out to, to be a brother, bro. So thank y'all for who held it down, being a part of it. Those of y'all thinking right, man. I'm really excited, bro. And I want you to be excited, and I want you to be prepared. Because we don't know the future. I expect good things, bro. But I pray that we are all prepared for whatever happens. You know what I'm saying? You got to have that optimism, but to have that reality, bro, you're going to deal with some things. So get ready. Equip yourself. Let's go, baby. That's all I have, man. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. You want one song? I'll give you one song. What song we got? I don't know where they are. Oh, I like this song, actually. I like it, but it's creepy. But I like it. I put this one out on SoundCloud. It's good. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know. I'll end it with that. Yeah, you know what? We should end it with that. You're right. You're right. Good vibes, bro. Good vibes, bro. Good vibes. God bless Chattadonia, baby. God bless Chattadonia. That's it, baby. Finger to the sky. God bless Chattadonia. May we be ready for whatever it throws at us. You know what I'm saying? If it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's not. I'm just saying, man.
I seen pain. I seen fight. Living wrong. Always feel right. Why you made me like this? Asking every night. Fearfully created. Trying to find the feeling of elation. Funny how it foolishly fueled me to sedation. Couple years later now I read for revelation. What I teach is just a piece of how the pieces of salvation. Shout out to Peach. Gotta stay consistent, man. Somebody call Josh. It sound like they keep talking dividends. Never had too many friends, cause brothers always better when family is everything. I'm about to buy a minivan. Show y'all who is really fan. Don't call me if it's easy, cause I'll be there when you need me there. They make me proud, I really care. God is the creator, brother. We could take this anywhere. Speak a couple languages, but all I'm saying, we never scared. Nah, I'm just tryna give my best, bro. Get more than I get, bro. The right don't know where left go. Hard to hold it down when there's things I couldn't let go. They scared of the truth, so it's my manifesto. Oh, there the jets go, a breaststroke. Say it with your chest, bro. Hard to shake the feeling when you next to. Give your family everything, this wasn't accidental. Some people gave up everything, you don't know my mental. I seen dark, I seen light. I seen pain, I seen fight. Living wrong, always feel right. Why you made me like this? Asking every night. I seen dark, I seen light. I seen pain.
That's the crazy. Why you make me like this, bro? Y'all don't know. That is the age-old question. I feel you, Uncle. You know that? It don't matter who you are. It don't matter who you are. You kidding me? That's a question that'll rack your brain, dog. You got good things happening. You got bad things happening. You're like, why? Why? Why you make me like this? Why? Why not you? I mean, you got something, bro. That's something there. I don't... Why? Why me? Why me, bro? Why me? Why me? Good things, why me? Bad things, why me? Nothing, why me? Oh, man. All right, man. I just too hyped, man. I'm just too hyped to be back. Don't let me go crazy. That's it. Why not, man? I'm just saying. I love you, Chattadonia. Y'all have good vibes. Get ready, man. Let's go. Again, I think today's philo, bro. Get that balance. Present, future. Don't be obsessed with any of them. You got to be prepared. Fulfill your duty. Let's go, man. Put in some solid work, and let's go. Whatever it throws at us, man. Get ready. But Chattadonia, I love you all. You have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious evening. There's two things you need to check out. Third link is the Watchlist. So that's where I'm going to be tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific time or 5 p.m. And then the shirt still. I forgot. I'm not good at like promoting. I'm like good and bad at it, but like I haven't really talked about it as much. So I don't know if we're going to hit the goal still, but it's still there. So we got to talk about it every day until we reach our deadline, because at that point I'm going to forget about it. But I love you all. Check it all out. Have a good day. I'll see you on the watch list, and please watch yesterday's watch list and maybe watch today back. Try to understand what's going on here with the bonds and all of it, man. And I think it will be there. Yeah, no orders. Again, I don't know if you guys read it. That's like all kind of the pre-order for that big one. So if we don't sell them in a month, we're going to refund them all. And then any of the other discounted stuff we'll send out once we get that going. So if not, you could contact for the refund now if you don't want to wait. But we did explain that there. So if you don't want to, just get a refund and we'll give you a refund. But like we said, we're going to give it a 30-day process if you were not aware. I see dark. I see light. But Chatadonia, that is it. So on that note, man, you have a wonderful day. I will see y'all tonight. And God willing, in the morning. Don't forget why we're here. We already told you about the books, baby, but don't forget why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Man, simply why the balance is necessary, bro. And why we don't care what happens. We want to be ready. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. Woo! So, Chatadonia. Mwah. You know, I blew you a kiss. I don't know. I don't really usually do that. I'm never in person. I never blew anybody a kiss, to be honest with you. But I love you. I'll see you tonight. Hey, you have a good one, baby. Okay, go to the gym. Huh? Yeah? No? Okay. All right, bye. Bye. Am I going live today? Where is it? 4 a.m. Pacific p.m. Eastern a.m. Why are you going to put me on after Donald? Fries.
I tell you a lot. Did you know there's a big thing between us and Europe? And it's not communism, it's the ocean. It's a big ocean, huge ocean. I tell you, where is he? Hussein. Get Mr. Hussein. He knows how to build big buildings. He builds the biggest buildings. If only Barack Hussein could build like Hussein. I'm just saying. Either way, Canada, 51-52, will buy all of the states. Peaceful conquest. Thank you, Elon. Anyways, have a good day. Goodbye, Chad. Goodbye.